Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video discusses events that occurred on October 2nd, 2009 in the Canadian city of Laval. Natasha Cournoyer, 37, did not come to see her mother. She didn't answer the phone and wasn't home. It quickly became clear that none of Natasha's friends or co-workers saw her that day. Around 5 p.m., her relatives filed a missing persons report, and the police began their investigation. Natasha was a public relations specialist for the Correctional Service of Canada. First, the detectives decided to go to her workplace and interview her co-workers. When they arrived, Natasha's car was still parked in a nearby lot. At that point, a man was standing near her car. He was nervous and acted strangely. In his conversation with the police, he stated that he and Natasha were in a relationship and that he was there to figure out where she could have gone. The man's name was Michel Trottier. Natasha's car had scratches on its back door. However, it was unclear whether this was related to her disappearance or if the scratches had appeared earlier. There was no reason to suspect Michel Trottier of involvement in Natasha's disappearance, so the detectives continued their investigation. After speaking with Natasha's co-workers, they discovered she was at work on October 1st, 2009. It was the day before the disappearance. None of her co-workers noticed anything unusual about her behavior that day. She was in a good mood and friendly. As usual, nothing seemed to bother her. On October 2nd, Natasha needed a day off. She and her mother intended to resolve issues concerning a tombstone for her recently deceased father. As a result, on October 1st, she worked longer hours than usual and left the building around 8 p.m. Natasha, according to her friends, had no conflicts with anyone, and it was difficult to believe that anyone could hold a grudge against her. She worked in an office and had no contact with the prisoners. They described her as an open and unkind person. The police deployed a large number of officers to look for Natasha Cournoyer. The search even included aviation and canine services. They began by inspecting the area immediately surrounding the parking lot. However, they discovered no clues that could aid the investigation. Natasha's friends and family worked tirelessly to distribute flyers with her photo in the hopes that someone would see her or learn more about her disappearance. The first hours after a person goes missing are crucial. This is when witnesses or evidence are more likely to be discovered. Natasha Cournoyer lost valuable time because the police received the report on the evening of October 2nd, 21 hours after she had left her job. The search activities took place on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of October and yielded no results. Her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to Natasha's location. Michel Trottier, the man dating Natasha, believed she had been kidnapped. He approached a potential kidnapper via television, pleading with him to release his loved one. Meanwhile, the police conducted an investigation into Michel and Natasha's personal lives. They dated for 4 years and the relationship was far from perfect. The detectives discovered that Michel and Natasha had broken up several times before resuming their relationship. The police investigated all possible explanations for the woman's disappearance, reconstructing the events of Natasha's last day at work. The detectives gained access to CCTV cameras both inside and outside the building in which she worked. She entered the building at 9:04 a.m. Natasha drove to work and parked in an open lot. There were a few free parking spaces that morning, so she parked on the opposite side of the street. After reviewing the recordings, they discovered that Natasha left the building at 8:07 p.m. Another video confirmed that she went to the location where she parked her car, but the parking lot had poor lighting. Natasha eventually vanished into the darkness. After a few minutes, you could see the car's headlights turn on. The car began to move to the opposite side of the parking lot, rather than towards the exit. This location also had poor lighting. The car's headlights turned off when it came to a stop. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle began to move toward the exit. And it wasn't Natasha's car because she drove a Mazda, as evidenced by other Ford Windstar minivan records in the video. It also turned out that this car entered the parking lot at 6:35 p.m. and parked next to Natasha's car. Based on what they saw in the video, the police concluded that Natasha's disappearance was most likely a kidnapping on the 5th day of the search, October 6th, 2009. That was no longer about a missing person, but about the loss of a person's life. They discovered Natasha's body in a vacant lot in the Point-au-Trumbull neighborhood, about 20 miles from where she worked. The body lay next to a dirt road leading to the riverbank. Natasha's family and friends were devastated to learn of her death. They felt even worse after hearing the medical examiner's report. Natasha died due to strangulation. Before she died, someone hit her 9 times in the face, breaking her nose. Marks on her wrists and ankles indicated that she had been tied up at some point in her life. They discovered seminal fluid inside the body. It served as a source of DNA. While awaiting the results of the DNA analysis, the detectives attempted to identify the owner of the minivan seen on the day Natasha vanished in 2009. There were 2 motels near where she worked 10 days after the body was discovered on October 16, 2009. The police went to both of them and checked the cards that guests fill out at check-in. The police discovered that a man who identified his vehicle as a Ford Windstar was staying at the Lido Motel on the day Natasha Cournoyer went missing. The man was identified as 48-year-old Claude LaRouche, a registered sex offender who had served 2 prison sentences in 1993. The court sentenced him to 1 year in prison and 2 years probation for forcing a 19-year-old acquaintance to engage in sexual intercourse. In 2005, the court sentenced LaRouche to 40 months in prison for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old girl who miraculously managed to escape his grasp and run into a neighbor's home. Consider this: for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old child, he was sentenced to 40 months in prison. Please leave a comment below with your thoughts on this punishment. Is it not too soft? LaRouche regained his freedom in November 2008. He began working as a carpenter and married a woman with 2 sons in 2009. They all live in the same house, which is about a 10-minute drive from the parking lot where Natasha Cournoyer went missing. So, as I previously stated, the detectives discovered that Claude LaRouche stayed at a motel the night Natasha disappeared. They summoned forensic experts to the room where he was staying. They discovered badly rubbed dark red stains on the carpet and sent samples for analysis. On the same day, the detectives went to the address where LaRouche lived to speak with him. Because of the nature of the previous cases for which he had been imprisoned, the police already had his DNA. However, they needed time to compare it to the DNA discovered on Natasha's body. The man denied knowing Natasha Cournoyer, but admitted to frequenting the Lido Motel because it was cheap. According to his story, he was dissatisfied with his intimate relationship with his wife and frequently rented a room in a motel where he called women offering sexual services for money. When asked where he was and what he was doing on October 1st, the day Natasha went missing, LaRouche said he had no memory of anything, including his stay at the Lido Motel. LaRouche attributed this memory lapse to an excessive use of illegal substances. However, the memory returned to him quickly, albeit incompletely. On November 5, 2009, a month after the body was discovered, the detectives returned to his house, but this time they did not speak. The DNA analysis determined that the seminal fluid in Natasha Cournoyer's body belonged to Claude LaRouche. Natasha's DNA was discovered in the motel room he rented and on the inside of his car. According to Montreal police, the victim did not know the suspect, and there was no link between the crime and the coordinator's work as a communications officer for the Correctional Service of Canada. I believe that with the arrest of this suspect, citizens will feel safer on the streets, said Montreal Police Inspector Daniel Rousseau. The arrest caught LaRouche and his neighbors off guard. They described him as friendly and polite. The following day was November 6, 2009. Claude LaRouche became a suspect in the Natasha Cournoyer case. He initially denied his guilt, but after realizing there was sufficient evidence against him, he admitted to killing Natasha. However, he insisted that he did not want to do this and that her death was an accident. The trial took place in 2011. It presented 2 versions of what happened, one from the defendant and his lawyers, and one from the prosecutor. Let's start with Claude Lucia's version. His testimony revealed that that evening, he was waiting in the parking lot for an illegal substance vendor. LaRouche was sitting in his car when he noticed a woman appear beside him. It was Natasha. He attacked her, pushed her into the interior of his car, and then shut the door. He then talked to her, and Natasha agreed to accompany him to the motel. Memory lapses prevented Claude LaRouche from recalling why he stood on the other side of the parking lot for 20 minutes, and he miraculously remembered only the moments that could not be used against him. According to LaRouche, while they were in the motel room, Natasha offered to satisfy him in exchange for letting her go. He agreed after Natasha completed the task LaRouche had assigned her. They argued during this quarrel. LaRouche lost control, attacked her, and then strangled her. Then he cleaned the room, placed Natasha's body in his car, drove home, and went to bed. When the substances he had used stopped working in the morning, he realized he had done something irreversible and decided to dispose of the body. He cut up Natasha's documents and bank cards and threw them out the car window as he drove the body to the location where they discovered it. Once again, I emphasize that this is Claude LaRouche's version. The more he spoke, the more questions his story prompted. According to his words, the day after he removed the body, he returned to it and covered it with a blanket, fearing Natasha would freeze. Another day passed, and he returned to the body to get the blanket. LaRouche was concerned that the blanket would obscure Natasha's location. If we summarize everything he said, we can conclude that he did not remember something due to his clouded consciousness, and that some of his actions were irrational. Most importantly, he did not want to end Natasha's life. LaRouche attempted to persuade the trial participants of this. The prosecution's version was based on material evidence, but they also had a witness who claimed to have been walking his dog near the parking lot on the day Natasha Cournoyer vanished. He saw Claude LaRouche try to attack a girl who was jogging. However, when LaRouche noticed a man with a dog, he quickly left. Around 7 p.m., he attacked Natasha Cournoyer. An hour later, the prosecutor suspected that LaRouche had tied Natasha up and driven her to a motel against her will she never made it out alive. In June 2011, Claude LaRouche was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. During the trial, it was discovered that 2 weeks after his attack on Natasha Cournoyer, LaRouche attempted to strangle another woman, Dominique Martel, who bit his finger and fought back. Claude LaRouche was declared a dangerous criminal during the trial in this case, which means his sentence is indefinite under Canadian law, and he has little hope of being released soon. Natasha led a quiet and happy life. She had dreams and goals. This life was stolen from her by a man who had previously committed serious crimes, but his heir set him free. This man had a criminal record and lived among the people. How does a man who attempted to kidnap a 7-year-old girl end up in society? Why wasn't anyone keeping him under control? Natasha's family and friends are not spared from these questions. After all, if the system had worked differently and LaRouche had been where he belonged, Natasha would still be alive. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events depicted in this video occurred in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA, and despite the passage of 15 years, the Lauren Burke case has yet to be resolved. Lauren Ashley Burke was born December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia. Her parents, James Burke and Vivienne Gorchon, eventually divorced. Lauren has a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. Lauren attended Auburn University to study graphic design after graduating from high school. She was a Delta Gamma sorority member, lacrosse player, and all-around campus community participant. Lauren was described by her friends as a popular, excellent student who was always smiling, happy, and helpful. Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid when she was still a high school student. After high school, they both attended Auburn University, where they maintained their relationship. At this point in their lives, both young people prioritized their education, but that did not prevent them from planning their future together. Unfortunately, not all of Lauren's plans and dreams were meant to come true. She began the morning of March 4th, 2008, by eating breakfast at a cafe with her boyfriend Sean. Lauren went to class at 11 a.m., and then called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. After finishing her conversation with her father, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed until 8:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her classmate Michael. They agreed to meet in the library to work on a study assignment together. Around 8 p.m., Lauren left Sean's room. It was already dark outside her car. A black 2001 Honda Civic was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm, so she approached it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, began calling her cell phone after she failed to show up for her appointment. But Lauren did not respond for some reason. He kept calling, and eventually he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wouldn't be coming to the library because she had forgotten about the appointment. She hung up a little later, around 9 p.m. 911 received a call about an injured girl who was seen lying on the road between Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. Lauren driver stopped on the road, obstructing traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, breathing slowly and deeply. She was suffocating. She had numerous wounds on her body and was only wearing socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., when the first police car arrived on the scene, Lauren was already unconscious. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. Lauren was transported to East Alabama Medical Center at 9:35 p.m., where doctors began their efforts to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were dispatched to the address provided by the caller, but were unable to locate the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students drawn to the fire from their dormitories. Police checked the license plates and discovered that the car's owner was James Burke, a Georgia resident. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and discovered that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately inquired as to what was wrong with his daughter, but the police officers responded with silence. They had no idea where Lauren was, and they informed James that no one was inside the burning car. After speaking with the police officer, James immediately began calling his daughter's cell phone, but she did not answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James initially contacted friends of his daughter, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gorkon, hoping that she might know where their daughter was. Lauren's mother had no idea what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called Sean, her daughter's boyfriend. That's how Sean learned Lauren was missing and her car had been burned. Sean called Lauren's mutual acquaintances to see if anyone had seen her that evening and discovered that she had canceled a library meeting, claiming to have forgotten about it. Sean, on the other hand, knew Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, because when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had intended to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center fought to keep her alive. Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, so the doctors had no idea what her name was. However, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead approximately 1 hour after being admitted to the medical facility. A single bullet wound claimed her life. The bullet that had exited had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts determined that the gun's muzzle was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. When police officers compared the girl's deaths at the hospital to the burned-out car on campus whose owner was missing, they realized Lauren Burke was the victim who doctors could not save. The very next day was March 5, 2008. James Burke identified his daughter's body after visiting Atlanta. The news of Lauren's death spread quickly around campus. Auburn University issued a statement following Lauren Burke's death, urging students and staff to exercise extra caution on and off campus while assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called, and your concerns are understandable, but there is no indication of any additional threat to campus or student safety. According to the statement, The Delta Gamma Society released a statement regarding what fraternity representatives described as an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged sisters from the Auburn branch to fully cooperate with detectives as they investigated what happened. Lauren's family and friends were devastated. Police were trying to figure out who killed her, how the car fire was connected, and whether other students should be concerned. Both locations along the road where Lauren Burke was discovered in the vicinity of her car were investigated for evidence. "We have used every resource available to find the person responsible for this crime," said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Stuffer. Auburn, Alabama, is a relatively quiet student community, and we take these things seriously. If someone is hurt or killed, we all feel it, and we will not stop until we find the perpetrator. Stuffer also stated that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case, and Lauren's charred car was delivered to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's office combed through the burned interiors of the vehicles. They discovered burned clothing remnants, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was discovered under the front seat, which could indicate that the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives questioned Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could identify a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's before her death, investigators searched his room but found no evidence linking Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives discovered that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to a moving car. At the same time, it was revealed that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was discovered lying in the road. Most likely, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, so the police began looking for them. However, events quickly took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's death at 9:55 a.m., on March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Newnan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, an African-American man attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and ordered her to sit in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and attempted to drive away from the parking lot. However, an eyewitness to the attack was following him while talking on the phone. The perpetrator returned to the Walmart parking lot after the bystander threatened to call the police. He came to a halt and exited the stolen vehicle, running over to a nearby silver Chrysler. Sebring entered and fled the scene quickly. A few hours later, officers pursued the fleeing Chrysler at high speeds towards Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not take any action to stop endangering other road users. During that time, Chase police noticed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews came to a halt and searched for the object. Police officers discovered a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued, but at one point the perpetrator's vehicle broke down, spewing smoke from beneath the hood. The driver came to an abrupt stop in the road and opened the door. Next, a police officer pursuing a motorcycle collided with the open door. Following the collision, the officer flew over the motorcycle's handlebars and fell to the pavement, fortunately without serious injury. The perpetrator stopped on a road that led through a forest, and he fled into the woods. He was unable to escape. However, the police quickly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Courtney Lockhart was born October 20th, 1984. His family described him as a nice, fun-loving guy before joining the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004, and then returned to someone else in 2005. According to his mother, he was not the Courtney I knew. Courtney was a cheerful guy. However, after returning from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and he occasionally hid in the closet or under the bed. Lockhart and his ex-girlfriend had a daughter in 2006. He was also court-martialed in 2006 for assaulting other soldiers while under the influence of illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He served 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gotten increasingly out of control. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Again in February 2008. He committed a series of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were consistently the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand her purse, and attempt to take control of the vehicle. One such crime resulted in Lauren Burke's death. Lockhart's spree of assaults ended on March 7, 2008, when he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to flee a police pursuit. Courtney Lockhart, 23, was arrested and taken to the police station, where he confessed to kidnapping and murdering Lauren Burke. The interrogation was videotaped and used as key evidence at trial. Lauren's personal belongings, including her iPod and bank cards, were discovered in his car. He gave a detailed account of what happened the day he kidnapped Lauren. On Tuesday, March 4, 2008, Lockhart awoke in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He'd spent the previous night in his car near East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he began driving around Auburn, searching for another victim. It is worth noting that he only attacked women, not men. He arrived at Auburn University's campus and parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car, observing the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girls approach the car parked next to him and casually opened the door. It was Lauren. Without having to think too long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind, poking her with the gun's muzzle. He asked her how much money she had on her. When he did not receive an answer, he pushed Lauren into the car's front passenger seat and took the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in terror. When she finally calmed down, she took $200 from her purse and handed it to him, begging him to leave. Instead of leaving, he ordered Lauren to remove her clothes at gunpoint after receiving threats against her. Lauren complied, stripping down to a pair of socks. Lockhart claimed there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He reasoned that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to leave. Lockhart then began driving through Auburn streets, one hand on the wheel and the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She attempted to stop him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find work. Her phone eventually started ringing. Lockhart instructed her to respond and make something up so that no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, the person Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up immediately. Lockhart stated that they continued to drive through the city's streets, and Lauren refused to give up on convincing him to let her go. She promised to help him overcome his difficulties. Lauren opened the car door and jumped out as they drove down Highway 147. At that point, Lockhart claimed he accidentally fired a shot. We now know that the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs. In addition, she was injured in the fall. She managed to wave at passing drivers before her strength failed and she passed out. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as his cars came to a stop next to Lauren, who was lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police were on their way, he fled, intending to destroy the evidence he had left in the car. He drove to a gas station and purchased a can of gas, which he paid for with Lauren's card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he purchased before driving to the campus and abducting Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, as he drove, the gasoline fumes made him dizzy, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't go to campus first and douse Lauren's car with gasoline. Why did he drive on a powder keg when a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn along with him? Perhaps it had to do with Lockhart's mental issues or low IQ. But we'll talk about that later. When Courtney arrived on campus, she stole $46, an iPod, and Lauren's bank cards from her car. Before setting fire to the car and driving away in his Chrysler, he stopped at a gas station and paid with Lauren's money. He returned to campus to see if the car had completely burned down. Investigators began to question whether Lockhart's entire testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not to prevent her from fleeing, as he claimed, but for another reason. But he couldn't get what he wanted because Lauren unexpectedly jumped out of the moving car. Furthermore, the investigators questioned Lockhart's claim that he shot Lauren by accident. Given Courtney's military background and knowledge of firearms, this seemed unlikely. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized Lockhart was not going to let her go and decided that her only way out was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out, Lockhart shot her. Ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car came from the gun Lockhart threw out the window while fleeing a police chase. In addition, experts conducted tests to rule out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to fire the shot. Lauren's family and friends said a bitter farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators questioned Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged with multiple counts in the Lauren Burke case. The trial started on November 8, 2010. Law court attorneys claimed that their client suffered from a mental illness as a result of his military service, and that Lauren's shooting was an accident. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty because of a mental defect or insanity. The court heard testimony from a psychologist who stated that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking clearly. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge rejected it. Following the guilt phase of the trial, the sentencing phase began immediately. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to portray himself as a war hero who was psychologically disturbed by combat and the death of his superior officer. The jury returned a special verdict, with the death of a person during the kidnapping serving as an additional aggravating factor. The jury voted 1-2-0 to recommend a life sentence without parole. The trial judge later rejected the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death, a 28-page sentencing order. The judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's findings. He came to the conclusion that the kidnapping was a strong case for the death penalty. Lockhart chose the victim at random, as she was alone and unarmed. The kidnapping is even worse because she was taken from a college campus, where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her from fleeing. The court also stated that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crimes and the true nature of his military service. Although the jury heard testimony about Lockhart's service, they were unaware of the full scope of his military disciplinary record. They wrote to the judge because, if the jury had been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would have likely been different. 15 years after Lauren's death, Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama and has not given up on appealing his sentence. Following his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a new trial. He then filed an appeal with Alabama's Supreme Court, but his motion was denied again in September 2014. In January 2015, Lockhart filed an appeal with the United States Supreme Court. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States rejected his petition. In 2018, Lockhart attempted to challenge the sentence again. Lawyers for a human rights organization who represented him attempted to persuade the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 mishandled the case. Although the Lockhart 2010 defense had some flaws, it did not change the outcome, and the death sentence was upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death penalty. Lauren's parents stated that they would never give up and would do everything in their power to prevent Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. Courtney Lockhart sentenced my daughter to the death penalty. There is no reason why he shouldn't face the death penalty. This is all I have to say. Burke's father, James, stated that he did not give her a second chance, and he should not receive one either. Lauren's mother, Vivian, spoke. As of today, Courtney Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brianna Warren, a young woman, was awakened abruptly by an unexpected phone call at 1:45 on December 18, 2013. In the morning, she picked up the phone and found her best friend Heather on the other end, sobbing. Heather shared a recent conversation she had with her ex-lover, Sydney. Sydney had called her, revealing that he had split from his wife, expressing regret for their own breakup and urging Heather to start over. Brianna inquired as to why Heather had answered his phone call. The number turned out to be unknown, prompting Heather to pick it up. After listening and briefly calming her friend, Brianna insisted that Heather had only recently recovered from the difficulties of their breakup and should not get involved with Sydney again. She persuaded Heather to return to sleep and rest, and they exchanged goodbyes. The picturesque Horry County in South Carolina is frequently regarded as an ideal place to live. This region is well known for its beautiful beaches, with Myrtle Beach being particularly beautiful and popular. Aside from the beaches, there are dense forests, vast rivers, and numerous friendly towns to explore. On December 19, Horry County police discovered an abandoned car, a green Dodge Intrepid, parked in a remote area along the Waccamaw River. Peachtree Landing was approximately 8 miles from Myrtle Beach. This location served as a dock for small boats and was at the end of a long, little-known road that was rarely traveled by cars. The police checked the car's registration in their system and discovered that it was registered to Terry Elvis. Officers were dispatched to his home. They knocked on his door and told him about the found car. Terry was at home, watching TV on his living room sofa. It turned out that the car belonged to his daughter Heather. Terry attempted to contact Heather by phone, but she was unavailable. He agreed to accompany the police to the Peachtree Landing for further investigation. Terry was surprised to see his daughter's car in such a strange, secluded location, but he was not initially concerned about her safety. He assumed the car had been stolen because it was strange that it was there without its owner. After receiving a spare key from Terry, the police opened and thoroughly inspected the vehicle. They discovered no personal items in the cabin, including Heather's purse, keys, or cell phone. Terry's concern grew, so he attempted to contact Heather again. "I'm still not getting a response." He called the restaurant where she works. Heather had not shown up for work, according to the manager, and she was not scheduled until the following day. Terry informed the police of his concerns, stating that such behavior was completely out of character for his daughter and that something had gone wrong. At the time, the car and the riverbank where it was discovered were not considered crime scenes because there was no evidence of a struggle, broken glass, or blood. Nonetheless, authorities decided to conduct a missing persons investigation. Police and volunteers searched the land while divers investigated the riverbed. During the search, human remains were discovered in the forest. However, they were identified as belonging to an unknown man, not the missing woman. Investigators searching for leads investigated the missing woman's background. Heather, 20, was the daughter of Terry and Debbie Elvis, who lived in the county. She shared a close bond with her parents and younger sister. Heather's father mentioned that their family has always been close and supportive of one another. Heather was independent, but she remained close to her father, communicating with him every day by phone in 2011. Heather told her family that after graduating from St. James High School, she wanted to live with her best friend, Brianna Warren. Her parents were fully supportive of this decision. At 20, Heather worked as a waitress at the Tilted Kilt, a Scottish-themed restaurant in Myrtle Beach, and wanted to be a cosmetologist. Heather's younger sister Morgan revealed that her interests included makeup and working in front of the camera, and she was known for her creativity and ambition. Heather was also well known in her town for her kindness, carefree attitude, and positive outlook. Her friend Brianna observed that when people remember and talk about her, they smile because she always had a positive attitude. Heather was described by another friend as sociable, free-spirited, and enthusiastic about life. She was always determined to live life to the fullest. Heather had spent the previous year in Myrtle Beach with her best friend Brianna. She was doing well in her studies, and everything seemed perfect. However, everything changed when Heather had a chance encounter at the Tilted Kilt, which set her on the path to tragedy. Heather was working the day shift at a busy restaurant one warm June afternoon, while chatting with customers, taking orders, and transporting trays to the kitchen. She ran into Sidney Moore, a 37-year-old father of 3 and handyman. Sidney owned a small kitchen appliance repair business in Myrtle Beach and had received an order from the restaurant that day. They struck up a conversation, and Heather was instantly drawn to the man. Their interactions increased after that day. They discovered that they had many of the same interests and hobbies. Heather even hinted at her feelings on Twitter, saying she was drawn to older men. By the end of July, Heather had begun sending intimate messages to Sidney, who was renovating her restaurant. She also told her friends and co-workers about Sidney, revealing that he was the same person she'd mentioned on Twitter. Sidney liked Heather's attention and began visiting the restaurant on a regular basis. They frequently entertained in the kitchen while Sidney worked on appliance repair. By July, their relationship had most likely progressed from innocent flirting to something more serious, as evidenced by Heather's 2 tweets sent within a minute of each other. In one tweet, she mentioned that she had done something, while in the other, she stated that she was too deep to stop. Heather's co-workers were aware of her feelings for 37-year-old Sidney, and they began gossiping about their relationship. One co-worker later admitted that everyone was aware of their relationship and disapproved because Sidney was married. Furthermore, they frequently addressed Heather by different names, and once decided to play a joke on her. 2 colleagues called the restaurant and pretended to be Tammy Sidney's wife. In August, the rumors were finally confirmed. Sidney began to appear more frequently at the restaurant. She was constantly bringing Heather coffee and sweets, sitting in the dining area, and waiting for her at the back door after her shift so they could leave together. The couple frequently discussed their relationship with friends, and Sidney even told acquaintances about his plans to hire Heather as a full-time nanny when he and his wife relocated to Florida. Heather also told her friends about Sidney's plans, and they all thought it was strange. The lovers were constantly on the phone and frequently drove to remote and secluded locations in their cars for intimate calls. Heather knew this was a toxic relationship. Sidney repeatedly told her that he was tired, dissatisfied with his wife, and wanted to leave. However, it appears that these were empty promises. Heather's friends warned her that Sidney was only using her. By mid-September, Heather appeared to be aware of her situation. On September 21, she tweeted that an angel and a demon fell in love, but it did not end well. Perhaps that was the day she attempted to end her strange relationship with Sidney. The turning point came when Tammy Sidney, 34, discovered her husband's secret affair after 34 years of marriage. She called Heather and started humiliating her on the phone. Heather's roommate, Brianna, witnessed the conversation and later told investigators that Heather had tolerated the insults for a long time. Tammy once claimed that Sidney was only using Heather for his fantasies, and she even had Sidney tell her this over the phone. Sidney echoed his wife's words, telling Heather that she is unimportant to him and an easy target. Naturally, this upset the girl. Sidney and Tammy made her feel terrible and almost completely destroyed her identity. Prosecutor Chris Helms later determined that Tammy held a commanding position in the Moreer household, dictating where and when Sidney should work and controlling all of his activities. Helms also stated that Tammy was enraged by the betrayal and could not forgive Sidney and Heather, so she decided to ruin the young woman's life. After the truth was revealed, Tammy began handcuffing Sidney and tying him to the bed at night, preventing him from leaving while she slept. She also changed the password on his phone and forced him to get a tattoo of her name on his stomach. Sidney agreed to everything in the hopes of preserving his marriage and family. Brianna Tammy claims that her attacks went beyond phone calls and turned into systematic acts of hatred. Tammy began making repeated phone calls to Heather's workplace, demanding that she be fired. She continued to call Heather from Sidney's phone and send pictures and videos of the 2 of them together, including intimate moments. Heather wrote Sidney a letter begging him to stop Tammy's harassment, which was causing problems at her job. She was saddened and upset by how the man she loved treated her. Heather tried everything she could to get her life back on track, including starting to attend church with her best friend in early November. Tammy sent Heather new threatening messages, demanding that she provide her address. Tammy warned Heather that if she did not comply, she would find her and impose severe consequences. Tammy also stated that she had been monitoring Sidney since January 2012 and that Heather could no longer influence him. Heather was completely exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and couldn't understand why Tammy wouldn't let her go, especially since her relationship with Sidney had ended and she wanted to forget everything. Heather told her friend that Tammy appeared to be obsessed with her. Things finally settled down by the end of November. More than 2 weeks after Tammy's threatening messages arrived, Sydney and Tammy left for a 3-day trip to California with their 3 children in their new Ford Phone 150 SUV. With more family out of town, Heather was finally able to relax and enjoy the moment, free of Tammy's threats. Heather also experienced a happy event in her life when she was able to land her dream job as a makeup artist at a beauty salon. She was supposed to start work before Christmas. Heather was overjoyed and eagerly shared the news with her friends and family. However, fears began to emerge in her life, which could only worsen her problems with Tammy. Heather and her co-workers at Tilted Kilt noticed in early November that she had gained weight unexpectedly and quickly. Heather became concerned that she might be pregnant with Sydney's baby. Angered and terrified, she decided to take a pregnancy test at the restaurant. Heather's manager, Jessica Cook, later told police that she was desperate about the situation and feared Tammy would do something terrible to her. However, the test turned out to be incorrect. Heather had no idea if she was pregnant with Sydney's child at the time. Heather's best friend also stated that when Heather took a pregnancy test at work in early November, she had not been intimate with anyone other than Sydney. Despite her concerns about a possible pregnancy in the winter of 2013, Heather remained optimistic. She decided it was time to move forward and make a new start. She hoped for a new, happier, and healthier relationship and agreed to go on a first date with Steve Gerald, a man she had met briefly but was genuinely interested in. Heather and Steve met on December 17 at around 10 p.m. and decided to drive around Myrtle Beach to see the Christmas lights. They eventually stopped at a nearby parking lot, where Steve taught Heather how to drive his manual transmission car. Excited, Heather sent her father a picture of herself behind the wheel of the car with the caption, "I just learned to drive like a true professional." Steve later stated that they had scheduled a second date and he dropped her off at her Carolina Forest apartment. Detectives struggled to find specific clues or leads around 1:15 a.m., so they decided to create a timeline of events preceding Heather's disappearance on December 17 and 18. The prime suspect was Steve Gerald, with whom Heather had spent the evening before her disappearance. However, after questioning, no evidence of his involvement was discovered and suspicions were dismissed. Heather's family and friends were surprised to learn that, while they were working hard to find the girl, they were also reaching out to the general public and offering a reward for information about her whereabouts. Tammy Moore, at the same time, became active on social media and continued to insult Heather. On December 20, Brianna and her restaurant colleagues told police about Sydney and Heather's affair, causing outrage and drawing the attention of investigators leading the investigation. Detectives summoned Sydney for questioning. Sydney was evasive and reserved throughout the interrogation, claiming that he was not near the Peachtree Landing on the night of December 17-18. He also claimed that he had no contact with Heather and was traveling with his wife Tammy at the time. Detectives suspected he was lying but needed proof. That's when investigators looked into Heather's call history and phone records, and they discovered the first clues. By reconstructing Heather's movements on the day she vanished, they attempted to establish Sydney's connection to these events. According to Brianna, Heather received a call from an unknown number on December 18 for only 5 minutes. Heather then repeatedly attempted to call the number back. Starting at 1:35 a.m., she dialed the number 9 times, indicating her desire to speak with someone she knew. The police were able to determine the exact location where the call was made. There was a payphone near a gas station in Myrtle Beach. Surveillance footage revealed that an unknown male was entering the phone booth at the time Heather received the call. All of this evidence was presented to Sydney, who initially denied making the call before admitting that he called Heather to request that she leave him alone. Tammy Moore was also called in for questioning, where she discussed her marriage and the situation but denied any involvement in Heather's disappearance. She also stated that Heather led an inappropriate lifestyle and that her behavior was abnormal. Tammy contended that the issue was not only Heather's infidelity, but also her overall behavior. Based on their suspicions, detectives decided to check all of the neighborhood's security cameras, which quickly yielded evidence. Shortly before Heather's call, Sydney was caught on video purchasing a pregnancy test at a local supermarket. When asked if the test was for him, the man responded that it was for his wife. Even more compelling evidence was discovered later. Footage from cameras installed along a remote stretch of road leading to the Peachtree Landing. These tapes featured a Ford Phone 150, It's very similar to Sydney's vehicle approaching the location where Heather's car was discovered at 3:36 a.m. After about 10 minutes, they leave the area. Experts later confirmed that the SUV seen on video belonged to Sydney. He was the last person Heather spoke with, and investigators believe he was the last person to see her at the Peachtree Landing. Using Heather's phone records, investigators were able to create a timeline of her recent movements. At 2:30 a.m., Heather's phone called the payphone number Sydney was using, but there was no answer. She then went to Longbeard's Bar and Grill in Carolina Forest, which is not far from her apartment. She stayed there for about 15 minutes before heading towards Augusta Plantation Drive. She then returned to her Longbeard and remained there for an additional 15 minutes. Heather tried calling Sydney again but received no answer, so she went to her apartment and stayed for 5 minutes. Sydney's phone received another call at 3:25 am, which he answered, and they spoke for 4 minutes until 3:37 am. Heather's phone was at Peachtree Landing, and she attempted 3 times to call Sydney, all of which went unanswered. The last call to Sydney was made at 3:41, and by 3:42 the phone had been disconnected. Security footage of Sydney's vehicle served as incriminating evidence. However, additional compromising evidence was discovered during a search of the Moores' home after investigators obtained a warrant. Suspiciously, the Moores removed their home video surveillance system on December 20 and replaced it the next day. Although investigators were unable to obtain footage from the previous system, they did seize recordings from the new one. The video shows Sydney and Tammy thoroughly cleaning the interior of their car and then burning the rags they used to clean it all on the day the new surveillance system was installed. In 2014, months after Heather Elvis's disappearance, police made a breakthrough in the case. On February 21 that year, Sydney and Tammy Moore were arrested on charges of kidnapping Heather. They were later charged with murder, despite the fact that Heather's body had never been found. However, while in jail, the Moores refused to testify. The police continued their search for Heather's body because they lacked sufficient evidence to prosecute the felony charges. Ultimately, the murder charges were dropped. However, the kidnapping charge remained. Debbie, Heather's mother, was disappointed that the charges had been dropped but relieved that she would not have to attend the trial and learn the details of what may have happened to her daughter. Heather's family hoped that it would motivate potential witnesses to testify. Finally, Sydney Moore's 5 months in custody aren't the end of it. In 2017, he was convicted of obstructing justice and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Following this, Sydney and Tammy were scheduled to stand trial for Heather Elvis's kidnapping. The case sparked intense public interest and received extensive media coverage. In 2019, 6 years after Heather disappeared, several lengthy court hearings were held, during which numerous witness testimonies, evidence, and proof of the couple's involvement in the crime were presented. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury reached its decision, and justice was served. Sydney and Tammy Moore were convicted of kidnapping Heather Elvis. The Moores were sentenced to 30 years in prison, each for their crimes and the associated conspiracy. The husband and wife will serve their terms concurrently. Following the verdict, Sydney requested to speak in court. Despite the conviction, he remained adamant about his innocence. He addressed Heather's parents with understanding and sympathy, saying that their daughter was a wonderful girl and that as a father, he regretted the tragedy that had befallen her. He admitted that he could not undo what had happened between him and Heather. But nothing could change now. Heather's parents gave an interview following the trial, which was extremely difficult for them. They expressed hope that this was not the end, and that Sydney and Tammy would eventually reveal the truth about the crime. They described their daughter as a bright and sincere young lady who suffered at the hands of deceitful and cruel men. Heather's loved ones organized a campaign on her birthday in the public park where her car was discovered. Residents in the area brought flowers and donations to the memorial site. The funds raised were donated to a center for missing persons as a tribute to Heather and to assist her family in their search for their daughter and discovering the truth. Heather Elvis' body has yet to be found. Every year on her birthday, her family posts missing person announcements in the hopes of attracting attention and keeping her and other missing people's memories alive. Debbie, Heather's mother, stated that she could not find peace until she knew what had happened to her daughter. She remains hopeful that her persistence will help uncover the truth and that someone will eventually tell them what happened to Heather. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own bedroom. Her two sons, who lived with her in the same house, heard and saw nothing. Detectives started investigating, but they couldn't find the culprit. It took 38 years for a breakthrough in the case, but nobody was prepared. Linda Slayton was born in 1950 in the state of Alabama, USA. She had loving parents and a younger sister named Judy. From an early age, Linda was ambitious and kind-hearted. She always tried to help others, which earned her many friends. Later, she married a man named Frank, with whom she had two sons, Jeff and Tim. However, as the years went by, their marriage became increasingly problematic. Frank developed an alcohol addiction and started to abuse his wife and children. Eventually, Linda left and decided to move to Florida with her sons. They settled in the city of Lakeland, where Linda's parents and sister already lived. Linda rented a house in a residential complex by the lake and dedicated all her time to providing for her sons. Linda took various jobs, but money was always tight for her. Sometimes she had to sell her belongings to pay the bills. She couldn't even afford a car, so her elder son Jeff had to ride his bicycle to school. Her younger son Tim played on a football team, and often he had to ask his coach for a ride home after practice to avoid walking despite the financial difficulties. Linda always strived to give her sons the most time and attention she could. She took them on hikes, brought them to concerts of their favorite bands, and overall tried to ensure their childhood was filled with positive moments. On the evening of September 3, 1981, when Linda was 31 years old, she waited for Jim to finish his practice and went with him to the neighbors who were hosting a small family gathering. Meanwhile, Jeff arrived home and wanted to have dinner, but there was hardly any food in the fridge. He got angry at his mother, hopped on his bicycle, and rode to his grandparents' house, who lived on the other side of the city. Later, when the whole family returned home, Jeff argued with his mother about the empty fridge. But eventually they wished each other a good night and went to bed. The next morning, Linda's sister, who lived in the same complex, went to her house to invite her for a cup of coffee. She knocked on the door but received no response, thinking that Linda had gone somewhere. The woman turned around and was about to leave when she noticed that the bedroom window was open. She approached it, looked inside, and saw Linda lying across the bed. In the next second, the woman screamed and ran to the neighbors to call the police. One look at her sister's face was enough for her to realize that she was dead. Detectives arrived at their house and began examining the crime scene. Linda was lying on her bed, her clothing partially pulled down with a wire hanger around her neck. Based on this evidence, the police suspected that an unknown man had entered the victim's room and assaulted her and strangled her. Soon, forensic experts confirmed this theory by finding a palm print on the windowsill. Linda often left it open since there was no air conditioning in the apartment, making it easy for the killer to gain access. While the detectives worked at the crime scene, the eldest son of the victim woke up from all the commotion. The investigators took him outside and delivered the tragic news of his mother's death. Afterward, they woke up his younger brother and led him towards the exit. However, at that very moment, as the boy passed by his mother's room, another police officer emerged from it, and through the open door, Tim saw his mother's body and froze in place until the officer pulled him away. Jeff and Tim, aged 15 and 12 at the time, were in deep shock. Initially, they simply couldn't believe that their mother was dead. Later, the investigators managed to talk to them, and the brothers stated that they hadn't heard any noise and hadn't even woken up that night despite having their own rooms. The detectives found this strange, considering the building had very good acoustics, and given the brutal nature of the murder, loud noises should have been audible from the victim's room. The police interviewed the neighbors, who also hadn't heard anything. None of the residents in the complex had seen any suspicious individuals that day. Medical experts examined the victim's body and confirmed that she had been subjected to violence. They extracted the killer's biological material, but at that time they couldn't conduct DNA analysis. The experts also confirmed that Linda died as a result of strangulation, so the detectives had to investigate the case with almost no evidence. The palm print could only help them if they managed to find a suspect and make a comparison. Linda's sons moved in with their grandparents. They remained in a state of shock and constantly feared that the unknown killer would come after them. The fear was so intense that they slept in the same room as their grandmother, while their grandfather sat in the living room with a rifle. However, the Detectives believed that the children were not in danger. In their opinion, the crime had solely a sexual motive, and the killer must have known the victim. After speaking with Linda's relatives, they learned about her ex-husband, who had a history of domestic violence. He immediately became the prime suspect, but the police quickly determined that the man was in a different state at the time of the murder. Afterward, the investigators discovered that shortly before her death, Linda had started dating a certain man. They located this person, but he also had a solid alibi. The detectives checked all the victims' neighbors, comparing their fingerprints with the sample found on the windowsill. They then conducted a similar comparison with all previously convicted men residing in Lakeland, but they couldn't find any matches. Several weeks after the murder, Linda's sons gradually started to recover, and eventually the relatives decided that the best option for them would be to return to school. Over time, it did help the brothers as they began interacting with friends again and gradually returned to a normal life. Tim rejoined the football team as his mother had always been proud of his accomplishments in the sport. A month after her death, he hung a photograph of his team in his bedroom as a reminder of how his mother had taught him to move forward and achieve his goals. Meanwhile, the detectives reached a dead end, failing to find a suitable suspect. They decided to go back to the beginning and reconsider why the sons hadn't heard any screams or signs of a struggle. The police reviewed Jeff's statements and noticed that he had an argument with Linda on the day of her murder. Furthermore, the teenager himself mentioned that he and his mother frequently engaged in verbal disputes. This made the detectives wonder, could Jeff have killed his mother? They called him in for questioning and started asking various questions again. Soon, Jeff realized that the investigators suspected him of the crime. He denied his involvement, but the detectives continued to pressure him. They offered Jeff to undergo a polygraph test, and he agreed. The polygraph operator did not detect any signs of deception, but the police were not ready to give up. Soon after, they called a man for questioning again, and even planned to bring in a hypnotist to put him in a trance state. Jeff constantly faced pressure, and the investigators directly accused him of strangling his mother. This led to the breaking point for Linda's relatives, who demanded that the police focus on finding the real killer and prohibited them from approaching Jeff. Despite this, Jeff agreed to undergo another polygraph test, and after successful results, he was finally no longer considered a suspect. From that point on, the case remained stagnant for many years. Jeff and Tim grew up, got jobs, and started their own families. The murder of their mother still haunts them. But every time they contacted the investigators, they received the same response: no progress had been made in the case. In March 1999, experts extracted a DNA sample from the biological material found on the victim's body. 2 years later, a new detective assigned to the case compared it with samples from all the suspects, including Linda's 2 sons, but there were no matches. Even comparing it with the FBI database yielded no results. When Jeff met with this detective, he realized that they had been acquainted for many years. It turned out that the men regularly played bowling together with mutual friends. They talked, and the investigator promised Jeff that he would solve the case, no matter what. Around the same time, Tim and Jeff heard about another unsolved crime that had remained unresolved for many years. After it received widespread media attention, new evidence emerged leading to the capture of the perpetrator. That's when the brothers decided to approach journalists and share their family tragedy. They gave a detailed interview, and the story made it into the local newspapers. In September 2001, the detective received an interesting lead. He learned that a man named Jimmy Ulmer had abducted a young woman through her bedroom window a year after Linda's murder, for which he received an 80-year prison sentence. What made it even more intriguing was that during Linda's murder, this person lived in the same residential complex just a few meters away from her house. At the time of Homer's arrest, the DNA of criminals was not yet entered into a common database, since it simply did not exist. The man himself passed away in '96, and there were no remaining biological samples. However, the detective contacted the perpetrator's mother, who provided several personal belongings from which the experts managed to extract the sample. Unfortunately, it did not match the DNA of the killer, but despite the setback, the detective was not ready to give up. He continued to search for new suspects, consistently asked the FBI to run the DNA sample of the killer through all available databases, and stayed in touch with Linda's sons. At that point, Jeff and Tim had almost resigned themselves to the thought that they would never find their mother's killer. However, in 2019, a new hope emerged when C.C. Moore, a renowned expert in genetic genealogy, took on the case. She took the DNA sample of the killer and uploaded it to public databases, then began searching for any matches. Typically, such databases can even help find the most distant relatives of the DNA owner, who could be living in different parts of the world without the slightest knowledge of each other's existence. With this information, it is possible to trace their family tree and find common lines, filter out thousands of relatives, and identify the DNA owner. After conducting all this extensive work, Moore was able to pinpoint one family living in the area at the time of the murder. Within that family, there was only one person who fit all the parameters, leaving her to conclude that he was highly likely to be the killer when the detectives heard his name. They immediately realized they had come across him in old reports. His name was Joseph Clinton Mills. Tim's football coach, who regularly gave him a ride home from practice, had never been on the list of suspects, but back in 1981, the police took a statement over the phone as he had dropped Tim off at home on that same day. None of the detectives even considered the possibility that Mills could be the killer at that time. He was only 20 years old, and there was absolutely no evidence against him, so the police didn't compare his DNA and fingerprints with the samples found at the crime scene. The investigators decided to hold off on informing Jeff and Tim about this discovery. First, they needed to make sure that Mills was truly behind their mother's murder. After studying his biography, they discovered that Mills was arrested in 1984 for forgery of a will, and his fingerprints were taken, which are still kept in a paper archive to this day. Experts compared them with the fingerprints found on the victim's windowsill and obtained a perfect match. After 38 years, they finally learned the identity of the probable killer. Immediately after they discovered that the man still lived in the same house as in 1981. Mills was now 58 years old, owned a small business, was married, and had children and grandchildren. The detectives monitored him for several weeks, hoping to obtain some item with his DNA. It could have been a cigarette butt, a coffee cup, a bottle, and so on. However, they never had the opportunity, so the police decided to discreetly retrieve his trash. They handed the bag to the laboratory, where experts tried to find an item with his DNA, and soon they succeeded. Mills' DNA matched completely with the sample found on Linda's body. Afterward, the detectives met with their sons to inform them of the progress in the case. They were both shocked, but Tim had a much harder time accepting it. He couldn't believe that his football coach turned out to be the same monster who had killed his mother. Tim respected him and looked up to him, and what's more, Mills continued to give him rides home from practice even after the murder. The man constantly encouraged him and always asked if there were any developments in his mother's case. For all these years, a photo of his football team hung in Tim's old bedroom, with the monster who killed his mom standing right behind him. In the same year Mills was arrested, he remained calm and didn't even ask what he was being accused of. When brought in for questioning and asked about Linda's murder, he claimed to have no involvement. According to him, he dropped off Tim and left. Mills insisted that he never entered their house, but the detectives knew it was a lie. They informed him about the DNA and fingerprint match, after which the suspect suddenly changed his version of events. Now Mills insisted that on that night, Linda herself invited him to sneak into her bedroom through the window for an intimate encounter. Then she asked him to lightly choke her with a hanger, but Mills miscalculated his strength and ended up killing her. Of course, the detectives didn't believe this story for a second, considering all the existing evidence. They had a much more plausible theory based on the fact that Mills had repeatedly given Tim rides home. He had seen his mother and could have targeted her as a victim. On the evening of the murder, he dropped off the boy, who immediately went to a party at the neighbor's house with his mother. Mills took advantage of the fact that no one would be home in their house. He drove away for some distance and returned on foot, sneaking into Linda's bedroom through the window and hiding in the closet. He spent several hours there waiting for everyone to go to sleep. In that same closet, he took a wire hanger and used it as a murder weapon. After subjecting the victim to violence, he left the house through the window. Based on all the available evidence, charges were brought against Mills for the murder, and the case was handed over to court in the state of Florida. The death penalty was a possible sentence for such a crime, and on February 9/2022, Mills decided to make a deal with the prosecution to avoid this fate. He confessed to the murder, but under the conditions of the agreement, he was not required to disclose the details of the crime. Linda's sons were unhappy with this fact. In the courtroom, Tim shouted at his coach, demanding to know why. Dull. He took his mother away from him, but the man remained silent, looking down only when given the opportunity for a final statement. Mills said, "I'm a good person. I'm not who they're trying to portray me as." This angered the brothers even more. But ultimately, they were grateful to the investigators for bringing the case to a conclusion and finally finding the killer. Mills was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after the verdict was delivered. Jeff and Tim promised to try to live honorable lives and dedicate themselves to their families, as that is what their mother would have wanted. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that took place in California. Corey Desmond, 28, went missing in Redondo Beach while leaving her bartending job on Valentine's Day, 2009. A few days later, her body was discovered in a plastic trash bag on the side of the road and in Running Springs in San Bernardino County. The police had differing accounts of what happened. However, after a few months, the investigation came to a halt. The breakthrough came after a woman saw a billboard with a picture of Corey and called the police. Corey Desmond was born March 18, 1980, at the Torrance Memorial Hospital, and she was the center of attention from the start because she needed to fight for her life. She had to undergo multiple surgeries due to a hole in her diaphragm, and her chances of survival were only 20. Miraculously, she not only survived, but thrived. Desmond's friends and family described her as a smart, self-confident young woman who was not afraid to express her opinions, was energetic, and had a lot of affection for the people she cared about. Desmond graduated from North Torrance High School and later earned a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Unsure of her life's purpose, she changed her mind and decided to become a teacher. Her goal was to educate autistic children. A week after her death, she received a notice in the mail that she had earned her teaching certificate. She was adored by many people, including her friends. She was sweet at times, but tough as nails. She could command a bar full of customers whenever she wanted, and all the while she was singing one of her favorite karaoke songs, like Black Velvet or These Boots Were Made for Walking, and was once again the center of attention. Corey's secondary family, which she formed while working in various establishments, kept her coming back regardless of what her family wanted her to do. In 2009, Corey worked in a bar. On Saturday, February 14, she worked a shift that ended at 9:30 p.m. She then went 2 blocks to the popular bar and street lounge. Corey was well known among the bar's employees because she had friends who worked here. She was captured on surveillance cameras assisting her friends at the bar. She left only after it closed around 2 a.m. Following that, none of her friends saw her again on Monday, February 16, at around 2:20 p.m. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call approximately 100 miles from the bar where Corey was last seen. The driver paused to remove the snow chains from the wheels. The man noticed a strong, unpleasant odor as soon as he got out of the car. He suspected the source of the stench was an animal hit by a car, but he decided to investigate. Not far from the car, he discovered something strange. He noticed a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. In a panic, the man ran out into the road, stopping cars and asking them to call the police because his phone's battery had died. They identified the victim using fingerprints and a driver's license. Corey Desmond, 28, was the victim of a brutal attack. The woman died of strangulation. She had multiple bruises on her face and neck, as well as injuries to the back of her head. Corey attempted to fight back because she had several defense wounds. Although the exact time of death was unknown, medical experts estimated Corey was on the street for approximately 12:36 hours before the man's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees. However, no evidence of intimate contact was found. The first conclusion that investigators reached was that the location where the driver discovered Corey's body was not the site of her death. The criminal disposed of her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take some time to be discovered. Before the man discovered her body, the rain had destroyed all possible evidence. The most difficult aspect of a police officer's job is breaking bad news to the families of the deceased or missing. Corey was then living with her grandmother. The woman was shocked to learn that her granddaughter's body had been discovered in a garbage bag, and Mark was equally devastated. Corey's father, Mark, was fully aware of how the system worked. The police may delay an investigation for months because they require a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. In some cases, time-consuming bureaucracy slows the criminal investigation process. As a result, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who had taken away his daughter. He chose to act. He claimed that his love for his daughter gave him the courage to look for the criminal. Mark discovered Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley near the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey had vanished on the night of February 15. Unfortunately, nobody knew about it. Grandma didn't panic because Corey was an adult who could spend the night with a friend or friends. In addition, she frequently worked late into the night and returned home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators searched the bar where Desmond worked for potential witnesses or leads. They spoke with other employees and learned that Corey had finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then visited another bar. Corey frequently did this because her friends worked at that bar and Corey would often pay them a visit at the end of the shift. She assisted at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. In addition, it provided her with extra tips. Many bar patrons recognized Corey's face and mistook her for another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the visitor's words, capturing the girl assisting her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job entails more than just serving drinks and entertaining guests. After drinking alcohol, some people lose control of their emotions and behave inappropriately. Corey had the misfortune of meeting such a person that evening. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with a provocative man who bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, offering unflattering compliments. While everyone else remained silent and refused to confront this man, Corey stood up for the bar's customers. In other words, the girl told the man that he wasn't welcome there. The violent guest was furious but agreed to leave. Corey continued to assist her friends and serve drinks at the bar as if nothing had occurred. She consumed alcohol that evening, but it had no effect on her behavior. She left the bar alone after 2 a.m. with the intention of returning home. However, as we now know, a man discovered his lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the following day. Mark gave the police all of the information he could find. He appealed to everyone on television to report any relevant information for the investigation. Meanwhile, during a conversation with investigators, the police identified the man Corey had a disagreement with prior to her death. The man stated that he had no idea who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a heated argument with the girl in a bar on February 14. The man stated that alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that he was kicked out of the bar. He then went home to sleep. The suspect denied involvement in the crime. He agreed to a polygraph test and allowed the police to search his home and car. They carefully examined the suspect's vehicle. After all, there could have been traces like bloodstains, hair, or something from a quarry. The car was filthy both inside and out. Nonetheless, forensic experts found no evidence there. While searching the man's home, they discovered no evidence of his involvement in the crime. The investigators' last hope of catching the man in a lie was a polygraph test, which he passed without difficulty, answering all of the police's questions. In addition, his wife confirmed that he arrived home before 2 a.m. I immediately went to bed. Corey exited the bar around 2 a.m. This means that he was not involved in her death. As a result, the police removed him from the list of suspects, but there were no other persons of interest in this investigation. They investigated Korea's personal life to see if she had any enemies who could cause her harm. Investigators discovered another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked stated that she arrived that night and requested permission to use the restroom. But because the bar was closed, he declined the girl's request and advised her to return home. It was around 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not return home. Investigators assumed she had been abducted or assaulted near her workplace. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not capture this, and there were no witnesses on the street at that late hour. Corey died with a blood alcohol content more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she intended to drive or find another way home. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone who could help her that night. A month later, the investigation came to a dead end. The police investigated all versions and clues, but discovered no new suspects. Korea's father, Mark, was not about to give up. He rented 3 billboards along Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards featured a photo of his daughter in the question, who killed Corey Desmond. The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information that helped the police. I'm going to leave them up there to let people know the guy is still out there. Mark Desmond said it might save someone to some extent. This story is comparable to that of Alexandria Camp. Roger, the latter's father, did everything he could to find the criminal, and billboards were crucial in solving the crime. If you haven't seen this story yet, please click the link at the end of the video. Corey's information was periodically displayed on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it produced results. When the phone rang at the police station in May 2009, Tiffany noticed one of the billboards featuring Corey's photo. This woman helped the police solve this case. Tiffany spoke quietly. The woman was distressed and terrified. She rambled as if she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I believe my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, murdered that bartender girl, Corey Desmond. Please check on him. He is behaving strangely, but I will tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called multiple times to set up a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman revealed her suspicions. According to her, on February 14, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the entire evening preparing for her date. Tiffany took the children to see their grandparents, went to a beauty salon, and purchased a new red dress. Tony enjoyed it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. He was working that day but had to get home around 11:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman attempted to contact him, but he did not return calls or messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 a.m., as if nothing had happened, and claimed he was too drunk to go home. He claimed he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleans the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he purchased the entire set of cleaning supplies. He washed the car thoroughly without her assistance. The guy's behavior appears strange, but at the time, she didn't give it much thought. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for nearly nothing and purchased another vehicle. He also changed his phone number for no discernible reason. A little later, they went on a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted the whole way, and everything seemed normal until Tony abruptly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name? The bartender was dumped here? I'm almost certain that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together but never got married. He was a hardworking individual who got along well with everyone. He has never had an issue with the law. Perez came from a large family of 8 siblings. Perez's parents grew up in the Los Angeles area, and he attended Manhattan Beach High School. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning and urgently selling the car, a strange trip, an equally strange comment about where the police discovered her body, a change of phone number, and strange behavior. Putting these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could have killed Corey Desmond. She did not want to believe it. The investigators decided to speak with Tony and went to his house to keep him from suspecting anything. Tiffany agreed to cooperate with the police and not tell him anything about the conversation. It appeared that they were conducting routine interviews of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony appeared calm, like he had nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous as he answered all the questions. He said he didn't know her and had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, hard evidence was required to charge Tony Lopez Perez with Corey's murder. Thus, the police discovered the new owner of Tony's Dodge, which he sold shortly after learning of his death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold him the car at a low price. He allowed the police to search the vehicle for evidence. Tiffany claimed Tony thoroughly cleaned the interior before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became clear why Tony Lopez Perez sold his car. The interior of the car was lit up in bright blue. Tony was asked to come to the police station. They kept the discovery a secret from him in order to keep him from fleeing. He initially claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his story, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. When the police noticed the man changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and informed him that they had discovered crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar standing under a streetlight. She lost consciousness and fell to the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not recover consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey's cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and began screaming. She told him to leave and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he became scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing that he would be blamed for Corey's death, He placed her body in the back seat of his car and drove home. Perez claimed he awoke during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. I opened the door, and it wasn't a nightmare. Perez told detectives that it was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to sleep. In the morning, he drove to work with Desmond's body still in the back seat. At the end of the day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, drove to a remote location, and left it by the side of the road. Tony claims what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed he was drunk and scared. In his panic, he strangled her unintentionally, but Corey's injury indicated otherwise. She had serious injuries to the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Furthermore, Korea's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree deprivation of life. The next day, he showed the police where he had dumped the core of his body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had DNA test results. Corey's blood matched that found in the car Tony sold shortly after committing the crime. Coroner Jack testified at the 2011 trial about the victim's multiple head contusions, strangulation evidence, and blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also claimed she had scratches on her body, implying the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Korea's injuries, prosecutors claim Perez assaulted her and attempted to force her into intimacy on February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get his way, Perez strangled her. Tiffany testified in the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her ex-boyfriend Tony Lopez Perez had an insatiable desire for sex in January and February 2009. Even though they were making love almost every day, where claimed Perez was still unsatisfied. Tiffany also testified in court that Tony had twice engaged in sexual activity with her against her will. It occurred approximately 1 month after the birth of their son. Both incidents occurred while she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers for severe back pain. Perez, who declined to testify at the trial, delivered his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He stated that he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he occasionally strayed from this path. I forgot the most important lessons I learned in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family, Perez said. Ultimately, I fell short. He mostly stuck to the story his attorney, Andrew Hale, told during the trial, that he was scared and did not mean to hurt Desmond at all. He told a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez discovered her passed out on the sidewalk. He claimed he tried to calm her down and didn't intend to kill her. I should have thought before acting. Perez said I should have taken a step back and cleared my mind. Fear took over. I was extremely scared and careless. Korea's father, Mark Desmond, stated that his daughter had a bright future ahead of her before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life, knowing that he killed his own children's hopes and dreams while killing Corey. Her father claimed that he represents all of the characteristics that women in society fear. Perez begged God in the court for mercy just before his sentence was handed down. My heartfelt apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have caused the Desmonds so much pain and sorrow that their lives will be forever changed. Beverly Desmond's grandmother commented, "I hope he never gets out on the street again. I hope he suffers as much as she did." In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women convicted Tony Lopez Perez, 36, of first-degree deprivation of life. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family thanked Tiffany Ware for helping the police solve this case. "If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever discovered it was him," said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial, along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Luz Maria Lopez's case highlights Guatemala's high crime rate ranging from love to violent crime. According to statistics, at least 100 crimes are committed here each week, half of which are considered domestic crimes and nearly 70 of serious crimes, and nearly 70 of serious crimes go unsolved. According to The New Yorker, there were fewer civilian deaths in the Iraq war zone in 2009. The tragic events described today occurred in Guatemala, a beautiful but dangerous country. Luz Maria Lopez, an attractive young woman, had a romantic and promising story, but ended with ashes in a bag thrown down a sewer manhole. She was victimized by a domestic tyrant, whom she spent years forgiving over and over again, giving him the opportunity to change his ways. There was a lot of controversy surrounding this case, and the perpetrator could have avoided accountability. But let's go through everything in order. Who's on the loose? Maria Lopez, the heroine's birth name, sounds similar to Luz Maria Direco Lopez, Morales Lopez. She was born on March 17, 1995, in the small town of San Cristobal Vera Paz, into the simple and modest family of Ada Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of her parents' 2 children, raised alongside her older brother Omar. An intestinal obstruction nearly killed the girl when she was an infant. To save her life, a complex operation was performed, and doctors made no guarantees, but the baby's mother prayed for her recovery and believed that her daughter would recover so quickly, which she did, and the surgery itself, at such a young age, fortunately had no effect on the girl's development. Luz Maria enjoyed sports, especially gymnastics and athletics, as well as classical choreography during her school years. She was a creative person who could easily connect with others and quickly make friends. The girl also studied well and had a talent for the humanities. After graduating from school, Luz Maria pursued higher education at a prestigious state university. She chose law, and later decided to specialize in criminalistics because the field has always piqued her interest. A fateful encounter. When Luz Maria was a student, she and her mother went to a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Vera Paz. It was her older brother's 25th birthday that year, and her parents and sister wanted to give him a special gift, a motorcycle, which he had long desired. In the showroom, they were greeted by a polite and attentive young consultant named George. He showed the buyers the entire assortment and made some recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but later decided to reconsider and consult with the family head. They left with the car dealership's business card, and Maria left her phone number for feedback. The girl soon received a call from George, the same salon consultant, but the conversation was personal rather than about the upcoming purchase. George called Maria several more times before daring to ask her out to a coffee shop. He knew he liked the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he had no idea how to approach her. It should be noted that Luz Maria admired this handsome young man. So, when he proposed a meeting, she agreed. The guy was a year younger than her, but they didn't mind the small age difference. Almost immediately, they began a romantic relationship that quickly developed. Both felt it was true love at first sight and expected a long and happy life ahead of them. After only a few months, the couple made the decision to live together. Despite their parents' objections, the young couple married quickly. 6 months later, the lovers held a wedding, inviting only their closest friends. Surprisingly, the problems began the day of the wedding, the institution where the banquet would be held. There was an issue that nearly derailed the vacation. The couple had to overpay significantly to ensure that the wedding took place on time. Who is George? There is little public information available about who was chosen to be Luz Maria. He is known to have been born in the 99th grade in the town of Santa Catalina Latina, located in central Guatemala. George was the eldest of 2 sons, raised alongside his brother Pablo. His family was on the verge of poverty, so the boys and his children were not spoiled with nice clothes and expensive toys because the money was only enough for the basics. However, George did not aspire to a better life, so he didn't bother studying or looking for a good job. The young man, as they say, simply went with the flow. People who knew George described him as a withdrawn, uncommunicative, and occasionally aggressive individual. George struggled with emotional control, which led to a lack of friends and poor relationships with the opposite sex. Nevertheless, when he met the girl of his dreams, he made every effort to win her heart. And then he was in a hurry to marry, afraid she would change her mind. By the way, Luz Maria's parents have always been suspicious of her son-in-law. There was something about this young man that they didn't like, but they couldn't say what it was and couldn't stop their daughter from marrying him and having an unhappy marriage. Soon after the wedding, the young wife became pregnant, but because she had not yet completed her university education, she was unable to find a good job. Nobody wanted to hire a girl with no experience who was in an interesting position, so she had to make do with casual labor. Her husband had lost his job by then, but she was not in a hurry to burden him with a new job. When the couple had a daughter named Alice, their finances were tight. Both spouses were unemployed, and they had no money to pay for rented housing, let alone buy food and other necessities for the household. Then George persuaded his wife that the only way out for them was to temporarily relocate to his parents' home. Luz Maria refused for a long time, but they had no choice but to leave the street with a baby in their arms. The young woman eventually consented. Ada was aware of her daughter's family problems and persuaded her to return to her hometown on several occasions, but she insisted that everything would be fine with her husband and that there was no need to worry. The mother decided to pay a visit to her daughter and granddaughter one day, but when she arrived at her son-in-law's parents' home, she discovered a frightening picture. Luz Maria was in a terrible state. She only ate once a day, and a small Parquet family decided it was unnecessary to feed their unemployed daughter-in-law. Luz Maria was breastfeeding her young daughter. So malnutrition could have an impact on both her and the child's health. However, the meager food was only one of the many difficulties Maria encountered at her mother-in-law's house. As it turned out, her husband's younger brother repeatedly humiliated and even beat her. This guy was irritated by the child's crying and the presence of children's items in the house, so much so that he repeatedly threw them at Maria, launching a baby bottle at her and hitting Alice, who was in her mother's arms. George witnessed all of this but never stood up for his wife and daughter, treating them as if they were strangers. Ada persuaded her daughter to take her granddaughter back to her parents' house, but George soon appeared on their doorstep, asking his wife to return and promising to find work. She agreed, but only after the young people were able to rent an apartment and live independently of George's parents. Win or lose, Maria defended her diploma. She was able to realize a long-held dream by landing a job in the city prosecutor's office. As a bright, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began to advance up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved significantly, to the point where the couple could afford to buy a car for two. However, this was solely due to the wife's efforts, as she worked hard, spared no expense, and was well respected by her superiors. George was still searching for himself and preferred to live at the expense of his wife, who was envious, lazy, and a domestic dictator. The young husband had an explosive temper, and the situation worsened over time. He didn't want to be interrupted by temporary part-time jobs, and even then he preferred to sit at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends and spending what his wife made. In addition, George was pathologically jealous and attempted to control his beloved's every move. He did not allow her to make friends, eat lunch with colleagues in cafes, or simply be somewhere. Without him, he was constantly checking her phone, looking at call history and reading messages, as well as assisting her in setting up accounts and social networks at home. When left alone, the husband acted no better. He created scandals out of nowhere, constantly clarified relationships, and blamed his wife for all of the problems and family troubles. They lived in his parents' house. George never stood up for his wife, instead watching as she humiliated, insulted, and sometimes even beat his relatives. George occasionally used his fists to enforce his will and saw nothing wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing that she would endure anything and would never leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams coming from the couple's house and noticed signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Lopez repeatedly attempted to leave her husband and file for divorce. Luz Maria moved her daughter out of her parents' rented apartment, but her husband repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Despite her parents' advice to leave the abusive man, she forgave him and gave him another chance. On December 15, 2020, after another fight with a man handling a Luz Maria, 3-year-old Alice got into the car and cried in front of her mother. George arrived a day later, but it wasn't clear whether he wanted his wife or the car back. He stated that he had found a job and that their lives would now change, and he vowed that he would never raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him again and accompanied her husband to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that her husband had not only failed to get a job as promised, but also stole her earnings, leaving the family destitute. Ada felt sorry for her daughter and offered to give her some money so that she and her granddaughter could cover their expenses until her daughter's salary arrived. The women agreed to meet in the morning of January 19. However, Luz Maria did not arrive at the appointed time. Furthermore, she did not respond to phone calls or messages, which was unusual for her. Aida decided to visit her daughter's workplace the following day, but there she discovered that Maria had not arrived for the second day and that no one had been able to reach her. At the same time, George, who was looking for his wife, arrived at the prosecutor's office. He claimed that they had quarreled again and that Luz Maria had gone to her mother's house and was not answering her calls because she was offended by him. Ada immediately sensed something was wrong and assumed her son-in-law was lying, so she went straight to the police to begin the search for a missing Maria as soon as possible. The same day, an alert system was declared nationwide under the codename Isabel Cloudiness in the original alert. This meant an emergency search for a young woman who had been reported missing. When the massive search began, the missing woman's husband was the first person identified as a suspect. Although he was the only suspect in the case, Luz Maria had no enemies, so there was no reason to believe she was kidnapped. The last person to see her alive was George. Naturally, this guy denied his involvement in the case, claiming that he was knocked down while looking for his wife and is now outraged and annoyed that he has become the main suspect. At the same time, he was constantly confused in his testimony and couldn't explain why he didn't notify the police about his wife's disappearance on the day she went missing. And if he assumed she was at his mother-in-law's house, why didn't he call or go there? While police were searching for witnesses and combing the area, municipal workers accidentally discovered the body of the missing Maria. On January 22, several workers responded to a call regarding a clogged storm drain near the road. When they lifted the grate, they noticed a strange, large plastic bag with something black inside. As they got closer, they realized they were looking at charred human remains. They immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and the officers who arrived speculated that the body found could be that of Luz Maria Lopez, who was wanted throughout the country. Despite the fact that the body had been severely disfigured by fire, forensic experts confirmed with certainty that the remains belonged to a young woman, her parents, and her brother. It is worth noting that the package was discovered on the same street as the building of the prosecutor's office where the deceased worked, but there were no surveillance cameras or lighting in the area. Despite the fact that the body was badly burned, pathologists were able to determine that the woman had been severely beaten and that asphyxia was the cause of her death. Internal hemorrhages, several fractures sustained while she was alive, and caked blood particles in her nose and mouth were all evidence of this. There were deep marks on her neck that indicated strangulation. This is a strange message. Upon the discovery of the body, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation, and the victim's parents were certain that the son-in-law was responsible for their daughter's brutal murder. George was immediately arrested, and the motivation for his heinous act was being investigated. Psychologists and criminalists were also required to conduct in-depth analyses of this marriage and the family relationships. During the investigation, Ada Lopez provided a frightening audio recording that was sent to her anonymously by someone who lived in the same neighborhood as her daughter and son-in-law. Apparently, this person has repeatedly witnessed the couple's family scandals, and this time he decided to record their argument, not realizing that it would end in a violent murder. The audio recording clearly depicts a distraught Maria screaming and crying for help. In the background, Alice sobs. Ada was horrified at what she had heard. She stated that if the witness had called the police right away, her daughter might still be alive today. The man who recorded the audio did not only not call the police, but he also did not go to the house where the horrible screams were coming from. The police were also unable to locate the anonymous person. As a result, he was unable to serve as a witness in the investigation. The audio recording was included with the materials for the criminal case, and Ada gave a big interview in which she urged all citizens to be vigilant and report to the police about the revealed facts of domestic violence, rather than simply filming or recording them on a dictaphone. According to the woman, such simple actions can save someone's life. This high-profile crime sparked widespread public outrage, and thousands of people marched across the country to demand that the killer be held accountable. Despite being taken into custody almost immediately, George maintained his innocence, claiming that he personally drove his wife to work that fateful day, after which she vanished. Street CCTV footage showed the couple's car driving toward Luz Maria's workplace that morning. However, due to the tinted windows, it was unclear how many people were in the car. In addition, none of the recordings showed the car coming to a stop or Maria exiting the cabin. The couple's rented home revealed numerous washed-out traces of blood and drag marks. This implied that this was where the heinous crime had occurred. Suspicions were confirmed when microscopic burnt flesh fragments were discovered in the family car's trunk. During the search, the investigator was also interested in the couple's recent purchase, a double orthopedic mattress. More specifically, not the mattress itself, but the dense polyethylene with which it was wrapped. According to the comparative analysis, George had packed his wife's burned remains inside. There were also several witnesses among the family's neighbors who had repeatedly heard George insult his wife and threaten her with death. A few days before Maria's sudden disappearance, her husband had threatened to kill her if she left him and to hide her body so no one would ever find it. Based on the information gathered by expert criminologists and the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation of the pieces restored the gruesome picture of the crime. The murder happened on the night of January 19, 2021. The spouse had a heated argument the day before, and George once again used his fists to assert his authority. He had previously struggled to control his anger, but this time he simply went into a rage. He repeatedly hit his wife, causing her to scream and cry for help. The neighbors of the family heard the screams, but did not call the police. While beating George, he broke his wife's nose and injured her head. After that, he strangled her with his bare hands before attempting to dispose of the body. To accomplish this, he dragged the body out to the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. George did not expect his funeral pyre to be so smoky, and the stench of burning meat and hair to irritate his eyes. He was concerned that the neighbors would notice it, suspect something was wrong, and contact the fire department or the police. So he quickly extinguished the fire, wrapped the burned remains in plastic, and went to a secluded location where he believed the body would never be discovered. The most horrifying thing was that George committed all of these atrocities in front of their young daughter, who, due to her age, understood what was going on, albeit not completely. The child, who was 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed the beating and crime, as evidenced by his cries and screams, which were also captured on video. George, who was familiar with forensics thanks to his wife's textbooks, attempted to cover up the crime and establish an alibi. He discovered a section of road with no lights or video cameras and dumped his wife's body in a drainage sewer, there going unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her workplace along the same route he always took, as if he had dropped Maria off there. The next day, he began simulating an active search for his wife by contacting her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. Trial and verdict. The criminal lawyers pushed to delay the trial as much as possible while also attempting to derail the investigation. They insisted that all of the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, with no single piece of evidence conclusively proving George's guilt. Defense attorneys attempted to have George's detention changed to house arrest, claiming that he was deeply depressed as a result of being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, the data obtained from Maria's phone proved to be the most important piece of evidence. The gadget had been with her husband the entire time, and on the first day after the crime, he sent several messages to various people, attempting to create the illusion that Luz Maria was still alive. Also, after tracking the smartphone's movements throughout the day, it was clear that it was constantly in the same locations as George's phone. However, the lawyers attempted to turn this evidence in favor of their client, claiming that he discovered his wife's phone and drove around the city with it in search of her. But no one could explain why George was sending messages from it and calling it from his own cell phone. The bruises and scratches on the defendant's body discovered on the day of his arrest served as further proof of his guilt. Experts recorded these marks on photographs, indicating that the victim clearly resisted. The most visible was a scratch on his neck, but only fragments of George's epithelium under the murdered's fingernails were discovered because they had been destroyed by fire. Despite the large number of contentious issues, the prosecutor requested the highest possible punishment for the perpetrator. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the coronavirus pandemic. However, in October 2022, the defendant was found guilty of the brutal murder of his wife. The man was sentenced to 50 years in prison, despite not admitting guilt. Little Alice's custody was transferred to her maternal grandparents, who admitted that their granddaughter is now the most important part of their lives. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The summer of 1985 in London was sunny and warm, with a strong sense of nature and tranquility. However, at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, Jeremy Bomber, heir to the White House farm, received a sudden phone call at his home. The young man, barely awake, answered the phone, wondering who could have called him so early. On the other end of the line was his foster father, whose voice was unusual. He was clearly in panic, and Jeremy couldn't understand his father's words. He tried to concentrate and figure out what had happened. However, his son's efforts proved futile. And then there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line. The last thing Jeremy heard from his father was, "Your sister has gone crazy. She has a gun and an alarm." Jeremy wasted no time in calling the police and reporting the frightening conversation. Emphasizing the potential danger from his sister, officers arrived on the scene an hour and a half late after receiving the call. They were followed by Jeremy. There was an unusual silence and stillness all around. This was suspicious given what the son of one of the farm owners had told the police over the phone. Because it was suspected that weapons were involved, the English police chose not to rush inside, as was their professional practice. The effectiveness of such actions can be debated endlessly, but it is ultimately up to the English authorities. When they arrive on the scene of call, they are usually unarmed and do not interfere with the situation, instead waiting for it to resolve itself or for a special unit to intervene. The police officers kept their distance from the house, while Jeremy remained close by. They asked him to tell them what had happened at the Bumper House the night before. According to Jeremy, they had sat around the dinner table as a family the previous evening. There was a minor misunderstanding at the end of dinner, but nothing major that could have resulted in such a tragedy. He also stated that he had left his weapons, a pistol and a .22 caliber carbine, with his parents. Both weapons were serviceable and loaded. A special team arrived on the scene and discovered that all doors and windows in the house were locked, with the exception of the window in the master bedroom on the first floor. They spent 2 hours using a loudspeaker to communicate with someone inside the house, but all they heard was a dog barking. It had been nearly 3 hours since the first police officers arrived on scene. At 8 a.m., the SWAT team finally entered the house where an eerie silence reigned. The group carefully moved around the first floor, inspecting each room. As they approached the kitchen, they saw chaos, including an overturned chair on the floor. A dead man lay in a pool of blood. It was Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father. Neville's body appeared disfigured, with bruises and abrasions on his arms and face, as well as a broken nose and jaw, indicating that he had fought hard. There was no way to help him. His chances of survival were completely eliminated after 8 bullet wounds, 6 of which were to the head. On one of the kitchen surfaces, there is a telephone with its receiver removed, as well as several rounds of .point caliber ammunition. The image shocked the police officers, but they had to proceed to thoroughly investigate the entire house. It was decided to inspect the first floor first, and then proceed to the second floor if no other family members were present. Every step had to be carefully controlled to avoid creating unnecessary noise. However, the creaky floor of the old house made this a difficult task. There was nobody else on the first floor. However, on the second floor, there are 2 bedrooms. 4 more bodies were discovered. June Sheila and 2 young boys, Daniel and Nicholas, were all killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, while Daniel and Nicholas had 5 and 3 shots, respectively. Sheila lay on the doorstep of her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. A total of 25 bullets were used to kill 5 family members. The number of bullet points prompted questions. Was it possible that someone had deliberately removed the bummers? And what was the motivation? Could it be that the real culprit was attempting to mislead the police? Answers to all of these questions were required. so authorities immediately began investigating and researching the history of all deceased family members, the history of the Bamber family. The county of Essex, with its natural beauty, is close to the noise in crowded London, where there is always an endless stream of tourists flowing. However, it retains its value in the eyes of the locals, providing a respite from the hectic capital. The county invites you to unwind in both your body and soul, enjoy the fresh air, walk through endless green meadows, taste crystal, clear lake water, explore medieval castles, and immerse yourself in fascinating stories. These benefits most likely drew the Bamber family to Essex, where they chose to settle. June and Neville realized their dream when they purchased White House Farm. June married Neville in 1949 when she was 25 years old, and the couple moved to their farm with the goal of raising a strong, prosperous family. Neville, a Royal Air Force veteran who had completed his service, was appointed magistrate of the local court. However, fate dealt the couple several unexpected twists and turns. June's lengthy attempts to conceive proved futile. They did not give up, however, and instead chose to place their 2 children in an orphanage. So Sheila, at 3 months old, and later Jeremy, at 6 months old, joined their family. June and Neville were exemplary parents, filling their children's days with love and care. Their children received an excellent education from them in prestigious private schools. The Bummers' financial situation was extremely prosperous, allowing them to give their children every opportunity. Despite his brilliant education, Jeremy had a withdrawn personality and preferred solitude since childhood. His tendency to rebelliousness was evident in elementary school, where he performed poorly, prompting his parents to send him to boarding school in 1970. When Jeremy was 9 years old, English boarding schools were rigid, and he quickly realized that he would face strict discipline. The years at boarding school were difficult, but they may have helped shape Jeremy's character for the better. After excelling at university, he became more relaxed, and his parents were proud of him. After graduating from university, Jeremy's father, Neville, offered him a job on a farm in England. The young man accepted the offer right away, and in 1982, he returned from his journey that began after completing his studies. His parents provided him with comfortable living conditions, including a cottage, a car, and a decent salary. They also expected him to help them in their old age. Despite outward success within the family, Jeremy experienced tensions due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, experienced intense emotions because her children did not share her religious beliefs. Her attempts to lead them to faith were futile. She became depressed as a result of difficulties in her family relationships and frustration. She received treatment that included the use of electroshock, which was then considered a method of dealing with mental illness. Sheila Caffell, and Neville's daughter, had a significant impact on her mother's depression. Unlike her calmer brother Jeremy, she was fascinated by the fashion industry and wished to become a model. But June flatly denied the idea, saying she didn't want to hear about her daughter getting involved in show business. These were just a few of Sheila's many surprises for her parents. When she announced she was pregnant at the age of 17, June was faced with a difficult decision: either forbid her daughter from having a child out of wedlock, which was religiously unacceptable, or force her to have an abortion, which is also forbidden in the Christian world. In the end, June absolved herself of all responsibility and instructed Sheila to make the decision herself, but in such a way that no one in their family would ever know she had terminated the pregnancy. As a result, the mother and adopted daughter's relationship deteriorated. In 1977, despite her parents' objections, Sheila married Colin Campbell, the father of her first unborn child. The young men formed a family and had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, after a while, Sheila began to suspect her husband of infidelity and filed for divorce. This had a significant effect on her mental health. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric hospital where she received electroshock therapy just like her mother. Meanwhile, Sheila's sons were sent to an orphanage where they spent nearly 2 years. Sheila's health only deteriorated. She became anxious, frequently expressing a desire to end her and her children's lives, claiming that they were under the influence of Satan. She had paranoid schizophrenia, and Jeremy used to cause a lot of problems for his parents. He settled down and was content with his life on the farm. Sheila reunited with her ex-husband Colin in 1985, and the two took their sons from the orphanage. In August, Sheila and her children were invited to meet her parents at the bamboo house. They planned to stay for a week. after which Colin and the boys would travel to Norway. He brought Sheila and the kids to the farm, and on Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone congregated at the lovely White House farmhouse. It ended up being the Bamber family's last dinner. The Bummers' funeral took place a few days after the tragedy, and Jeremy, of course, attended. It was a difficult and bitter situation for him. He cried a lot and was stunned by what had happened. But it was on this day that the investigation took a new direction. Jeremy's strange behavior was noticed, and relatives of the Bamber family reported it to authorities. During breaks between bouts of grief and tears, he would say ridiculous phrases about himself as the boss. Those around him noticed a smile on his face, an unusual smile, but one typical of a contented winner. All of these observations and remarks were reported to the authorities, who decided to conduct a more thorough investigation. On this ill-fated evening, everything seemed perfect. A family dinner, a cheerful atmosphere, and a delicious meal. However, one comment made by Neville in June changed everything. The parents suggested that Sheila return the children to the orphanage, emphasizing her inability to provide them with a proper upbringing. This provocative suggestion irritated Sheila, who reacted angrily, stating that she was already thinking about it and would make her own decision. The warm atmosphere of the evening was disrupted. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy went home. At the same time, Barbara Wilson, the Bamboo Farm secretary, called about a work-related issue. When Neville answered the phone, Barbara noticed he was irritable. There were several loud voices in the background. People appeared to be arguing excitedly. Barbara was taken aback by the atmosphere, as such occurrences were uncommon among Bummers. She was unable to determine the cause of the conflict. However, Neville abruptly terminated the conversation and hung up the phone. The next morning, all of the family members in the house had been shot. Jeremy was the only surviving member of the family, and he couldn't hold back his tears. The investigators were sensitive to Jeremy's emotions and gave him time to recover before beginning interviews. Before leaving the house, Jeremy shared all of the available information, including his sister's life difficulties and the dinner conflict on the evening of August 6. Given her mental state, Sheila's crime appears to be a desperate and most likely unconscious act. Under the influence of a parental remark, she couldn't take the new invasion of her privacy and lost her mind, so she turned to gun violence, shooting the Bummers, her children, and herself. Investigators were certain that was what occurred. During an inspection of the house, it was discovered that the crime that destroyed almost the entire family was committed by the Bambers' mentally unstable adopted daughter, Sheila. This was demonstrated by the weapon discovered lying on her body, pointing upwards toward her chin. The detective's subsequent actions appear absurd. The police decided to clean up the house and organized an unusual process of burning the bloody bedding and carpets on which the bodies were lying. The police wanted to rid Jeremy of the horrible memories of what had happened, and the weapon found at the scene, which could be used as evidence, was picked up by the officer with his bare hands. To avoid jumping to conclusions when reopening the investigation, the scene needed to be thoroughly examined. The first step was for detectives to inspect the weapon. Several people's fingerprints were found on the barrel, including the investigator, who appeared to pick up an important piece of evidence without gloves. The presence of Sheila and Jeremy's prints raised no questions. Jeremy confirmed that it was his hunting gun. He'd bought it legally. Sheila's fingerprints as a suspect in this crime were quite expected. However, it is important to note that the alleged perpetrator was shot twice in different parts of her body. How did she come to take her own life? And that's when things became clear. Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, began to question his innocence. She contacted the investigators and provided them with some interesting information. On the night of August 7, Jeremy called her to report problems at the farm. However, when Julie attempted to learn more, Jeremy abruptly hung up. She also recalled Ames complaining to her several times before the tragedy about his family's fatigue with his in-laws. However, the most shocking aspect of her testimony concerned the Bombers' will. It turns out that the Bombers had left a will stating that all of their property would go to their children after their deaths, and that their mother would rewrite their share in favor of the twins, Sheila. This fact turned Jeremy against his sister. He did not like this prospect, and he openly discussed it with his friend. Furthermore, Neville's will stated that Jeremy would have to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the worst part was when Julie overheard him say that Jeremy fantasized about murdering his family and blaming it on the mentally ill Sheila. He showed some acting talent by portraying himself as a witness to the tragic drama in front of the police officers. According to Julie, she told the police about it not only to assist with the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge. After learning about Jeremy's mistress, Jeremy gave the police the name of a possible suspect in an attempt to cover his tracks and divert the detectives' attention away from him. He went after a plumber he allegedly hired to work on the property. However, this cunning plan proved ineffective. The plumber was discovered and interrogated, but his alibi was strong. The plumber not only did not understand why he was being questioned about the crime, but he also provided clear evidence that he was not present at the time of the incident. As a result, the suspect list was reduced to just one: Jeremy Bamber. Despite his temporary detention, the lack of concrete evidence resulted in his release. Furthermore, the police did not limit his travel abroad. Although it was known that following the inheritance, Jeremy's financial situation had improved significantly. Soon, he had left England for a vacation in central France, and a few days later, he easily sold his father's car. Jeremy's cousins demanded that the theory that Sheila murdered her family be reconsidered. They went to the police and the media, and the deputy director of the CID once ordered the Bamber cousins to leave his office when they asked him to consider that James Bamber had orchestrated the entire thing. After that, one of the brothers decided to investigate the scene in secret from the others. His strong doubts about Sheila's involvement in the murder prompted him to seek additional evidence. By then, Jeremy had gotten the keys to his parents' house and was living there alone. His cousin made it through the door and around every corner of the house, hoping to find new evidence, and his search was fruitful. In one of the closets, he discovered an unexpected item: a silencer for a .2 carbine with bloodstains. It was something that prompted him to draw new conclusions. The weapon's length, including the installed silencer, indicated that the assailant would be unable to turn it on himself and shoot himself. This implied that Sheila could not have been involved in the crime. After being shot twice and bleeding, she would not have been able to remove the silencer and hide it deep in the closet. But, assuming she fired without this additional device, a new question arises: why were there bloodstains on the end of the silencer? Thus, it only confirmed that it had been installed on the carbine at the time of the crime. On September 29, Jeremy returned home and was immediately arrested and charged with the Bamber family's murder. The trial, which lasted 18 days, started on October 3, 1986. At Chelmsford Crown Court, Jeremy Bamber appeared arrogant as he took his seat in the darkness. Throughout the trial, prosecutors charged him with lying. The station's telephone technicians confirmed that Bamber's home phone line was busy that night. The medical examiner testified at trial that key injuries on Neville's body discovered by experts included several bruises, indicating that the elderly man resisted blows. The medical examiner concluded that Neville had been beaten with the same point by a .2 carbine. However, given Sheila's frailty and short stature, it is unlikely that she could have caused such severe injuries to her father before his death. It is more likely that Jeremy was capable of such an action. Neville's body was covered in bruises, and it was clear that Sheila had taken some blows during the fight. However, her body showed no signs of beatings or bruises. Jeremy's lawyers insisted that Sheila, despite her mental problems, was physically fit and capable of committing a crime. Her gun experience and excellent shooting skills were strong evidence that she could have committed the crime. They also noticed that Sheila's blood was fresher than that of other family members, which led them to believe that she had first massacred her family before killing herself. This could have been due to a realization of her actions, or, as the defense lawyer suggested, a reaction to the approaching police officers. After hearing these theories, the prosecution categorically rejected them. The silencer was discovered in the closet, along with Sheila's blood, but, logically, it should have been on the carbine. These statements were unquestionable. The defense was in a difficult position, with no additional arguments to counter the prosecution's case. The prosecution claims that Jeremy's anger at learning of the divided will motivated him to commit the crime. He planned the bloodbath for financial reasons. On the day of the incident, the housekeeper saw Sheila and noticed nothing unusual about her behavior the day before. 2 employees had seen her with the children and reported that she was happy and adequate. Barbara Wilson, the farm clerk, testified that she called Neville around 9:30 p.m. and believed she had ended an argument. Barbara reported that Neville was upset and appeared to hang up in frustration, which he had never done before. In her opinion, he was a calm man. Between 10:30 and 10 o'clock, Jeremy left his in-laws and went home. Late at night, he returned on the bicycle he had borrowed from his mother a few days before the events, steering clear of the main road to avoid being seen. Making use of an open window in a first-floor room, when Jeremy got inside, he discovered a pre-prepared and loaded gun. When he entered his parents' bedroom, he fired 2 shots that killed Jane. Then he pointed the gun at Neville, but his father awoke and attempted to defend himself. A struggle ensued, and the father and son went downstairs. Jeremy was able to kill his father in the kitchen. He then returned to the bedroom and killed Sheila and her children to make it appear that his sister was responsible for the crime. Jeremy placed the carbine in the dead Sheila's hands. He then returned to his bike and rode home. He first called his friend Julie, almost gave himself away with excitement, and then called the police to report his father allegedly calling. This call also prompted questions about the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he would have probably called the police rather than his son, and the phone in the bamboo house was not covered in blood. Even though, according to Jeremy's testimony, the father was most likely injured at the time of the call. This indicated that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed for staging. Jeremy's own actions also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father called him? After all, this was his family. Based on all of the known facts and assumptions, the jury retired to deliberate on its decision. Before doing so, the judge asked the jury 3 main questions. Who should be believed, Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber? It was also important to determine whether they were convinced that Sheila had not committed the crime. The judge emphasized that this issue was related to another critical question. Was the second fatal shot fired at Sheila with a silencer? If the answer is yes, it eliminates the possibility that she committed the shooting. Finally, Neville Bamber called his son in the middle of the night. The lack of such a call undermined Jason's entire version of events. On October 28, after more than 9 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Jason Bamber guilty by a majority vote that was close to the minimum required for conviction. He received 5 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas Hurd, the Home Secretary, ruled in 1988 that Bamber should not be released. The case remains a source of contention. Despite the lack of direct evidence proving Jeremy Bamber's guilt, he is serving his sentence, and there is speculation that a miscarriage of justice occurred, with his sister Sheila Bamber insisting on his innocence through appeals. His lawyer claims that the judgment was skewed due to Jeremy's aggressive behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber believes there is no evidence of his guilt, and there are numerous unexplained points in the case. Tests on Sheila's hands were not performed. There was police misconduct at the scene, and Jeremy's ex-girlfriend may have retaliated. Bamber requested a trial, which was held in 1991, but much of the physical evidence was destroyed by a police officer in 1996. Jeremy's defense team described it as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complicated and ambiguous. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies were inconsistent with the use of a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal requesting that all evidence be turned over to the defense under the guise of a lawyer, for which he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for fraud, seeking evidence of his innocence. Bamber created websites to discuss the case and offered a large reward for evidence that could overturn his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to draw public attention, raising questions about the verdict's accuracy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman who worked at a jewelry store disappeared without a trace during her lunch break. When investigators began to unravel this mystery, they were only able to find a few unusual clues and witnesses. Only several decades later, the truth finally became known, and it was a big surprise for the detectives. Linda Reed was born in 1962 in the Australian city of Gold Coast. She grew up in a loving family, was a cheerful and energetic child, and had many friends in her school years. Linda met a guy named Robert. The couple began dating, and at 19 years old, the young woman married him. They dreamed of creating a large and friendly family as well as building the house of their dreams. The newlyweds started working on this. Almost immediately after the wedding, they bought a plot of land and began saving a significant portion of their income for construction in order to have the house ready as soon as possible. The couple decided not to spend money on rent and lived in a trailer on Robert's parents' backyard. Linda got a job as a salesperson at a jewelry store located in a large shopping center. She immediately liked this job and found common ground with the team, and the decent income allowed her to save up for her dream home even faster. December 1983 was a tense month, as there was a frenzy in the store due to the approaching holidays. Linda, who was 21 years old at the time, had to work in an intensified mode. December 13th was no exception. From the beginning of her shift, Linda worked diligently, and only at 12 p.m. did she have the opportunity to take a break. Usually she had lunch in the same shopping center and returned earlier than the allotted time, but on that day, it didn't happen. Linda's colleagues were very surprised that she did not return from her break at the appointed time, as the young woman had never been late before the workday went on and Linda still did not show up. Everything looked as if she had simply decided to leave her ship without informing her colleagues, but they doubted that the young woman could do such a thing as she approached her job with the utmost responsibility. Her husband was also surprised when Linda did not return home after her shift. He waited for some time and then contacted her colleagues. They told the man that his wife did not return from her break, and Robert started to seriously worry. He went to the shopping center and started walking around in search of Linda. After that, he visited several other places that the young woman regularly frequented, but she was nowhere to be found. With each passing minute of searching, he became increasingly concerned that something bad had happened to Linda. So by 7 p.m. that evening, the man decided to call the police. The operator told him that a report of a missing adult would only be accepted after 24 hours had passed since the disappearance. Linda's mother also tried to contact them but received the same response. In the end, the relatives had to wait until the next day before the report was accepted. The police began investigating and tried to find out what Linda was doing during her break. They learned that the young woman went shopping for New Year's in several stores located in the same building. After that, she visited her bank branch and received a check to pay bills. The last person to see her was the shopping center security guard, who noticed Linda leaving the parking lot in her car. The police could not find any other information. The young woman's relatives had no idea why Linda left in the middle of her shift, and most importantly, where she was headed. The police sent out alerts for the young woman and her car and began keeping an eye on Robert. According to statistics, husbands are more likely to commit crimes against their wives, but in this case, Robert had a reliable alibi. No other suspects were found. According to everyone who knew Linda, she never had enemies and was generally a very positive person. As investigators tried to find new leads, several days had passed since Linda's disappearance. On the third day, the police received a report about an abandoned car that matched the description of the young woman's car. It was located in a suburban area 20 kilometers from the shopping center. Arriving at the scene, the police realized that it was indeed Linda's car. The vehicle was parked on the side of the road next to bushes. In the 1980s, this area was almost undeveloped, with most of it covered in bushes and trees. Inside the car, the police found Christmas presents that Linda had bought before her disappearance. The doors were unlocked and the ignition key was inside. In the salon, the police found an unusual clue. An empty menthol cigarette pack was lying next to the front passenger seat. Linda and Robert never smoked, so investigators came to the most obvious conclusion: the pack could belong to the kidnapper. The police immediately began to search for evidence, and soon they made a sad discovery. About 40 meters from the car, in the stream bed of a small creek, they found Linda's body. Her hands were tied with a bikini and eyeglass cord. The victim's relatives said that she never owned either of these items. Medical experts determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation, and the young woman was also subjected to violence, but at that time specialists could not extract a DNA sample from the criminal. Thus, the investigators presented an approximate chronology of events. In their opinion, an unknown criminal attacked Linda in the parking lot of a shopping center. When she came to put the gifts she bought in the car, he forced her to sit behind the wheel and drive to the place where they later found her body. After that, he subjected her to violence and killed her. There were no leads that could lead the investigators to a suspect. Then they decided to try to interview all the visitors of the shopping center who were there during Linda's lunch break. Of course, this was an extremely difficult task to attract people's attention. The police took the victim's car and placed it in the shopping center, attaching a photo of the young woman and information about her disappearance to it. Investigators hoped that such a visual installation would help visitors who saw Linda that day remember some details. Several witnesses told the police that they saw a teenager with light hair in the shopping center parking lot, but investigators could not identify him. Other witnesses told something more interesting. On the day of Linda's disappearance, they saw a man who was trying to catch a ride on the highway less than a kilometer from where the victim's body was found. Soon, the driver of the van turned to the police and reported that on the same day he had picked up a man who was hitchhiking on the road in the same location where other witnesses had seen him. Here's where things got interesting. The driver recounted that the man was smoking menthol cigarettes, but he was holding them all in his hand without a pack, since an empty pack of menthol cigarettes was found in the victim's car. This became the first significant lead for investigators. Forensic specialists examined the driver's van and found a fingerprint on the glass near the passenger seat that did not match the owner's prints. Unfortunately, a comparison with existing databases did not yield any results. The suspect's description that the driver provided was also superficial and did not help the authorities find the man. No other evidence was found, and the investigation into this case came to a standstill for many months. A new lead only appeared just over a year later in 1985, when a prisoner in one of the state's prisons who was a police informant gave investigators an interesting tip. His cellmate Craig Andrew McConnell had confessed to him about Linda Reed's murder. According to Craig, he and another man were trying to steal a car from the parking lot of a shopping center. When Linda noticed them, fearing that she would remember their faces and report them to the police, the criminals abducted and killed her. Detectives had come across this name before. Craig had received 2 life sentences for murders committed in 1984, and he was considered a suspect in Linda's case, but the police could not find any connection at the time. After the tip from the informant, they talked to Craig in prison, but he claimed that he had nothing to do with the murder. He added that his cellmate had made it all up, and they never talked about the case, but the police were not quick to believe him. Craig committed 2 brutal murders just a few months after Linda's death, and the story told by the informant could very well be true. Forensic experts compared the suspect's fingerprints to those found on the van's glass, but they did not match. Despite this, the detectives continued to consider Craig a possible killer, and in 1986 they decided to bring the case to trial. The only arguments against him were the words of an informant. However, he himself did not live to see the start of the trial. The man died shortly before from an overdose of illegal substances. Nevertheless, the prosecution had his entire story. According to the informant, Craig drew him a rough map of the place where he left Linda's body. Experts concluded that it matched the terrain fairly accurately, right down to the location of the trees. In addition, Craig said that Linda told the kidnappers that Rob would seek revenge. The young woman really did often call her husband by his incomplete name. The suspect also told the informant that he ate a cheese and vegetable sandwich that belonged to Linda after her car was found. Experts did find traces of cheese in her purse. Despite such precise details, all of this with circumstantial evidence, and did not provide sufficient grounds for a guilty verdict. For this reason, Craig was not found guilty of Linda's murder. Investigators continued to believe that he was involved in the crime and tried to find additional evidence that would allow them to secure a guilty verdict, but other attempts led to a dead end, and ultimately the case stalled for many years. In 2014, 30 years after the murder, detectives reopened the investigation and decided to review the existing evidence. They handed samples of fingerprints from the van's glass to experts who tried to reconstruct them using modern technology, and when they finally succeeded and loaded the data into the database, the police finally had a match. The fingerprints belonged to Troy James O'Hara, who was already serving a life sentence. 1.5 years after Linda's death, he killed a 22-year-old young woman, and the details of this crime were very similar. His victim was returning from a shopping center with purchases for her upcoming wedding. When she approached her car, James forced her to sit in the car and drove her to a remote area where he subjected her to violence and killed her, tying her hands beforehand. Despite this similarity, James was never a suspect in Linda's case and was not even on the police's radar. The detectives remembered another fact. During the early stages of the investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a fair-haired teenager in the parking lot of the shopping center, and given that James was only 17 years old at the time, he fit the description. Despite this, the police wanted to find as much evidence as possible, and an interesting turn of events awaited them. It turned out that a DNA sample of the person who assaulted Linda had been stored at the warehouse all this time. although it was no longer listed as evidence in the documents. The investigators discovered it almost by chance, but here was one problem: the sample was very small and had already begun to degrade, so local experts were unable to extract the perpetrator's profile from it. Then the investigators sent it to a modern laboratory located in New Zealand. The experts managed to extract the profile, and it fully matched James's DNA. All of this took several years for the investigators, considering that the criminal was already serving a life sentence. They could take their time and properly prepare the case for trial. In the end, James was only arrested on August 26, 2018, almost 35 years after the murder. At that time, the man was 51 years old. He had spent more than half his life in prison and had earned several more charges during that time. James twice attacked guards and even managed to escape from prison once, but he was caught the next day after his arrest for Linda's murder. He denied his guilt, and preparation for trial began. The process lasted for several years, but in March 2021, the criminal decided to confess. He said he A-dubbed Linda in the parking lot. The young woman was sitting in her car eating a sandwich. He got into her car and threatened her to drive to a remote location where he assaulted and killed her. When the judge asked him about his motives, James noted that he simply wanted to kill a random young woman that day. As a result, James was sentenced to 30 years in prison for Linda's murder, although he was given the right to apply for early release in July 2022 since he had already served more than 30 years in prison. At the moment, he continues to serve a sentence, although he may be released in the next few years. Unfortunately, Linda's father did not live to see the police find her killer. He had spent decades wanting to know what happened to his daughter, but he passed away after a long battle with cancer. After his wife's death, Robert vowed to never marry again, as his heart belongs to Linda forever. At the trial, after the verdict was given, he thanked the investigators and declared that James had forever deprived him of his family. As for Craig and the informant's story, things are quite ambiguous. It should be noted that the informant was a hardened criminal himself and could have received significant benefits from helping to solve the case. It is possible that he lied to the police, and all the key facts about the case could have been gathered from the newspapers. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bauman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bauman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the bomb and family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternate and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5. If his wife did not return, the search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Beaumont. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all," "Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question: "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him. As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Baumann arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I am tired. I'm not sure how long this can go on and what I'm waiting for. I really adored him. I loved him wholeheartedly. Yes, I was too young a girl when we married, when we stood in front of the altar, and his parents were damned when I swore to God that I would love him forever and that only heaven would forgive us. Why can't I return it? Do I have to torture myself day after day just because I made those promises? I have not loved him in a long time. Just as he does not love me, he only loves himself, his parents, and our kids. But who will love me in my darkest moments? I feel as if God has abandoned me. How else could he have given me to this family, for which I have nothing, who only remembers me when they need something? Summer, clean it up. Summer, take out the trash. Damn it. Can you stop stomping your feet so loudly? I'm sick of it. I have to tell Will everything. Take the kids and leave this house. But who is going to let me leave? Especially with the kids. Will's father won't let me leave the house. I just hope I stay alive. Summer Inman wrote this entry in her personal diary, which she kept hidden from her husband and his parents. This diary was the only place she could express her thoughts without fear of being judged or punished. In 1983, a new evangelical church named Tabernacle of Faith opens in Logan, Ohio, a small American town of only 40,000 people. None of the residents had ever heard of it before. David Oyedepo, the church's founder, traveled to the town from Nigeria and told the congregation that he had an 18-hour meeting with God during which the Almighty told him that it was time to preach and pray to free the world from the devil's oppression. David Oyedepo was a very charismatic preacher. That is why the Tabernacle of Faith Church became so popular in Logan. Bill and Sandra Inman met in this church. Bill was already 18 years old at the time, and he played musical instruments in church on Sundays. Sandra also went to church with her parents. Sandra recalls that the young musician parishioner admired her parents, and they did not hesitate to allow the young people to perform at a wedding. A year later, Bill and Sandra welcomed a son. Will was born when his parents went to church, and when he was 17, he, like his father, met in the Tabernacle of Faith with a 15-year-old Summer Cook. Only with marriage were young people in no hurry, waiting until Summer was 18 years old. In 2004, Will's parents insisted that the young people move in with them following their wedding. Summer, of course, did not like this idea, but her husband was completely reliant on his father and could not go against him. So she left her parents' house and moved in with the Inman family. That same year, another watershed moment in the Inman family's history occurred. Bill starts his own flock and transforms the family garage, which was previously used as a workshop, into a self-proclaimed church. According to the Summer Inman diary, Will's father has changed dramatically. I literally do not recognize him. Tonight at family dinner, he told us that he hears God's voice and has dreams, and that he wants to share this revelation with others for their own good. Will appears to realize that his father is becoming a religious fanatic. I've seen him roll his eyes, but what can he say to that? Yes, some people enjoy Summer. Bill Inman's idea may appear unrealistic, but locals flocked to his garage in droves. They prayed, listened intently to their leaders' speeches, and even gave donations. In 2005, Will and Summer had their first son. They named him Alex. However, right after the baby was born, everyone realized that their family was in serious financial trouble. The women were forbidden from working anywhere. They were forced to do only housework, and adults and one infant cannot survive solely on donations from parishioners and Will's occasional part-time jobs at a family council. Bill stated that they were moving to Florida and would be doing construction work while the women stayed at home and raised baby Alex, according to their summer diary. Nothing changed with the move to Florida until his father went missing at work, and Sandra and I stay at home with Alex all day and night until he grows up and can live on his own. I do not think I can wait for that. I've concluded that it is impossible to make a lot of money in Florida. Bill Inman decides to return to his home state, but due to non-payment of taxes, their house and Logan are taken away, and the court prohibits their subsequent redemption. So they relocated to a rented house in the countryside in Vinton, not far from Logan. Their summer also saw the birth of 2 daughters, Kelly and Elena. Based on my summer diary, we still don't have any money. He wants me to have 12 children for him. I occasionally laugh in his face, which he takes offense to, and he even stops speaking to me. In 2010, Bill Inman, the current leader of Tabernacle of Faith Church, and his wife Sandra established Mercy Ranch, a nonprofit organization. A brilliant idea strikes him. On behalf of the church, he will construct a home for orphans, widows, and homeless people. However, there was no funding for the idea. However, the new leader found a way out of this situation. He organized a lottery in which the winner would receive $200,000, and the remaining 99 people will receive equally valuable prizes. The remaining funds would be used to build Bill's dream house. Bill ran television and radio commercials, and he initially went door to door asking residents to participate in the charity lottery. The results were stunning. Bill Inman managed to raise $1 million. The grand prize drawing was scheduled for September 2010, but, as you might expect, no drawing took place in September. Similarly, it did not take place in October or November. Bill Inman simply defrauded those who trusted him, and he had no plans to return the money to anyone. During this time, Will's father hires Adam Peters to do their landscaping and other household chores. Adam sees Summer all the time and develops sympathy for her. What he doesn't realize is that Summer and Will are experiencing a relationship crisis. Nonetheless, he perseveres and shows interest in the young woman. After a while, some people file for divorce. She took the children and went to see her parents. For the first time in her life, she got a job as a bank cleaner. Unfortunately, due to her early marriage and constant confinement in the Inman home, she had no education or work experience beyond raising children. Summer did not expect to get a higher-paying job, but deep down she was even happier because for the first time in many years, she felt independent and no one told her anything. Despite her resentment of Will, she did not mind her father seeing the children as much as he saw fit. She believed that the children needed their father just as much as they did their grandparents. Indeed, despite his tyrannical nature, Bill Inman treated the children with affection and cared enough to deny that this was foolish. One day in December 2010, a bailiff arrived at the Inman home and ordered the family to leave due to non-payment of rent. Someone found out about it, so she went over to the house to pick up everything she hadn't had time to pack when she moved in with her parents. It was terrifying to arrive at a house where she was now considered a traitor, so she asked Adam to help her with the packing. When the Inman family discovered that Summer had arrived with her new lover, they refused to let anyone enter the house. They hurled curses at them and promised to burn all of Summer's belongings in the backyard. Even the police were powerless to intervene. They attacked and even beat up an arriving officer, while Adam, horrified by what he had witnessed, vowed to find and kill him. That same day, Summer decided to file a report against her husband. She emphasized that nothing will ever be the same. He didn't gain complete control over her until after the wedding. Her calls, texts, and emails. He even had control over her lunchtime, including how much he needed to eat, how long he needed to shower, and how much time he could spend outside. Periodically, he even took her phone away, and Summer could be out of touch for a week, including with her own parents. He also told her that he wanted to find a second wife, and without hiding for the summer, he signed up for dating sites where he posted intimate photos of himself and openly corresponded with other women. Summer frequently wrote in her diary about wanting to divorce Will but being afraid. The fear was understandable. Will had warned her repeatedly that if she divorced him, he would shoot her. The police returned to the Inman home after taking a statement from a terrified Summer who had been hiding her fear for years. When questioned, he admitted that he had taken his wife's phone away from her, but only so she wouldn't talk to her lover 24 hours a day. Yes, he watched her diet, but only because he was concerned about her health. The police did not believe his answers and forbade him from seeing his ex-wife. He also received a fine and probation for his actions. The men's family couldn't ignore what appeared to be their son's abuse, so they wrote a response. But we're already on Adam Peters. In their statement, they stated that when he worked in their home, he demonstrated an unhealthy interest in Summers and young children, and that the subsequent presence of children in his company could be disastrous. There are, of course, fictions. We have not been confirmed. After that, the worst day of Summer's life happened around midnight on March 22, 2011. Summer was finishing up her work at Logan's main bank. The branch had closed by then, so all she had to do was clean up her workspace, dusting and emptying the trash. She texted Adam, telling him she didn't have much time left and would be home soon. It was already 12 o'clock at night. Summer was late. Although she had never been late before, Adam was becoming increasingly concerned. There was no telling what this was up to. Peters chose to meet Summer. By then, the doors to the ward were locked. There were no lights in the windows, indicating that Summer had not arrived. Adam walked around the building, but saw no one. So we went to the dumpsters, where a young woman was hauling trash bags that had accumulated throughout the day. She wasn't present either. But near the bins, he discovered Summer's belongings. Her purse, cell phone, and red jacket were all in the grass, a little farther from her belongings. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately dialed the police's phone number. The police arrived, searched the belongings, knocked on the bank, and interviewed the security guards, who stated that Summer had left over an hour ago, and they had not seen her again. In the glow of the police car lights, 3 individuals approached. As it turned out, they had witnessed the kidnapping. The 2 women were out for an evening jog when they noticed a white Ford pull up to the bank cleaner's house. When the woman screams, 2 men in black masks rush out and push her into the back seat. Another witness ran up to the car and attempted to save her, but the blonde woman behind the wheel sprayed him in the face with a gas can, and the man collapsed in the car as the kidnappers drove away. The women were without phones, so they dashed to the nearest police station, where they interrupted each other emotionally and attempted to recount what they had witnessed. The police officers on duty simply laughed at their story, believing that the night runners had made it all up. Who would consider kidnapping a bank cleaner with garbage bags in her hands? However, the story turned out to be completely true. Because of the cops' slowness, it was now impossible to track down Summer on a hot tip. As I previously stated, Logan is a small town. That is why the news of Summer's kidnapping by 3 unidentified men spread throughout the town overnight. By morning, proactive citizens had formed groups to search for the missing woman. They searched parks, vacant lots, and abandoned warehouses. But Summer was not to be found, a week before her disappearance. Willa Inman attempted to contest his child support payments. According to the court order, he was required to pay $150 for each child, but because his monthly salary was only $500, he requested that the payment be reduced to $150. He will also seek full custody of his 3 children, but the court has denied this request. Summer was not in contact with anyone due to her long reclusive life, so the police focused their suspicions solely on the Inman family. They were discovered in the home of Bill's mother in a nearby town. All 3 claimed they had heard nothing about the disappearance, and on the day of the kidnapping, they were in Cleveland, looking for a new home. Unfortunately, they never made it there. They were concerned that because their car had broken down on the way, they would be stuck at night on a deserted highway until morning. They needed to return to Logan. Furthermore, their old grudge against Adam resurfaced, and they started blaming everything on him. The car breakdown couldn't be proven or disproven. However, during the interrogation, the police discovered a white Ford in the yard, identical to the one described by witnesses to the kidnapping. At that time, a GP's receiver was removed from the vehicle. The inspection revealed that it had been turned off during the Summer's abduction. The police also decided to search the Inman family's cell phones, which revealed that they had not left Logan that night. The police soon learned that, at 7:30 a.m., on the morning of Summer's disappearance, the white Ford had stopped at a car wash, where all 3 of them, Bill, Sandra, and Will, were dry cleaning the interior. The entire family was detained and taken in for questioning. Bill, who was already being led away by the police, yelled to his elderly mother that they were not guilty and that it was the work of the devil against whom he and his parishioners were fighting at the station. The invasions, as if possessed, repeated the same pattern, only when it became clear that they lacked an alibi and faced execution. Sandra accepted the blame. From Sandra Inman's testimony, this summer's kidnapping was entirely my idea. It was my idea, and I drove the white Ford that night. Of course, neither of us intended to kill Summer, and I swear it was an accident. On the night of March 22, we drove up to the bank where Summer worked and waited for her to finish her shift. We saw her around 11 p.m., near the garbage cans by the bank. I drove up to her, and my husband Bill and son, while wearing black masks, pushed Summer into the car. Again, we had no intention of killing her. We only wanted her to let us see the kids because we were family. To intimidate Summer, we tied her hands and feet with plastic ties to prevent her from fleeing. Apparently, one of the times he tightened around her neck, he overestimated his strength, causing Summer to choke and turn red. He wanted to cut the tie, but he couldn't find any knives, and the knife we'd brought with us had gotten under my seat. When he finally found it, it was too late. Summer had died. Sandra Inman revealed the location where they hid Summer's body. It was an old well near the Tabernacle of Faith Church. Yes, the same church where Bill and Sandra first met, as well as Will and Summer, where they married and had gone to pray and confess for many years. Sandra's claims were supported by the autopsy results. Summer had indeed died from asphyxiation. No other injuries were discovered on her body. Bill and Will Inman were sentenced to life in prison in 2012, and Sandra Inman was sentenced to life in prison as well, despite accepting full responsibility, but the court allowed her to request parole after 15 years. Why is that? According to relatives, the women of the Inman family never made any decisions. The entire family obediently obeyed only the bill, and if it was someone's cruel plan to reclaim custody of the children, it was his, and Sandra accepted responsibility in order to save her husband and son, but she was never successful. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in 2002. During her summer vacation in Kansas, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp, also known as Allie Kemp, worked at an outdoor swimming pool. Her brother also worked there, but on different shifts. When he arrived at work one day and was unable to locate his sister, he contacted his father. The guy couldn't believe Allie was closer than he thought. Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born on October 11, 1982, in Lawood, Kansas, which is on the border with Missouri. She was the eldest of 3 children and her parents' only daughter. Alexandra graduated from high school with honors and attended Kansas State University. She had big life plans, including taking a trip in 2002. After finishing her first year of university, she returned to Leawood for her summer vacation. There was an outdoor swimming pool close to her parents' house. Her younger brother, Tyler, works there. Alexandra, too, decided to work part-time over the summer to supplement her income. It was not a busy place. The pool was primarily intended for the neighborhood's residents. By the way, this pool is still operational as of June 18, 2002. Alexandra was at work. The day was cloudy, so there were fewer visitors than usual. Tyler arrived at the pool around 5 p.m. to start his shift, but his sister was not present. Her phone and purse were on the table, where she usually sat. Confused, Tyler called his parents and informed them that Alexandra had disappeared. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene. The first thing he did was look in the pool. Roger exhaled with relief as the pool was empty. Roger then went to a small pump room near the pool, which contained various water purification equipment, a ladder, and other items. Once inside, the man looked around but saw nothing suspicious. But then he noticed a leg sticking out from beneath the tarp. Running up and lifting the tarp, Roger saw his daughter brutally beaten. She was naked from the waist down, with numerous bruises on her face and body. The man immediately dialed 911. While speaking with the operator, he cried and begged Alexandra not to abandon him. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was administering CPR to his daughter. They transported the girl to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Alexandra did not survive. She was pronounced dead immediately after arriving at the hospital. Alexander died from strangulation despite having suffered numerous severe injuries. Although her body was partially naked, experts discovered no evidence of someone forcing her into intimacy before her death. The police cordoned off the pool while they awaited the results of an analysis of the DNA samples taken from Alexander's body, hoping to find clues that would help them identify the perpetrator. There were obvious signs of a struggle in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body. Her flip-flops were in 2 different locations. The police also discovered an open antiseptic gel with a cap inside. A few days later, while police were desperately searching for the perpetrator, Alexandra's family and hundreds of caring people said their goodbyes at a funeral ceremony. The first suspect was Phil Howes, whom Alexandra had been dating since high school. Phil also worked as the pool administrator. Alexander died while working the morning shift, and Alexandra arrived at noon. Her shift was scheduled to last 5 hours. Phil used to stay after work to spend more time with his girlfriend Alexandra, but this time he left immediately after his shift because they had planned an evening date. As previously stated, Alexandra's brother arrived at work to find her already under a tarp in the pump room. However, Phil had a solid alibi, so the police quickly removed him from the suspect list. Speaking with detectives, he stated that Alexandra disliked being alone. Lawnmowers frequently stared at her and attempted to flirt with her. The police interrogated the mowers, but all of the men had an alibi. However, it was not an absolute dead end. Several men reported seeing a strange man sitting in the bushes with a video camera, liking the girls in swimsuits. They saw this man near the pool the day before Alexandra died. Furthermore, someone claimed that he left in an old Ford pickup truck to investigate the activity on the girl's mobile phone. Experts discovered that she communicated with a friend named Laurel on the day she died. They even agreed to meet, and Laurel reported to the police station for questioning. She told investigators that Alexandra invited her to sit with her until her shift ended. The weather that day was not ideal, so no one came to the pool, which made Alexandra feel better. According to Laurel, she arrived at the pool around 2:30 p.m. I parked a few yards from the fence, but Alexandra wasn't present. Laurel began honking, hoping that Alexandra would respond to the sound, but instead of her friend, she saw a man emerge from the pool house. The latter gave her a smile and waved. Laurel was unfamiliar with this man. She assumed it was Alexandra's boss and decided to leave so as not to cause any additional problems for her friend. At the time, she believed Alexandra would be in trouble if the boss discovered she was talking to friends during work hours. But that man was not Alexandra's supervisor or co-worker. The police were almost certain that Laurel had seen the criminal based on her description of the forensic artist's sketch of the suspect. The police were looking for a 30-year-old white man with stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a Ford pickup truck from 1980. The authorities received numerous clues. One person stated that the man named James was straight, looked very similar to the suspect's sketch, drove an old Ford pickup truck, and worked as a mechanic about 20 minutes away from the pool. When the police found the man and took him to the station, they were astounded by his resemblance to the sketch based on Laurel's description. James denied being involved in Alexandra Kemp's death. The man's employer confirmed his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day Alexandra died. As a result, they let go more directly. Meanwhile, the police received a report from the laboratory, which revealed male DNA on a tube of antiseptic gel found at the crime scene and on Alexandra's body. However, it was ineffective because the police discovered no matches in the databases when they searched for these samples. Alexandra's friends, family, and boyfriend were officially excluded from the suspect list because their DNA did not match the DNA samples discovered on her body. Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, was the driving force behind this investigation. Losing his beloved daughter stripped him of the meaning of life, but he regained it by setting himself the goal of finding the person who killed Alexandra. In an interview, Roger stated that you have 2 choices: stay in bed and pull the blanket over your head, or go out and fight. Tenacity impressed the police department, so he was given his own space at the police station, where he collected all of the information he received and shared potential leads with the investigation. After reviewing all available clues, Roger and the investigators contacted the producers of the television show America's Most Wanted and requested that an episode about Alexandra's death be produced. The creators agreed. It was once the longest-running television show, lasting 24 seasons. After the Alexandra story aired, the police began receiving hundreds of calls containing information. They investigated all the clues, but none of them led to a breakthrough. The investigation ended in a dead end. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexandra died, there was a new, seemingly solid clue. As a result of the search activity, a man has been arrested in Utah. They received 3 statements about this person over a span of several days. 2 women and a 114-year-old girl who are unrelated to each other told the police that a man forced them into intimacy. The criminal fled, but was eventually apprehended in Utah. This man turned out to be James Strader, the same man the Kansas police had previously interrogated. Strader's facial features were very similar to the sketch of the suspect. For some reason, no one collected his DNA sample at the time. Perhaps no one did this because Strader's boss convinced the police that he was at work on the day of the crime and had not left. Everyone thought the Alexandra Kemp case was about to be resolved, but Strader denied any involvement in her death. He admitted that he looked very similar to the suspect's portrait, but claimed he had not been by the pool that day. He provided a DNA sample for analysis. However, the outcome disappointed everyone. His DNA did not match that found on Alexandra's body, and the antiseptic gel tube ended up in prison on unrelated charges, and the Alexandra Kemp case investigation was once again stalled. Alexandra died a year ago and the police still have no suspects. Roger Kemp and Phil House, the man Alexandra was dating, continued their fight for justice. Phil, president of the student community, distributed the suspect's portrait via email to students at other universities. He also requested that students at other educational institutions watch an episode of America's Most Wanted featuring Alexandra Kemp. However, despite the best efforts of her relatives and the police, nothing was accomplished. Another year has passed. Roger Kemp refused to give up and continued to fight for justice for his daughter. He contacted America's Most Wanted again, this time requesting that the episode about Alexandra's death be rerun. When the creators asked Roger if there was any new information in the case, he replied, "No such determination of a father who lost his daughter impressed the show's creators. Therefore, the episode was shown again." Following that, the police received a high volume of calls. Roger offered a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person who killed Alexandra. The city of Leawood increased it to $50,000. Roger also published an image of his daughter's sketch of the suspects along with information about the reward in newspapers. One day, he was driving down the highway and noticed the billboards. At that point, Roger realized that a billboard was an excellent way to draw attention. He began calling advertising agencies to see how much it would cost to place the necessary information on one of the billboards. One of the agencies Roger contacted was Lamar Advertising Company. When the company's owner learned that Roger Kemp wanted to rent a billboard, he refused to take his money. Instead, he told him that he could post information for free on multiple billboards. Roger decided to post a sketch of the suspect and information about the reward on billboards near one of the state's busiest highways. The police received hundreds of clues that took time to investigate. At the same time, some clues referred to the same man. 2 unrelated individuals reported on Teddy Hoover, the owner of an old Ford pickup truck. The man worked in pool maintenance and resembles the suspect's sketch. This many matches could not be a coincidence, so the police began looking for a man named Teddy Hoover. They found out his address in Kansas and went there right away. Hoover opened the door. He was surprised and visibly nervous, but it was not his fault. Many people become nervous when the police knock on their door. They inquired about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002. As expected, the man responded that he couldn't remember because it had been 2 years. Few people will recall where they were on a specific day several years ago. Hoover also denied any involvement in the pool's maintenance, where Alexandra worked. Nonetheless, the detectives asked him to voluntarily provide a sample of his DNA in order to eliminate him from the list of suspects. Hoover responded that he needed to consult a lawyer before proceeding. He stated that he would call the police himself after consulting with a lawyer. About a day later, Hoover's lawyer contacted investigators, stating that his client was concerned about his sample ending up in the database. Teddy allegedly believed in a variety of conspiracy theories. In other words, he believed the police would use it against him. In other cases, the investigators promised not to enter Hoover's DNA into any database and would only compare it to the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer said he'd speak with his client and call back. while waiting for a call. The police searched through the materials for the 100th time and discovered a piece of paper with a familiar name in one of the folders. On the day Alexandra died, detectives interviewed bystanders gathered by the pool, hoping to learn if they had witnessed anything suspicious. Ted Hoover was one of the people the police spoke with by the pool. It indicated that he was at the crime scene. Despite his claim that he had never been there, the police became increasingly convinced that Ted Hoover was the man they had been looking for 2 years. After several days of waiting, the investigators contacted Hoover's lawyer and asked if his client was willing to provide a sample of his DNA. The lawyer's response surprised the investigators. The man stated that his client refused his services and stopped contacting him. Police immediately went to Hoover's house, but their main suspect had already escaped. They added the 29-year-old man to the national wanted list. However, he was able to cover his tracks quite successfully. Billboards featuring the suspect's image remained in place, and detectives had been searching for Hoover for months without success. In September 2004, a man called the police and claimed to have information about the suspect. He claimed to know the name of Teddy's girlfriend, with whom he lived in Kansas. Detectives decided to identify this woman, but they discovered that she left the state around the same time that Hoover fled. The woman's name was Laura Barr, and the U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that she was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut. A man named Benjamin Appleby also received mail at that address. The house where they lived was in a remote rural area. The police were certain that Benjamin Appleby was either a pseudonym or Teddy Hoover's real name. In 1997, detectives contacted the Connecticut State Police and asked them to assist in the search for Appleby. The man had legal issues in Connecticut, and a warrant for his arrest was issued. The man exposed himself in front of a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin fled the state, and the police were unable to locate him. With an arrest warrant, the detectives went to Benjamin Appleby's mail delivery address. They discovered the man at home and arrested him immediately, as the Kansas detectives suspected Benjamin Appleby and Teddy Hoover were the same person. In 1997, Appleby got into legal trouble in Connecticut. He fled the state and lived as Teddy Hoover. But when detectives in Kansas wanted a sample of his DNA to determine his involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death, he returned to Connecticut, began living under his real name, and attempted to maintain a low profile, assuming that everyone had forgotten about his wrongdoings. Appleby refused extradition to Kansas, so the Leawood detectives traveled to Connecticut, assuming he will again declare his innocence. The detectives tricked him. Before bringing the man to the interrogation room, they hung crime scene photos, as well as Alexandra and Appleby's pictures, and placed folders on the table with his name on them. The police went to great lengths to give him the impression that the investigation was thorough. When the man arrived in the interrogation room, he was speechless. One of the detectives inquired, "What do you think will happen after we get a sample of your DNA?" Appleby burst into tears and claimed responsibility for Alexandra's death. He recounted the events of the cloudy June day. Benjamin noticed Alexandra, and she appeared attractive. He decided to hit on her, and when she entered the pump room, he followed her and locked the door, preventing her from leaving. Appleby touched the girl, and she hit him back. He beat and strangled her out of humiliation. Alexandra lost consciousness, and Appleby decided to satisfy his lust by partially undressing her. He took a tube of antiseptic gel from the first aid kit and intended to use it as a lubricant. Alexandra's friend, who was sitting in the car behind the fence and beeping, stopped him from carrying out his plan. He was afraid of being caught red-handed, so he covered his body and left the room. When he saw Alexandra's friend, he smiled and waved. Then he got into his pickup truck and drove off. A few hours later, he returned to the crime scene and joined the crowd of onlookers gathered by the pool. The DNA analysis confirmed that the DNA found on the gel tube and Alexandra's body belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Thus, after more than 2 years, and largely due to Roger Kemp's efforts, the police discovered the man who killed Alexandra. Appleby told investigators that he was willing to fully admit guilt in order to quickly close the case and spare Alexandra's family from another emotional ordeal. But at the first court hearing, he declared his innocence, claiming that he confessed under pressure. You can say a lot, but disputing the DNA analysis is pointless. There was only one DNA sample on the victim's body, which belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Realizing this, his lawyers attempted to persuade the court that their client had no intention of killing Alexander. They said Benjamin admitted to killing Alexandra Kemp but denied doing so on purpose. However, forensic experts reminded everyone that the criminal had been strangling the girl for approximately 10 minutes. He could have stopped but chose not to. According to the prosecution, he came to the pool for one reason: to watch her. Unfortunately, on June 18, 2002, the pool was cloudy and empty. Appleby took advantage of the situation. In December of 2005, a jury found him guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with the option of petitioning for parole after 50 years. He received an additional 19 years for attempting to force her into intimacy. Appleby appealed the court's decision in 2019, and his life sentence for first-degree deprivation of life was upheld. The Court of Appeal ruled that an attempt to establish intimacy with Alexandra was considered when the first sentence was passed. Thus, Appleby was sentenced twice for the same crime. Based on this, the court reversed the second conviction. Even if released on parole, Appleby will be 81 years old at the time. The investigators admitted that Roger Kemp's perseverance helped them find the criminal. When Appleby was in prison, Roger and his wife started a self-defense class for girls, through which tens of thousands of girls and women across the country learned basic self-defense techniques. Billboards were not a new concept in 1991. Following the death by strangulation of 34-year-old Kathy Page, her father began placing billboards criticizing the police, and this story inspired the filmmakers. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. However, after Roger Kemp posted a sketch of the suspect on billboards, people began using this method across the country. Furthermore, many people continue to use it today. Roger's persistence in the investigation, as well as his subsequent efforts to benefit society, were not unnoticed. At the White House, he received the Presidential Citizens Medal from President Barack Obama. Roger Kemp, 77, passed away on March 1, 2022. Until his death, he worked for a foundation named after his daughter. He stated that he would consider his efforts successful if they saved at least one person. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When Michelle Whitaker, 32, went missing in August 2002, her family alerted the police. She was last seen at a truck stop in South Carolina. Michelle's family endured 6 years of futile searching and praying for her return. Every day they wondered if Michelle was still alive or had passed away. Everyone dreaded the worst-case scenario, and the clues the police discovered years later only confirmed those fears. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born August 16, 1969. As one of her parents' 5 children, she had a close relationship with her entire family. Michelle, according to her mother, Laura Andrews, was a very happy child until they relocated from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina. When Michelle reached adolescence, she and her mother began to have frequent disagreements because, in her opinion, her mother was overly strict. Michelle married after graduating from high school, but it lasted less than a year. She was too young and inexperienced to deal with the issues her partner was causing. Michelle's long and difficult ordeal began with her husband's abusive treatment. Those close to her believe that this period in her life was the source of her later problems. She couldn't handle the situation at the time and went down the wrong path. Following her divorce, her family moved to Spartanburg, South Carolina. By the age of 30, Michelle was struggling with alcoholism and had been through 3 failed marriages. She was working part-time as a waitress and barely getting by. Michelle met David one evening after work in 1999, and he offered her a ride home. Michelle agreed, but then regretted it. Instead of driving her home, David took Michelle to an isolated location where he assaulted her and forced her to be intimate with him. He was arrested a year later and pleaded guilty to assault and battery. He received an 8-year prison sentence. Michelle was arrested shortly before her disappearance for driving under the influence of alcohol. Michelle's parents decided it was time for drastic action. They contacted the local police and requested that Michelle be detained until a place in a rehabilitation facility could be secured for her. Despite their heartache, her parents believed that such extreme measures were the only way to handle the situation. Michelle was very upset by this act. Since then, the mother-daughter relationship has deteriorated significantly. Michelle was wrongfully released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her abuse of illegal substances and alcohol. The date was August 5, 2002. Michelle had an argument with her mother and stormed out of the house in a bad mood. 3 days later, the man Michelle was staying with contacted Laura Andrews and informed her that he couldn't find her daughter after they had an argument. Laura found out about Michelle's disappearance when she called a friend who worked at the local police station and asked for help finding her daughter. The police were well aware of Michelle's lifestyle. Laura was advised to wait a little longer and told that Michelle would undoubtedly arrive on her own. 2 more weeks passed, but Michelle never returned home. On August 21, 2002, an official missing person report was filed. As local authorities began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance, they quickly discovered the last place she had been seen. It turned out to be a truck stop. They obtained this information from a local resident named Doug. He happened to meet Michelle on the street the day before she went missing. Doug was riding his motorcycle in the evening and stopped outside a bar where Michelle was sitting. He approached her and struck up a conversation. Michelle informed him that she had a fight with her boyfriend and that he had thrown her out of the house. Later that evening, after visiting one bar, they went to another, where Doug claims they played a few games of billiards before riding his motorcycle for a while and returning to his house when dawn broke. Thus, it was revealed that Michelle Whitaker had been visiting local bars prior to her disappearance, and Doug was the last person to see her alive. This made him the primary suspect. His testimony also revealed Michelle's alleged plans to visit Myrtle Beach, a resort city on South Carolina's Atlantic coast. She figured she could make good money by working in local bars and restaurants. Doug stated that he dropped her off at a truck stop and left her there. He gave her a t-shirt because she was short on clothes. In addition, he gave her money for coffee and newspapers. After wishing her good luck, he drove away. In an attempt to expose Doug, the police tested him with a lie detector, but he passed. Detectives also tested the man with whom Michelle had been staying prior to her disappearance, but no evidence of his involvement in the disappearance was discovered. The police began to consider the possibility that Michelle had indeed traveled to Myrtle Beach, which is approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. Michelle remained silent for several weeks. Her family and friends were becoming increasingly anxious. Despite Michelle's anger and resentment toward her parents, they did not believe she could have abandoned her family and gone into hiding. Michelle's prolonged absence made the local sheriff question her intentions. After all, when people travel for a long time, they usually bring some personal items with them, whereas Michelle left with almost nothing. She also had a pet dog, which she adored and was extremely attached to. No matter who the detectives interviewed, everyone agreed that Michelle would never have abandoned the animal on her own accord. Meanwhile, her parents began driving around the neighborhood, hoping to find any trace of their daughter. I had received numerous reports that Michelle had been spotted on a beach in North Carolina. They dashed there immediately. They spent 3 days actively looking for her, putting up flyers and speaking with locals. All of this, however, proved ineffective. After 6 months of unsuccessful searches, Laura Andrews began to question her actions towards her daughter. She had seen her daughter on a path of self-destruction, and she couldn't just watch, she wanted to protect her in any way she could. Laura was also concerned that Michelle's disappearance could have been influenced by the aftermath of her vicious attack in 1999. She could not forgive herself for the words she told her daughter after she survived the attack. Although it was a heinous act on the part of a man, the mother believed Michelle was to blame because she had chosen this path and had injured herself as a result. Her words were another blow to Michelle's self-esteem. The sheriff's office assumed Michelle had reasons for fleeing because of her reputation. The detectives reasoned that she would be apprehended sooner or later. However, a year had passed and the search had yet to produce any results. Michelle left no digital footprints, which alarmed the cops. This was definitely not a good sign. Police and family members were both curious whether Michelle had been the victim of a crime. After all, perhaps a truck driver exploited her vulnerability. However, even that theory was never proven. 2 more years passed, and the police station received no tip-off messages for quite some time. Then, on the third anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after police and Laura Andrews visited the truck stop where she was last seen, local TV stations returned to the story. And just days after Michelle's story aired on television, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received an unusual letter. The letter was anonymous and handwritten on a small piece of paper. It stated that the author knew the location of Michael Whitaker's body. The letter was accompanied by a small homemade map indicating the precise location of the body. The letter was written in a competent and proper manner, lending it credibility. The next day, the sheriff led search dogs to a rural area 25 miles from where Michelle had last been seen. Her loved ones were distraught. 3 years later, I wasn't sure what to think. Some accepted that Michelle was no longer alive, while others, despite the odds, continued to believe she was alive and well. Search dogs were unable to detect any scent, and the search was eventually abandoned. While the investigators were relieved that no bodies had been discovered, the letter puzzled them. They obtained a handwriting analysis and a DNA sample from the envelope, which led them to believe that the letter was written by a woman. However, the author was not identified. Not long after, new headlines appeared in the newspapers, terrifying Michelle's family even more. Dana Satterfield's case was one of the most high-profile in Spartanburg County. Dana Satterfield, 27, owned and operated Alana, a beauty salon off Highway 221 in Roebuck, South Carolina, on July 31, 1995. Dana was brutally attacked shortly before her beauty salon closed and died as a result. The sheriff found her semi-naked body in a back room. Police obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene, but they were unable to determine who it belonged to. 7 years later, in August 2002, Michelle Whitaker went missing for a month and a half. Heather Seller, 20, went missing on September 24, 2000, leaving no trace behind. Heather was last seen with her ex-fiancé, Jonathan Vick. While investigating Heather's disappearance, police discovered a link between Jonathan Vick and Dana Satterfield's death. And it was his DNA that was discovered at the crime scene 10 years after her death in 2005. Vick was arrested. He was only 17 years old when he committed the crime. In December 2006, Vick was sentenced to life in prison, and he was the main suspect in the disappearance of his ex-fiancée, Heather Sellers. The police were unable to find sufficient evidence to indict him, and the case remains unresolved. Heather and Michelle vanished approximately 50 days apart. However, something more connected them. They both worked at Waffle House, knew each other, and had been seen with Jonathan Vick. When Vick was arrested in 2005, Michelle's family members were shaken and suspected she was one of his victims. Vick was questioned regarding Heather Sellers and Michelle Whitaker. However, he denied any connection to their disappearance. The investigation into the two cases was eventually halted due to a lack of evidence. Michelle's parents relocated to Rock Hill, South Carolina, approximately 65 miles from Spartanburg, in 2006. 1 year later, the entire family gathered at the church to commemorate Michelle's 5th disappearance anniversary. Laura Andrews, Michelle's mother, refused to treat the gathering as a memorial service. After all, the body had never been found, and there was a glimmer of hope that Michelle was still alive. Another year has passed. The investigation into Michelle's disappearance was transferred to Detective William Geary, who was already working on a dozen unsolved cases, including Michelle Whitaker's. Michelle's case was considered a felony because many years had passed with no evidence that she was still alive. This was a strong reason for the investigators to suspect that something terrible had occurred. The 6th anniversary of Michelle Whitaker's disappearance was approaching. On August 4, 2008, Detective Geary received a call from a woman informing him that she knew Michelle's location and that she was still alive. She stated that Michelle is currently residing in the state of Oregon. The woman saw Michelle's file on an episode of Forensic Files, as well as Laura's website. She recognized Michelle as a woman who was living with her friends. After 6 years of fruitless searching for Michelle Whitaker, the investigators were understandably hesitant upon receiving such a message. Detective William Geary, eager for proof, asked the woman to send him a picture of Michelle. Geary showed the picture to Detective Wood, who had previously worked on the case. He immediately recognized her. An Oregon State police officer was promptly dispatched to the address in question to conduct an accurate identity check. Ironically, on August 5, 2008, the same day Michelle argued with her mother and left home 6 years ago, a detective called Laura Andrews to inform her that her daughter had been found alive. Laura struggled to comprehend what she had heard. It wasn't until she put the phone down that a slew of questions arose in her mind. Where is she? How is she? Where has she been the whole time? Despite the good news, a family reunion was not possible at that time. Michelle's privacy was respected by the police, who could not tell her parents where she was. She should have called home herself. The detectives had no choice but to try to persuade Michelle to speak with her relatives, even if only to calm them down. Michelle called her mother the next evening. After 2 more weeks at the Atlanta airport, Michelle and her family finally met for the first time in a very long time. Michelle admitted that she was tired of living the way she used to, following her fight with her mom. She determined that her family would be better off without her. Originally, when Doug dropped her off at the truck stop, she had intended to go to Myrtle Beach and find a job there. But she had hitched a ride and wound up in Las Vegas, then California, and eventually Oregon. Michelle apologized to her family and the police, who spent energy and resources looking for her for all 6 years she had been living under her real name and didn't think anyone was searching for her. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. Left the Walmart parking lot. Witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down." Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. "If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own." Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the White Horse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, The footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach. According to one educator, Michelle Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck. They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson, I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a two-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Ruston High School, where she had recently graduated as chief admissions officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the 2 lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day? All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true." He continued, "Until the day the defendant murdered my daughter, all I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is a poignant reminder of life's fragility and the devastating consequences of rash actions. Let this tragedy serve as a call to compassion, guiding collective efforts to prevent similar sorrow from befalling other families. Emily Longley was born on February 22, 1994, in the London hospital. She was the first child in Mark and Caroline Longley's young family. Mark's friends teased him about becoming a father at 26. He felt completely unprepared for parenthood. He was present at the birth, and when the nurse cleaned the baby and handed her to him, he gently held her in his arms, her tiny head resting in his palms and her legs barely reaching his elbow. The girl opened her eyes and looked at her father. In that moment, Mark knew fatherhood would not be a problem for him. A few years later, the Longleys welcomed their second daughter, Hannah. The two blonde sisters adored each other and brought joy to their father. He was confident that keeping the kids warm and safe would show them how much he loved them. The girls grew up surrounded by their parents' unconditional love. They had an example of prosperity and happiness right in front of them. Mark Longley worked as a journalist for a local paper. Caroline was a teacher, and the girls had a bright future ahead of them, just as any parent would want for their children. Emily and Hannah Longley's lives were turned upside down 10 years later when their parents decided to relocate from their hometown of Bournemouth to the scenic landscapes of New Zealand. This was a huge change for everyone, as moving to another country was a big step. This difficult decision was made for Emily's health, based on the doctor's recommendation that she needed a change in climate. The longtime family traveled halfway around the world in the hopes of providing a better life for their daughters. As a result of its geographical features, New Zealand's climate varies. Most of New Zealand has a temperate maritime climate with 4 distinct seasons. The winters here are mild, and the summers are relatively cool. The Pacific Ocean and mountain ranges are significant contributors. The English family found the environment and atmosphere ideal. A new chapter has begun in the lives of the Longleys and their daughters. Emily attended a prestigious private school, and her life went on peacefully until she was metaphorically stabbed in the back by former classmates. Her friend Sarah Lee Terblanche caused a stir at school when she revealed that Emily had fallen in with the wrong crowd and was involved with banned substances. Sarah gave the school newspaper an interview about a party at Emily's house. After overcoming initial disappointments and betrayals, Emily returned to England at the end of 2010 to further her education. She moved in with her grandparents, Ronald and Zosie Longley, in a large detached cottage near the promenade in South Beach in Bournemouth, and enrolled in a British college, hoping for a new beginning in her life. Emily, who had struggled in school, adapted to a more relaxed student life and thrived. Emily made progress, balancing her studies at Brockenhurst College in Hampshire with a job at the Topshop clothing store. At 16, Emily Longley was a vibrant, cheerful, and ambitious young woman with stunning blonde beauty. Her radiant appearance helped her achieve early success in the modeling industry. Emily's captivating charm and irresistible charisma set her apart in her community. In December 2010, at a party, she met 19-year-old Elliot Vince Turner. Elliot was the only son of Lee Turner, a wealthy and successful jeweler. He worked at his father's jewelry store in Bournemouth and lived with his family in the affluent Queen's Park neighborhood. He was a member of the Firm, a group of affluent young men who frequented local bars and clubs in Bournemouth and Poole. Elliot Turner, who drew the attention of many women, appeared almost obsessed with them. Nonetheless, they quickly became a couple. Elliot was deeply committed to his girlfriend, who had begun modeling and earning her first income. She began to attract the attention of many men, and Elliot's jealousy of Emily grew intense. Within 4 months, their relationship had devolved into a battleground of constant disagreements and mutual grievances. Emotional abuse became the norm in this tumultuous relationship, characterized by Elliot's worrying behavior and unending jealousy. If he didn't like her outfit, he would accuse her of looking like a call girl. He hacked her Facebook account to track her activities and conversations. He also showed up and announced when she was not present. He used his strength and anger to intimidate Emily after she wrote him a note saying, "Stop acting so aggressive." However, each incident was followed by remorse and apologies, only for the cycle to continue. Elliot eventually went from verbal threats to physical actions. He grabbed her throat and punched her in public several times. He then justified his actions, blaming Emily for his uncontrollable emotional outbursts. Emily became concerned for her life as a result of the constant arguments and fights. She took a break and went on a holiday with her parents to New Zealand. This was the Longleys' best Easter holiday ever. Hannah and Emily hung out as they had done in the past. They walked a lot, laughed a lot, and spent a lot of time together, as if they were expecting to say goodbye soon. Her father hugged her tightly as they said their goodbyes. She agreed to return in September for the Rugby World Cup. Already aboard the plane, she sent her father a message. "It was so nice to see you. I love you." They had had a special bond between father and daughter since she was born. Emily was last seen alive by her family. She went back to the UK, intending to end her relationship with Elliot. This occurred, but unfortunately at the expense of a promising young woman's life. Elliot met his girlfriend not with flowers, but with a new set of accusations and disagreements. Elliot came across photos of Emily with 2 shirtless young men on social media before she returned from New Zealand. Jealous, he invited her to spend the night at his house. Despite their disagreement, Emily agreed to return to Elliot's family home to talk about their problems, comforted by the presence of Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita. Her arrival at the house was met with a barrage of jealousy and insults. The young couple frequently yelled and argued. A half-hour of yelling was followed by silence. On May 7, 2011, emergency services received a call that 17-year-old Emily Longley had been discovered unconscious in bed. Nina Turner called after discovering the girl in her son's bedroom. Rescuers arrived on the scene and were only able to confirm her death. Following the girl's death, neighbors noticed Turner sitting in the ambulance with his head in his hands. Elliot Turner was arrested immediately following Emily's death, but he was later released on bail pending further investigation. The investigation began following the tragic incident. Turner Jr., consumed by guilt, wrote a confession. His parents, determined not to lose their only son, intentionally withheld critical evidence, delaying the investigation. On the night of the incident, Anita Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 53, removed a coat from their son's house, retrieved the confession letter from its pocket, and doused it with bleach, destroying vital evidence. During the investigation, it was decided to secretly install listening devices in the expansive Turner family home on May 18th. After gathering evidence from a family discussion about fabricating evidence and concerns about lying to police, the police searched the household computers for additional evidence, which they discovered. A look at the browser's search history revealed searches for death by strangulation and how to avoid a murder charge. In July, all 3 family members were arrested and charged with being involved in the incident and intentionally concealing evidence. Elliot Turner denied any involvement, blaming Emily for his troubles. A forensic reconstruction of the incident revealed that Elliot and Emily engaged in a struggle on that fateful day. Elliot used force to subdue her, pressing her face down on the bed with a pillow. He then threw away the pillow and continued to strangle her with his hands. When she fell silent, he stood up and exited the room. Pathologists examined Emily's body and discovered injuries consistent with strangulation. Elliot had scratches on his arm, and Emily's fingertips contained his DNA, indicating a struggle between them. Elliot's behavior toward Emily was described in court as threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. These concerning characteristics worsened, and on a fateful night in May 2011, a heated argument broke out between the couple over Emily's choice of outfit and her photos with unknown men. The wealthy family could not afford to lose their son and damage their reputation. Elliot's hired lawyers vigorously defended him. The defense tried to downplay the tormentor's role in the young woman's death, claiming she may have used drugs. However, the Dorset police conducted an independent, toxic, and illogical examination that revealed no drugs or other prohibited substances in the victim's bloodstream. The affluent jeweler and his wife, who disposed of evidence to help cover up how their jealous son ended the life of the aspiring New Zealand model Emily Longley. At 20 years old, Elliot Turner was found guilty by a jury at Winchester Crown Court and may have killed 17-year-old Emily in his bed after a fit of jealous rage. Judge Dobbs stated during his sentencing that he intimidated, stalked, threatened, and assaulted Emily in order to maintain control over her as his trophy girlfriend. The judge also advised Elliot to abandon thoughts of champagne Bentleys and girls as he sentenced him to life in prison, stating that he must serve at least 16 years before being eligible for parole. His parents are Lai, 54, and Nita, 51. We were sentenced in the same court after being convicted of obstructing justice by concealing evidence. They concealed the crime by destroying their son's confession letter and removing critical evidence from their Bournemouth home. Their son was sentenced to 9 months in prison for obstructing justice by concealing evidence. The prosecution claimed Turner suffocated Emily with a pillow before strangling her after she returned to his home to discuss their situation following a heated argument that night. Emily's father, Mark Longley, called Elliot Turner evil and expressed his wish that Turner would suffer every day in prison. Elliot Turner was found guilty of ending her life in May 2012 and sentenced to life in prison. His parents, Anita Turner and Lee Turner, were both imprisoned. They were sentenced to 27 months in prison for misleading the police about the incident and destroying their son's confession note. Because it was a homicide investigation, the police kept her body, and it wasn't until September that she could be brought home in a closed casket. The Turners were released in 2013. Turner's reduced sentence appeal was denied the same year. However, British judges ruled otherwise during hearings in the High Court of London. It's clear that, due to wounded pride, he harbored thoughts of ending her life for a long time, eventually leading to her death. Lord Chief Justice Royce Justice Globe stated in his verdict that Simon Jones, one of the successful prosecutors, stated following the sentence that Emily's death was the result of domestic violence. Elliot stated, "I never wanted to hurt her. I was simply defending myself." Elliot Turner, Emily Longley's perpetrator, is currently serving a life sentence in a Kent prison for the brutal murder of the young aspiring model. The court determined that he would not be eligible for parole for at least 16 years. Turner, according to the Daily Star, has decorated the walls of his prison cell with photos of Emily, indicating a disturbing and possibly obsessive relationship with his victim. Surprisingly, while behind bars, Turner reportedly expressed his desire to return to a life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds. Such an attitude raises concerns about his lack of remorse and the possibility of continuing harmful behavior after release. Furthermore, Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita Turner, were imprisoned for perverting justice by destroying their son's confession letter and tampering with evidence at the crime scene. This emphasizes the gravity of the situation and the collective impact of the Turner family's actions on the pursuit of justice for Emily Longley. Following the conclusion of the trial, Emily's father began to investigate domestic violence. He portrayed Elliot as an abuser using patterns and behaviors. He was constantly thinking about ending her life. It was simply a matter of time. To love someone means not attempting to control their lives, calling them derogatory names, or isolating them from their friends. That is not love. A woman is treated as a trophy. Such relationships are solely focused on retrieving the man from Emily's father's memories. He treated Emily cruelly before she returned to New Zealand, but she did not tell us anything. I'm not sure why, but if she had, things might have turned out differently. Now I don't think of Turner or his family. He is in prison, and I hope he suffers every day. If I think too much about what he did, my anger rises, and it is the type of anger that can consume you. He never thought about the people who had loved, cherished, and raised Emily for the previous 17 years. He stood behind her, wrapped his arms around her neck, and took her life. Even now, years later, it's difficult to believe anyone could do this to Emily. After the tragedy, Emily's parents divorced. However, they continue to struggle with anniversaries and birthdays. Easter is particularly difficult because it was the family's last holiday together. On May 6, 2011, Emily was still alive. She was chatting on Facebook with her father just a few hours before the incident occurred. She appeared normal and happy with no hint of fear. On May 7th, everything changed. Emily's father awoke after receiving a phone call. He did not respond right away. By the time he awoke, he had several missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, as well as multiple messages on his cell phone. Texts from her were not uncommon, but the volume of calls and messages was concerning. Finally, he picked up an incoming call. It was his younger daughter, Hannah, crying inconsolably on the other end in the background. He could hear his ex-wife screaming, "Emily is gone. Emily's gone." He broke down while sitting on the same couch Emily had sat on just a week before. What was she going to do after college? This could not be true. How could such a vibrant young girl be gone? He couldn't remember anything else about that night. According to Emily's father's recollections, he did not sleep until he boarded the plane for England. I recall being driven to Auckland, stopping in a small town to refuel, and seeing Emily's photograph on the front page of the Herald. I thought I was going to get sick right there in the station while reading the headline. At the airport, people were throwing their copies in the trash, and I wanted to tell them who she was and that they should keep the newspaper. It felt like an eternity before Mark Longley arrived in England. He was still shocked, unable to believe that his visit to his once-loved England was to identify his beloved daughter, Emily. He still hoped there had been an error. They took him straight to the morgue, where Emily's body lay. He stood in a room with Caroline, a police officer, and the mortician, who pointed to a window and announced that the body was in the next room. The mortician pointed to the window the light would turn on, allowing them to enter the room when they were ready. The light turned on. Mark and Caroline, their hands cold with horror, stood unable to cross the threshold of that room. They were prepared to scream that it was not their daughter, but it was her. Emily was lying on the gurney, covered in a purple sheet, and appeared to be sleeping. Her father approached and touched her face. Emily's father remembered her skin as smooth but icy cold, with a beautiful alabaster hue. I wanted to flee and pretend I hadn't witnessed it. But I stood there, holding her hand, staring at the face I had studied so closely when she was born. Except now, her eyes were closed, and I realized this was no joke. She wasn't going to sit up and say, "Boo, Emily, my daughter had left." In the midst of such horror, all tomorrows become yesterday. When a flood of emotions pours down, bombarding and overwhelming the soul, you realize your complete helplessness. Emily's parents saw her for the last time that day in the morgue. The pain of losing someone does not get any easier. Time does not heal. It simply teaches you to live with it. Everyone always commented on Emily's beauty, and it continues to be discussed. She had a wonderful, warm, and loving side to her personality. She would approach you, wrap her long arms around you, and give you a tight hug. But most of all, Emily's family misses the woman she could have become. They will never know how her life would have turned out. A life denied to her. Years later, Emily's father remarried. He has a wonderful wife, Hillary, and a lovely son, Hunter, who is growing up in their household. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, has graduated from university and established her own life, free of domestic violence. Their greatest regret is that Emily is not present to share the joyful moments with them. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The love quadrangle has sharp corners. If Dave Krupa had known how his online dating would turn out, he would not have registered on a dating site. He would have continued to live his old life with his girlfriend Amy Flora and their 2 children. Maybe he would have legalized the 12-year relationship after all. especially since Amy and Dave remained close friends after their breakup. They took periodic vacations with their children, fulfilling their parental responsibilities to perfection. That was in 2011. And by the summer of 2012, Dave was ready to begin a new relationship. Only the man was not looking for a commitment and preferred to remain single. He wanted to meet women who were open to a casual relationship and did not have long-term goals. With these thoughts, he went to a dating site where everyone is looking for something unique. The modern world has brought with it new technologies that allow you to communicate at a distance, avoiding many nuances, the awkwardness of the first acquaintance, the appearance at the same time, and the fear of being rejected. Meeting someone you're interested in has become much easier. It is sufficient to select the intended partner based on a set of characteristics specified by him, and the questionnaire leaving the house for this is unnecessary. However, who is hiding behind a cute avatar profile is unknown, and whether he corresponds to those features that describe him, and the true goals of dating are not always voiced in advance and discovered later in the relationship. Carrie Leah Farver was born on November 30th, 1974, in Macedonia, Nebraska, USA. She had previously failed relationships. Her son, Max Maxwell, was raised entirely by her. Initially, the child served as both a reward and a challenge for her. Despite her strong feelings for the baby she wants, she spent a month in bed, deep in depression. Kari's mother, Nancy Rainey, cared for the child despite her difficult relationship with the child's father. Unsettled living conditions contributed to the appearance of a young, 20-year-old woman in such a heightened psychological state. Doctors eventually diagnosed Farver with bipolar disorder. People with this diagnosis are like two halves of the same coin. The individual experiences extremes. His mood becomes either too good or too bad. Euphoria, increased efficiency, and extreme friendliness give way to depression, bitterness, impotence, and other negative emotions. The disease severely disrupts a person's normal life. However, in the early 2000s, Kari's doctor discovered an effective treatment for her, allowing her to live a normal life. The question of whether she wanted to settle her personal life is rhetorical. On the one hand, undoubtedly, what woman does not desire a worthy companion? On the other hand, why tie yourself to someone who could later become the source of many problems and misfortunes? Kari grew up in a loving family, had an active lifestyle, participated in sports, and aspired to become a doctor. However, dreams were not permitted to materialize. At her first practice at the medical college, the girl lost consciousness when she saw blood. As a result, she decided not to put her own or her patient's health at risk. She studied to be a programmer. In the fall of 2012, Kari was offered a good job in Omaha, a neighboring city. She couldn't pass up the opportunities that lay ahead of her, so she accepted the offer. Since Max was in middle school, he did not want to leave his familiar surroundings and relocate with his mother. He continued to live with his grandmother in Macedonia. Amy Long, Kari Farver's friend, recalled how she couldn't help but be noticed. When she walked into a room, everyone focused on her and her radiant smile. Perhaps that's what Dave Krupa liked about her on that November day in 2012. Kari met Dave at the auto repair shop where he works. While looking at Kari's Ford Explorer, he realized he was very attracted to her. She was showing me something inside the car, and we were standing there, very close, with some tension. Dave later recalled how quickly the date arrived. And then they went up to Dave's house, only to have their privacy invaded by numerous calls and messages from a certain Liz, who later stopped by the man's apartment to pick up something left for her earlier. David informed Kari that this was his former partner, Liz Goliar, whom he met on a dating site about 6 months ago and had been dating for a while. He also explained that the woman was extremely clingy, which was the cause of their breakup. Kari was very understanding, so she was not surprised when she noticed another woman in the man's apartment. After all, everyone has a unique handle on this suitcase from the past that occasionally makes itself known. So Kari remained unconcerned, but Liz was clearly disturbed to see a strange woman in Dave's home. 2 weeks after moving in, Kari started dating Dave. They had previously discussed their relationship and agreed to a brief, unencumbered affair. Shanna Elizabeth Goliar, also known as Liz, was the first person Dave met online in 2012. Liz was born in 1975 in Michigan. Dave liked her at first. She claimed that she was not looking for a serious relationship, especially since she was a mother, and that she should spend the majority of her time with her children rather than men. By the way, they both had children of similar ages. Dave repeatedly stated that Liz was unlikely to be a real-life partner for him. She wasn't well-read or educated, which was important in a man-woman relationship. They had few topics of conversation, and the relationship was more focused on the horizontal. Liz became curious about what Dave was doing in her absence and who he was seeing, but the man repeatedly reminded her that they were in an open relationship and she shouldn't be concerned. Dave also told her that she could do whatever she wanted and that he did not stop her from dating other men. However, Liz appears to be dissatisfied with this. She began to pester Dave more and more. Liz was most envious of Dave's children and their mother. Amy, she couldn't understand how they maintained a warm relationship after their breakup. Liz's actions eventually drove Dave away. Then Carrie appeared on the horizon. Carrie was beautiful and intelligent. Dave could talk to her for hours and they agreed on everything. I felt as if I had hit the jackpot, Dave claimed, and Liz, sensing that the man was drifting away from her, began to remind him of himself through increased activity. She texted, emailed, and called. He wasn't about to stop seeing Carrie or anyone else for her. Carrie and Dave started spending more and more nights together. Dave allowed himself to do this because it was convenient for Carrie to get to work, and he liked her company. Carrie pretended she wasn't looking for anything serious and was simply enjoying herself. In December 2015, Liz was shot. The woman probably guessed who it was. Fortunately, the wound did not prove fatal. This cannot continue any longer. I need to do something about it, Liz reflected. On November 13, 2012, I will leave for work. Carrie kissed Dave and agreed to see him later. It was the last time he saw her at 9:45 a.m. The contents of a text message from Carrie caught Dave off guard at work. She texted him that she wanted to live with him permanently. Kropp was very perplexed by the correspondence. He couldn't understand Farver's abrupt shift in mood. They had agreed beforehand that they would not rush into a relationship. They were as happy as they were today. However, the message conveyed a different story. Dave gently replied that he was not prepared for such a change. Kari's counter message was unpleasant. A lot of profanity. He explained the message. I wasn't sure what to think. I was shocked. When he returned to the apartment, he discovered that all of Kari's belongings that she had brought him were gone. Apparently, that is why he believed the woman had abandoned him. The same day, Carrie deleted him from her Facebook friends list. That appears to be the end of it. However, Dave began receiving text messages and emails from Carrie multiple times per day. They contained curses and threats that would ruin his life. There were so many of them, and everyone was rude. Carrie also failed to show up for work, which was unusual given her reputation for punctuality. Kari Farver sent strange messages to Dave Krupa, her mother, and her 15-year-old son. She wrote that she had found a job in Kansas and planned to take Max with her, but she wants to be alone right now because she is worried about her failed romance. In May 2013, Carrie in her Facebook profile published a lengthy post titled, "I've answered enough questions to prove to everyone that I've had enough. You can either believe I'm your daughter, mother, sister, and lifelong friend, or just leave me alone. I left of my own free will, and all I can think about is how everyone was criticizing me for doing what I had to. I do not miss it. I really don't want to go home right now. I am a grown woman, and if I want to leave the house, I can. So when I'm ready, I'll come home. I apologize for simply walking away after causing harm to everyone. Time has passed." However, Carrie never showed up. The woman's mother realized something was wrong with her daughter when she missed her own birthday, Max's birthday, and other family gatherings. The last straw was her father's funeral. After a while, Liz Goliar began receiving messages from Carrie. She insulted and humiliated the woman in them, and some of the messages included a threat to avoid Dave. Liz decided to contact the man so that he could explain her friend's strange behavior. He informed her that he was in the exact same situation. Carrie bombarded him with messages and emails. They've got it. The woman accused her ex-lover of all sins, referred to him as a lecturer, and promised vengeance for all the pain he had caused her in response. Sometimes the messages were ominous, informing her of Dave's current activities. Dave and Liz grew closer as a result of their shared situation. He felt even more guilty about the inconvenience he'd caused her. Carrie's constant messages became increasingly threatening. The text was illogical and filled with grammatical errors. Kari's mother insisted that her daughter had never been angry and that she had always written letters and other documents properly. Kari was meticulous about spelling and style. Did Kari's bipolar disorder progress to something more after a second trigger? Could it be that she had experienced more severe mental abnormalities? Kari's actions had no explanation other than her out-of-control mental state. The presence of a separate self-consciousness and ego is the most obvious sign of dissociative identity disorder, also known as split personality. At the same time, each of them has a unique memory, thinking style, and even tendencies toward specific actions. Could this explain Kari's strange behavior and altered writing style? Everything indicated the woman's instability. This is why the police did not consider Kari Farver missing. Liz and Dave's pursuit was the primary concern. They attempted to track Kari using her cell phone. However, it was all in vain. The signals were being blocked. Liz and Dave were still getting hundreds of text messages and emails. Even when they were together, their phones would occasionally receive threatening messages simultaneously. The couple continued to date, but they were uncomfortable around Liz, who became more demanding. Kari continued to claim that she was fine with their no-commitment relationship, but every time they fought with Liz and ended his relationship with her, she texted more frequently. "We were both victims." Liz explains that Dave and I shared something that no one else did. Common problems brought the young people closer together, and they returned to each other time and again. In January 2013, Dave found Kari's car in his front yard. Surprisingly, the fingerprints on the steering wheel did not belong to Kari, and the car was generally clean, with no suspicious traces found. The police later handed over the car to Farver's parents. Kari continued to write to Liz and Dave, eventually sending pictures of their children and threatening to harm them if Dave didn't leave Liz alone. Time passed with no results. Kari's maniacal stalking continued. As Dave continued to socialize with other women, Liz's jealousy irritated him even more. He grew tired of what was going on in his life and eventually mustered the courage to end his relationship with Liz. Soon afterwards, another tragedy happened. Liz Goliar reported a house fire in August 2013 that killed all of her pets, which included a snake, a cat, and 2 dogs. Liz informed the police that she suspected Kari was to blame for what happened. The woman had repeatedly threatened her through texts and emails. The incident was a watershed moment in the investigation into Kari's disappearance. Kari Farver was placed on a federal wanted list, and it was determined that each of the tens of thousands of messages would be thoroughly investigated. Dave and Liz's cell phones were seized by law enforcement. Krupa believed he was in danger, so he purchased a gun for protection. There was a reason why someone broke into the auto repair shop where he worked and threw a brick through his window. Kari seemed to be angry at everyone in Dave's life. After a while, Kari began sending threatening messages to his children's mother, Amy Flora. Because the man spent so much time with his children, he also saw Amy frequently. The police grew suspicious. Why would a man who had only dated for less than 2 weeks and 3 years now stalk him and his ex-girlfriends? It didn't make sense. Kari Farver's relatives were also relentlessly searching for the missing woman, using every resource available to them. And eventually, in the spring of 2015, the efforts paid off. Detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty offered to help solve Kari Farver's disappearance. They discovered no evidence that Kari was alive. Here's what one of them told ABC News: "It's not normal for adults to simply pick up and leave without spending anything. Nobody noticed her, and no one heard her voice. It simply doesn't make sense. She had a good income and a nice home. I've concluded that I cannot prove she is alive." Detectives worked with Anthony Kawa, the Potawatomi County Sheriff's Office's digital forensics administrator, to review content downloaded from Krupa and Goliar's phones in 2013. According to Kawa, Kari Farver sent Dave over 50,000 texts and 15,000 emails over a 3-year period. Kawa went on to say that whoever was impersonating Kari became increasingly sophisticated in their efforts to hide their IP address and their true identity. Someone obviously knew what they were doing, as they were either familiar with or had access to a variety of computer programs. In December 2015, Liz Goliar contacted the police again, reporting that she had been shot in the leg on the doorstep of her own home. She said it was Amy Flora, not Kari. She was the person she recognized as her attacker. Dave was also missing a gun that Amy might have had access to. Could this woman be responsible for Kari's disappearance? There was a lead in the investigation. It clarified why everyone connected to Dave Krupp was being harassed. It's possible that Amy, who hasn't settled her personal life since her breakup with her children's father, decided to exact revenge by eliminating all competitors. This is especially true given Dave and Amy's long-standing positive relationship. The joint children brought them closer together, while foreign women clearly prevented them from reconciling. Amy was questioned by the police, who responded quickly. But to everyone's surprise, she had an alibi. She had not been at Liz's house during the shooting. This was confirmed by multiple people, so no arrests were made. The investigation became increasingly confusing. At the same time, new information was obtained from specialists who were processing data from Liz's cell phone. Kawa discovered fake email addresses with variations of Farver's names from Goliar's phone, revealing valuable information. Investigators also discovered an app she used to schedule text messages to be sent at specific times. This could explain why she and Dave were receiving messages from Carrie around the same time. Kawa became suspicious of Liz Goliar. When Liz's fingerprints were compared to those found on Kari's steering wheel, the puzzle began to fall into place. They were the perfect match. It was clear who the culprit was. The killer had been around for years, and no one knew who else had been affected by her actions. One thing was clear: the case needed to be closed as soon as possible. The only thing left to do was avoid scaring Liz away, or better yet, catch her red-handed. Something had to be done to knock the woman off balance. The detectives decided to fabricate a story about allegedly believing Liz. Amy is still the primary suspect. Liz took the bait. She was overjoyed that she would finally be able to get rid of another rival who was interfering with her relationship with Dave. Shortly after, Liz Goliar handed the police an email she claimed was from Amy. Amy admitted to kidnapping Carrie in that email, which also included details about the crime. According to the confession, Carrie was stabbed in the stomach or chest before being disposed of. The letter also included information about Carrie's car and home, which was not made public. The details were chilling because they were graphic, and an investigative spokeswoman claimed Liz gave detectives information that only a true criminal could have. Thus, she inadvertently confessed to Carrie Farver's murder. The letter clearly stated that the crime had occurred in the car. As a result, it was decided to conduct another examination of the victim's car. After the specialist removed the seat covers and fabric, they discovered a blood stain belonging to the missing Carrie Farver. How did Liz manage to poison messages on Kari's behalf while avoiding suspicion? According to some sources, Liz Goliar led a double life, dating both Dave and a man named Garrett. The latter lived on an IP address that was identified as the origin of messages bearing Kari's name. During our conversation, we discovered that he had been dating Shanna Goliar, also known as Liz, for quite some time. Out of kindness, the man invited Shanna to live with him and his children after the fire. However, the two's relationship became complicated and deteriorated significantly after they started living together. Garrett would watch over Goliar's children while she secluded herself in her room or went elsewhere. The man was astounded by what the police told him. Goliar spent 40 to 50 hours per week pretending to be the missing woman. Her room was a mess, but no significant evidence was discovered. However, investigators discovered several cell phones and electronics in her last apartment in late December 2016. Shanna Goliar is charged with first-degree murder. The county prosecutor discussed the complexities of the court investigation. The majority of murders are dark. This crime was so bizarre that it would take some convincing to believe it happened. There is no way anyone would have let their dog die in a fire they started themselves. There is no way anyone would have shot themselves in the thigh. However, Shanna Goliar did it to avoid suspicion. James Martin Davis, Shanna Goliar's attorney, hoped the case would fall apart because it relied primarily on circumstantial evidence. Kari's body was never discovered, nor was the crime weapon. Goliar never confessed. There was no evidence that Carrie died at all. The defense team chose a mistrial, which means that a judge, not a jury, will determine Shanna's guilt. Mountains of complicated electronic evidence were presented alongside physical evidence. However, the prosecution insisted that the amount of blood found on Kari's car's passenger seat was consistent with a stabbing confession obtained from the IP address where Shanna lived. Investigators were able to establish Shanna's direct involvement in Kari's murder. Deleted images, including a photo of a human foot with a Chinese symbol tattooed on it, were recovered from a tablet in Dave's possession after analyzing the memory card she was using at the time Carrie went missing. The foot clearly belonged to a man who had died many years before. In addition, Carrie had a similar tattoo. Later, the woman's mother confirmed that the tattoo actually belonged to her daughter. The photograph confirmed Shanna Goliar's conviction. The judge convicted her of first-degree murder and sentenced her to life in prison with no possibility of parole. He stated that Carrie Farver did not disappear voluntarily. It is extremely unfortunate that she was murdered. Authorities believe Shanna was murdered. Carrie allowed her body to decompose before burning the remains to eliminate any trace of evidence. She decided to get rid of her rival, most likely out of jealousy. After disposing of her, she purposefully took her cell phone to make Farver look insane and regain Dave's trust. When her plans were successful, Shanna wanted to free her lover from Amy as well. But she became so engrossed in the game that she ended up falling into a trap of her own design. It's a bloody love square, to say the least. Goliar was also found guilty of setting fire to her own home in August 2013, which she tried desperately to blame on Carrie, because the fire not only destroyed the house but also killed pets. She received another 20 years in prison. The woman is currently incarcerated at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women. Shanna maintains her innocence. Dave admitted to receiving thousands of emails and text messages signed by Carrie over the years. However, he never noticed her stalking him while they were together, which Shanna cannot claim. He also stated, "I want her to leave and not do this to anyone else." Justice has been served. For a long time, Carrie Farver's name was on everyone's mind. She was innocently accused of stalking people and burning down Shanna's house. Carrie is now recognized as a victim, and her good name has been restored. Carrie's mother wanted her daughter to be remembered as a fun, intelligent, and talented woman. So what happened to Carrie's son Maxwell Farver of Macedonia? According to his LinkedIn profile, he followed in his mother's footsteps and became a computer programmer. He graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in software engineering and data science before marrying. It's unlikely that he was able to forget what happened, but he could have found solace in the family he built as a result of his past. Dave Krupa has now decided to live away from the limelight. In fact, he does not have a public account on any social media platform. The chilling crime story is a brutal reminder of the tangled complexities that can arise in human relationships as a result of various forms of manipulation, which can sometimes go to extreme lengths to maintain control of the situation. It is a story about how vulnerable we can be in our familiar surroundings without understanding the true nature of humans. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman was found dead at her workplace. Detectives found several unusual clues, but they were unable to catch the culprit several years later. When the police re-examined all the clues, they made a very unexpected breakthrough. Harry Nelson was born on December 13, 1980, in the small American town of Laverne, Minnesota. She had loving parents, a younger sister, and many friends. Carrie was kind and empathetic and always tried to help her loved ones. After graduating from the local high school, she enrolled in college in the neighboring state of North Dakota. She wanted to become a doctor so that she could help others. While in college, she met a young man named Mike Callan, and they became engaged. After a while, Carrie tried to balance her college studies with part-time work at the National Blue Mound State Park located near her hometown. Her duties included selling park tickets and escorting guests who came to relax at the camping site to go hiking or see the bison. Carrie worked there for the second season in a row, and she loved the place. In addition to being a relatively easy job, she can also spend a lot of time in nature, enjoying the picturesque landscapes. On May 20, 2001, she went to work as usual. Besides, only one young woman named Rebecca, who was doing an internship at the park, was working there. In addition to her main duties, Carrie had to train and introduce her to the work process. Carrie's shift started at 8 a.m. and was supposed to end at 3 p.m. for most of the day. She was with Rebecca, explaining the work nuances, around 12:45. Rebecca went to the office building located at the other end of the park, and Carrie stayed in a small room at the entrance. Rebecca returned around 2:30 p.m. She entered the building through the back door and immediately saw a horrific scene. Carrie lay motionless on the floor with a pool of blood near her head at around the same time as a shocked Rebecca heard the front door, thinking it might be the same person who attacked her colleague. She immediately ran out through the back door and rushed home. The young woman lived in a house located within the park grounds because her father was a manager, so she quickly ran there. Rebecca told her parents what had happened, and her father immediately ran there while the young woman's mother called the police. The man arrived at the building and found no one there except Carrie. He tried to feel her pulse and realized that she was dead. After that, he closed the curtains, locked the front door, and called 911. At around the same time, another call came in to the police. It turned out that Rebecca discovered her colleague's body inside a park. The visitor walked in, not the attacker. The woman went to the registration desk and saw Carrie's body next to a puddle of blood. She then returned to her car and also called 911. The police arrived on the scene and began their investigation. The young woman's body was lying behind the registration desk where phones and cash registers were located, and things and papers were scattered around. One of the phone receivers was off the hook, the plastic pen of Carrie's chair was broken, and its pieces were on the floor. Based on this, the police assumed that a struggle had taken place between the victim and the attacker. After talking to the managers, the investigators found out that 2 bank bags intended for money storage had disappeared from the building. In addition, cash was taken from the cash register, with the total amount stolen being approximately $2,000. Men's wristwatches with a torn strap and a pack of cigarettes. Considering that Carrie did not smoke, the police assumed that the cigarettes were left by her killer. They assumed that the young woman tore them off the perpetrator's wrist during the struggle. Large particles of orange-colored stone were also found on the floor. The manager told investigators that these particles likely came from the decorative stone with the park's name, which was located on the registration desk. The police searched all the rooms and could not find the perpetrator. Considering the blood spatters were visible on the walls and ceiling of the room, they immediately assumed that this stone was the murder weapon. At the same time, their colleagues blocked the road leading to the park entrance and began questioning all visitors. The couple who stopped at the campground reported that around 2:30 p.m. a white car with a brown vinyl top drove past them at high speed. Unfortunately, they did not remember the model or license plate number of the vehicle. The investigation was complicated by the fact that there were no surveillance cameras in the park since crimes were very rare. The available evidence included a wristwatch, a pack of cigarettes, and the vague testimony of witnesses. Medical experts examined the victim's body and concluded that the cause of death was blowing the head with a heavy object. They suggested that the perpetrator may have used a large decorative stone, but this version could only be confirmed after its discovery. According to the investigators, the attack on Carr occurred between 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. They found a love letter that Carrie had written to her fiancé at her workplace. In the letter, Carrie expressed her eagerness for their wedding and described her desire to have 2 children. She put the date and time of 2 p.m. that day on the letter. Another interesting fact was that the men's watch found next to the victim's body stopped at 2 p.m. Perhaps they stopped working just after Carrie had taken them off for the attacker's wrist. Police cordoned off the park and began searching for additional clues. 5 days later, they found the decorative stone in a nearby stream. Apparently, the killer took it with him and threw it into the stream from a bridge while driving over it. Medical experts compared the relief of the stone with Carrie's head injuries and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. However, the water had washed away all fingerprints and DNA traces that the perpetrator may have left. No other clues were found, and the police began searching for a possible suspect. They first looked closely at Carrie's fiancé, but he had a reliable alibi. At the time of the murder, he was attending a funeral about 110 kilometers away from the park around 3 p.m. that day. He tried to call Carrie at her work phone, but at that time he had no idea that his fiancée was dead. Detectives interviewed park employees and received an interesting lead. Several people told them that Carrie had complained to them multiple times about her 26-year-old colleague named Stephen Carey, who reported that he continuously asked her out on a date, despite her being engaged. Stephen ignored her refusals and behaved quite persistently, causing Carrie to fear him. Additionally, the man used heavy narcotics and sold them to park visitors. Carrie mentioned to her colleagues that she was considering reporting him to the police or management. The detectives immediately questioned him, and he did not have a reliable alibi for the time of the murder. He did not work that day and claimed he was at his daughter's birthday party a few kilometers. away from the park. However, he arrived at the party around 3 p.m., which means he could have had enough time to commit the crime. In addition, he drove a white Cadillac, while witnesses saw a light-colored vehicle leaving the park at high speed. Digging deeper, the detectives found out that Stephen had financial difficulties. This gave him a motive to commit robbery, especially since he knew where the money was kept. The detectives also suspected that he may have learned about Carrie's plans to report him and decided to murder her. They seized his car and took a DNA sample from him. Meanwhile, the forensic team finished collecting fingerprints and DNA samples from the crime scene, including DNA from a man's wristwatch. In total, 135 different fingerprints were found at the scene, excluding all park employees, leaving 38 unknown prints. As for the wristwatch, 3 different DNA samples were found on it. The problem was that these samples were not enough to create a full profile, since DNA analysis technology was not yet advanced enough in 2001. As a result, experts had to work with partial profiles. They tried to add them to databases, but the results were inconclusive. The system showed them 19 possible matches, and during the investigation, the police confirmed that none of these people were related to the murder. However, the experts were able to directly compare the obtained samples with other DNA. They determined that one of the samples belonged to Carrie and the other 2 did not match any of the park employees, including Stephen. Detectives did not rush to rule him out, as he had a motive and opportunity to commit the crime, but there was no evidence against him. No other leads were found, and the caves remained unsolved for months. A year after the murder, a prisoner serving time in the local jail came forward to the police. He told them that his cellmate Anthony Powers had boasted to him about being responsible for Carrie's murder. Detectives investigated and found that Powers had an extensive criminal history, mostly for bank robberies, which had landed him in jail multiple times. Interestingly, Powers had escaped from prison shortly before Carrie's murder and was caught after the fact. His fingerprints and DNA did not match those found at the crime scene. Moreover, the witness's description of the murder did not match reality. The detectives concluded that both prisoners were attempting to deceive them for a reward of $50,000 for information, leading to the solving of the case. Since Powers was already serving a life sentence, additional charges did not scare him. Additionally, in the event of a guilty verdict, he could have avoided being transferred to a federal prison and remained in the state correctional facility, which he preferred. The case remained unsolved for several years. Detectives regularly reviewed the case, hoping to find new evidence, but their efforts were fruitless. They even put up a photo of Carrie in their office to remind themselves of the case every day. In 2007, the case was reopened. By that time, DNA analysis technology had significantly advanced, and experts re-examined the wristwatch. This time, they were able to identify 3 precise DNA profiles, one belonging to Carrie, the second to an unknown man, and the third to an unknown woman. Both of these samples were run through the state database, but no matches were found. The detectives, it was remembered an interesting detail that a special sticker was found on the pack of cigarettes discovered next to the victim's body. In those days, each state had a label for tobacco products, so the police knew for sure that the pack was purchased in South Dakota. The detectives then sent the DNA samples to their colleagues in that state, and here they had a long-awaited breakthrough when they ran these profiles with the South Dakota database. One of them showed a complete match. The man turned out to be 35-year-old Randy Leroy Swaney. This name had never appeared in police reports in Carrie's case, so it was a surprise for the investigators. Randy turned out to be a serial robber, and at that time he was serving a 30-month sentence in a South Dakota prison. At the time of the murder, he was out on parole. The police also discovered that he had a light-colored Oldsmobile Delta at that time, which matched the witness's description. The investigators checked his fingerprints, and they matched several prints found at the murder scene. Despite all this, the detectives wanted to gather as much evidence as possible before charging him. Randy had only 1 month left to serve in prison, so the police decided to act as quickly as possible. They spoke to his wife, not mentioning what her husband was suspected of. The woman was already used to Randy regularly coming to the attention of the police for robberies and thefts, so she was not surprised by their visit. The detective showed her photos of a watch, and the woman immediately confirmed that they belonged to her husband. She also said that she sometimes wore them, and the investigators immediately realized that the last DNA sample from the watch belonged to her. Then they decided to reveal everything and told her that they suspected her husband of killing a young woman. The woman burst into tears, but the police quickly realized that she was primarily scared for herself, learning that her DNA might be on the watch. She thought that she too would be accused of the murder. On April 19th, detectives came to visit Randy in prison, and attempted to speak with him without specifying what he was being suspected of. However, Randy refused to talk without a lawyer present. After the unsuccessful interrogation, Randy called his wife. As all prison calls are recorded, the police were able to listen, and the woman was angry and asked what did he do. She revealed the detectives were investigating him for a murder that occurred in Blue Mound State Park and was more worried about her DNA being found on a watch. At times, she began to cry and scream that she didn't want to go to jail for a crime she had nothing to do with. Randy, on the other hand, she repeated that he knew nothing about it. The woman actively cooperated with the police, providing her DNA samples and allowing them to search their home. She also gave them several photos of Randy, one of which showed him sitting behind the wheel of a white car similar to the one witnesses saw in another photo. The man's watch was visible and was fastened to the fourth clasp, just like the watch found at the crime scene. Additionally, his wife confirmed that Randy smoked the same brand of cigarettes that were found near the body. All of this was enough to take the case to trial. Randy was charged on May 8, 2007, one day before his release. He was immediately transferred to a prison in Minnesota, and the prosecution began preparing for the trial according to their version of events. Randy initially chose the park building as an easy target for robbery. There were no cameras or guards, but there was cash. When he entered Cary, he may have been in another room. Seeing that nobody was there, Randy began stealing money from the cash register, but the young woman returned and caught him in the act. A struggle ensued, and the man may have used threats to make her open the safe. Afterward, he took a decade of stone and struck her more than 5 times because he feared leaving a witness alive. Even his relatives, including his wife, testified against him in court. They all said that Randy regularly committed thefts, used banned substances, and had serious gambling problems, which constantly put him in debt. His former cellmate told how Randy mentioned leaving his watch at the crime scene. Another cellmate claimed that after the police came to interrogate Randy in jail, he said, "This time they got me. I'm looking at life." Randy's lawyers insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder, according to their version. Randy lost his watch sometime before the incident, and the real killer found it. However, this version conflicted with the results of DNA analysis. There were 3 samples of genetic material on the watch. Randy's wives and Cary's Randy claimed that on that day he went fishing near a town about 150 kilometers away from the park. However, since he was supposedly there alone, no one could confirm his alibi. He also said that he had been in the park only once long before the murder. He admitted that he left his fingerprints there at that time, but there was another discrepancy. One of Randy's fingerprints was found on a leaflet that was made only 4 days before the murder. All defense arguments had no weight and contradicted real evidence, and Randy's lawyers tried to blame someone else. First, he called Powers and another inmate to testify, but their story still did not match reality. Then he began to harass the victim's fiancée, constantly hinting that he could be the real killer. Trial lasted until August 15, 2008. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Randy guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After that, he continued to insist on his innocence and filed multiple appeals, but they were all rejected from the beginning. All his defense was built on absurd versions that contradicted DNA analysis and other evidence, so there are no chances for his case to ever be reconsidered. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Life in an orphanage is not ideal. You do not have your own corner, you do not have your own time, and if you can't fight back, you'll be beaten up by those who've been around for a while. Amanda and Anna Marie McClure are a little luckier than the rest. When there are 2 of you, the chances of fighting back rise. Aside from these juvenile aggressors targeting loners, the sisters were content to be alone and did not attempt to make friends. They hoped their stay in this hell wouldn't last long. Their mother would soon learn that their father had been imprisoned, so the girls were placed in an orphanage and taken away as soon as possible. It's impossible not to learn that their father, Larry McClure, was imprisoned. It was widely covered on television and in newspapers for a long time. Time has passed. Days progressed into weeks. As the weeks turned into months, we realized we could forget about returning home. One day, the sisters rescued Meredith, a newcomer, from being bullied. The girl lived with her drug-addicted mother, who was extremely thin, terrified, and flinched at the slightest rustle. She arrived at the shelter after her mother died of an overdose. Meredith was also afraid to call the emergency services, so she stayed with her body for a few days. When a friend came to visit her mother one day, she called emergency services from a payphone to avoid getting involved. Meredith became friends with the McClure sisters, and the three of them started having more fun and feeling safer. Amanda and Anne-Marie had never told anyone why they were here. Meredith had asked about it once, but Anne-Marie dismissed it and blurted out something about a police officer's father who had attempted to apprehend a dangerous criminal but was killed on the job. Amanda listened to the story with wide eyes, but her sister gave her a look that told her not to get involved. Meredith, enthralled by their father's posthumous deed, told the other students at the orphanage about the sisters' fate, and the sisters became instant celebrities. They were respected. They were envied because the majority of those present had parents who died from illegal drugs or went to prison. Eventually, all of the children wanted to be friends with the sisters, and their isolated existence came to an end. Unfortunately, this beautiful life, albeit in an orphanage, came to an abrupt end. It is unclear where the information that Anne-Marie and Amanda's father is not a deceased police officer originated. On the contrary, a living criminal was imprisoned for sexually violent acts against a young girl, and the sisters' fate was transformed into hell. However, after a while they were fortunate. Fortunately, two different families decided to adopt the girls nearly simultaneously, giving them the opportunity to begin a new life. However, the connection between them had already broken and been lost. There is no information about the sisters' life or foster homes. Amanda and Anna-Marie could have remained in this story as the rapist's only children, but their adult lives led to the most high-profile case in Virginia. Amanda is married to John McGuire, who is 38 years old. They met when she was 29 years old. Amanda's adoptive parents began to worry that she would be a loner for the rest of her life. Her psyche suffered as a result of her lack of biological family, as well as her mother's betrayal. The foster parents breathed a sigh of relief when Amanda revealed to them that she had a young man with whom she planned to marry. It was John's second wedding, and he already had 2 sons from his first marriage. And Marie had never been able to establish a family. One could feel happy for Amanda. She could have a strong, loving family. John was a very positive person. What could be said against it? Even with his ex-wife, they maintained a warm and friendly relationship. After a while, the sisters' father, Larry McClure, was released on parole and settled in the same Virginia in a mobile home. He made no small efforts to locate his daughters. He first went to Amanda's foster parents, Glenn and Alex. Larry went straight to their house, said hello, introduced himself, expressed his desire to see his daughter, and requested her contact information, address and phone number. Outwardly, he appeared very bad, even frightening. There are deep wrinkles all over his face. Huge bags were under his eyes. Furthermore, he appeared to be inebriated. No, he didn't smell of alcohol or stagger from side to side on shaky legs. However, his overall behavior was inadequate. Glenn declined Larry's request, but promised that they would inform Amanda that her biological father was looking for her. Larry was shocked when he heard the phrase biological father, but he thanked him and left. Glenn had actually kept his word. He informed Amanda that her father was free and looking for her. Amanda was haunted by a demon who denied everything and advised her to damn her father, and an angel who advised her to give her father, despite his criminal record, another chance, though it was unclear who she should listen to. Amanda first called her father. He expressed his pleasure at hearing from her and inquired about her well-being. She told him she was doing well in her marriage and was happy. Larry was pleased for his daughter and invited her to a joint dinner with her husband. Amanda had no idea if she'd live to see her father, but he seemed to know exactly what to push. Come on. Forget old grudges. All these years, I've had one thought. To see you and Anne-Marie. Anna, unlike you, I believe you missed me. You have already seen her, Amanda wondered. Of course I did. We went on a nature trip with her and had a great time, just like a real family, father and daughter. It was as if those years of separation never occurred. She also asked many questions about you. If Amanda didn't know how to deal with her father, she wanted to see her sister, who had been separated from her in the orphanage nearly 2 decades ago. And she agreed. The case file contains no description of their first meeting. but two facts are known. Larry lied about Anne-Marie. At the time, she lived in North Carolina, which is 186 miles from Virginia. Larry had never seen or spoken with her. Matt, like his father and daughter, Larry's meetings resulted in Amanda and John becoming addicted to illegal substances he brewed in his camper. Larry literally used his daughter and son-in-law before meeting the father. The couple's financial situation was stable, but Larry took money from them for the production of illegal substances. When Amanda and John lost their jobs as a result of their addictions, Larry persuaded John to register because drug addicts received $180 in state assistance, which was insufficient to purchase substances and ingredients. This is when Anne-Marie appears in the story. Larry treats her the same way. He gets her addicted to drugs and extorts money from her. Amanda and John have reached an impasse. They have no jobs due to massive debts. They have lost their home, and the only way to stay afloat is to move into Larry's camper. At this point, John's parents still didn't know. He called his parents. His mother was seriously ill at the time, and John told them he and Amanda were going on a trip together. That was the last time John's parents heard him alive. In fact, no trip was scheduled. Amanda and John moved in with Larry and formed a small group of people who used illegal drugs and drank alcohol. The whole tragedy happened on Valentine's Day. John, who rarely recovered from the effects of illegal drugs, remained madly in love with Amanda and planned a surprise for her on a festive evening in the family circle. He bought meat and alcohol and prepared a fancy dinner for Larry and Anne-Marie, as well as his wife. Under the prolonged influence of drugs, a terrible madness struck the family. Amanda and Larry grew much closer than father and daughter. Unfortunately, John didn't see it coming. Yes, you all had correct thoughts. The father and daughter considered themselves a couple. As a result, John has become redundant. Throughout the meal, John spoke very warmly to Amanda. Larry was extremely nervous about it, and the tension increased. Larry eventually interrupted his son-in-law's speech, asking him if he could be completely honest with his wife. The man agreed. Larry then proposed a game in which John's legs were tied, and he was asked to honestly answer all of the questions about his previous life. Yes, at first the questions were quite innocent. Childhood, school, university, and so on. However, Larry, under the influence of drugs, began accusing John of being an undercover FBI agent. When John denied it, they began beating him up. It came to an end when John, begging for mercy and hiding behind his children, attempted to untie his legs and was smashed over the head with a bottle of wine. Yes, it was the same wine he had purchased for the family dinner. Larry, Amanda, and Anne-Marie tortured John for 2 days while simultaneously using illegal substances. When they had had enough, Amanda pulled a black bag over her husband's head, squeezed it around his neck, causing him to stop breathing. John was buried in the backyard, and the crazy family celebrated Larry and Amanda's, father and daughter, engagement with a new batch of psychotropic substances and alcohol. On the third day, their minds went haywire. They began to see John's ghost police sirens, and the ground where they buried him appeared to be on Earth, as if John had managed to escape and report everything to the police. It sounds insane, but the crazy father and daughters decided to back up. They dug up John's body and examined his pulse and pupil responses to the flashlight light. Even though the body was already in the decomposition stage, they didn't think that was enough. To keep John from resurfacing and fleeing, they used a wood axe to cut his body into pieces and drove an aspen stake through each one. The remains were buried in various locations and covered with lime to hasten the decomposition process. Larry and Amanda got married 3 weeks later. Larry changed his name so no one would realize they were related. The new family decided to begin a new life. To accomplish this, they relocated to Kentucky and agreed to quit using illegal substances once and for all. To avoid suspicion, they hid in their rented house. They even hung a U.S. flag over the door, as their neighbors did. By this point, John's ex-wife and parents were concerned about his lack of communication. In 2019, John's mother filed a police report regarding his disappearance. Larry failed to notify the police of his move from one state to another, and that violated the terms of his probation, so he was returned to jail. Larry's psyche eventually failed while he was in prison. It's difficult to expect anything positive when you've been using illegal substances for a long time, mixing them with alcohol, and then suddenly find yourself in a situation where you can't get them. Withdrawal syndrome works. increased nervousness and blurred lines between reality and fantasy. It is pretty obvious if you marry your own daughter. Larry was fairly certain that the parole violation was just an excuse to dig up the backyard and discover John's remains. He needed to contact Amanda or Anna Marie immediately and tell them to have his daughters dig up the body parts and rebury them somewhere far away from home. All prisoner calls are always monitored. As a result, the information had to be conveyed discreetly. Larry even planned a speech and thought about everything in detail. However, he was denied calls. Finally, he couldn't take it any longer and called the police officer on duty, telling him he had something to confess. Larry reasoned that if he confessed to the murder before being charged, he could avoid at least the death penalty. And if he blamed his daughters, that would be even better. The cop didn't believe Larry at first. What murder? What body parts were buried in the backyard? What was this crazy idea? Why would a junkie dig his own grave? However, by law, the man's word must be verified. Initially, the check preferred to be organized only formally. Yes, there was a statement. Yes, the location was checked. No, nothing was discovered. However, it was discovered that John was truly missing, and a police detachment was dispatched in case Larry's residence was a source of concern. On the ground, they discovered traces of the lime that Larry had mentioned. The criminal's words were then confirmed in their entirety. The McClure sisters were arrested immediately. Amanda and Anna Marie were shocked and couldn't believe that their father, someone else, and their husband had confessed to such a brutal murder. They were even more shocked to learn that Larry attempted to transform himself into an innocent sheep, and his testimony indicated that his daughters were responsible for John's death, with him acting as an unwitting accomplice. Then each member of the family began to save their own skin and persuade the police that it was only him in this terrible story, an accident. It was especially difficult for John's family in this situation. In fact, there was no body, just remains. These remains had to be recovered from the criminals, transported to his parents, and buried in a closed coffin. It has been stated numerous times that John was a very nice man. Despite these difficulties, his parents were able to bury him. Some of his friends assisted with finances, transportation, and funeral arrangements. On February 15, John was buried at a Lutheran church on October 25, 2019. The day after Valentine's Day, someone in the McClure family posted a Facebook post on John's behalf, stating that he was leaving on a trip where he would be unable to communicate for an extended period of time, and asking his friends not to be concerned about his long absence. This indicated that the insane family knew they were going to kill the poor guy soon, so they misled everyone so the family wouldn't raise the alarm. Larry and Amanda were sentenced to 6 months in prison for the marriage of their daughter and father, despite the fact that they committed such a heinous crime during the trial. As a result, marriage is criminalized in the state. Larry was given the opportunity to speak as the trial began. For the majority of my life, I have felt remorseful for my own children. Yes, when they were very young, I committed a serious crime that sent them to an orphanage. Their birth mother abandoned them, and I was the only one who felt sad for my children. I am extremely grateful to those who adopted my children. I will not hide. I even went to church and prayed for their adoptive parents after I got out. I desperately wanted to make up for the years I had missed. That is probably why I behaved the way I did. I mean, I could have walked away from the crime if I had persuaded a man not to commit it. But, truthfully, I didn't. Mr. Judge and jury, you will most likely not understand me, and I understand their point of view, but they were not in my shoes. John was a fine young man. I feel bad for him. If I could, I would make things right. However, no one can raise the dead. And I could not say no to Amanda, my favorite and youngest daughter. But she wasn't concerned about John. All she wanted was to be able to withdraw government funds from John's account. Have you ever been willing to kill someone for $180? No. Then, if you don't understand me as a father, you should understand her personality. She is a monster, not a person. Me, Amanda, and Marie, we are excessively addicted to illegal drugs. So we deserve to be punished. I'd like to address the jury. Whatever sentence you choose is for me. I'm honest about my health and estimate that I won't live more than 10 years. I am deeply sorry for this situation. I also apologize to all of John's loved ones. Again, he was a fantastic guy. The trial lasted a long time because the defendants kept changing their minds about whether or not to kill John. Amanda, who couldn't stand such a long trial, even made a deal with the investigators, promising to be charged with involuntary manslaughter. Larry's next trial speech was very different. When it all began, the four of us purchased the ingredients for illegal substances and returned to my trailer, where I began making them. Amanda approached me and said she wanted to get back at John. The truth is that John, under the influence of drugs, raped Anna Marie, and she became pregnant. And, as for me, I had to earn my daughter's trust after so many years apart. I couldn't refuse. I blame myself for that. Every day, I think about hanging myself, but why should it be my fault if the crime is theirs? After Larry's speech, John's family took the floor. His mother sobbed so hard that she was unable to speak. Even if I can't forgive the McClure family, I'll never forget what happened. I also know that I wish I could live to see one of them die before I do. Then John's children spoke up, literally cursing the killers and vowing never to forgive them. The judge issued the final verdict, sentencing Larry McClure to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Amanda's punishment was announced, her adoptive parents expressed regret that they had told their daughter that she was wanted by her father. They had always raised her with the freedom to make her own decisions, but they had no idea that this freedom would have such an impact on her future. Amanda, for her part, stated during the verdict announcement that it was all the fault of her father, who was unable to overcome his jealousy. Amanda's poor parents asked the judge to consider that if it hadn't been for her father's negative influence, their adopted daughter would never have committed such a heinous crime. However, prosecutors saw the murder as a conspiracy to keep Amanda and Larry together. The first hearing was dedicated to Amanda, who was sentenced to 40 years in prison, but the judge noted that she would most likely only serve 20 years. When the sentence was read to Anne Marie, she tried her hardest to prove that she was opposed to John's murder, but her father and sister forced her to finish. Marie was a witness at Larry and Amanda's wedding because she was afraid for her future life, and she was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Amato family case illustrates how obsession can transform a quiet person into a monster. Like many serious addictions, which can be compared to severe illnesses with psychological, biological, or social underpinnings, this case involves a destructive habit, such as an urge for alcohol, prohibited substances, gambling, or an obsessive need for a specific activity or interaction with a specific person or group. It is tragic when addiction affects not only the individual but also their loved ones who sincerely want to help. The once prosperous and happy Amato family faced a dilemma head-on. Because all of the family members were healthcare professionals, they felt confident that they could handle the situation on their own. It was too late for them to realize how serious the situation was. This isn't a story about addiction, but of a young man's intense obsession with a woman he'd never met. His addiction to illegal substances, combined with the pathological proclivity for theft, exacerbated the situation. The situation devolved into a horrific outcome. Let's look into this case to see if there was a way to change the course of events and avoid the tragedy. On January 25, 2019, a concerned man called Seminole County Police in Florida. He reported that his close friend and colleague, Nurse Cody Amato, failed to show up for his shift at the hospital, which was highly unusual for him. The day before, Cody had left work about 15 minutes early due to urgent family matters at home, leaving so quickly that he forgot to collect his pay for the day. Attempts to reach Cody, 31, by phone were unsuccessful. He was simply not responding. Cody's girlfriend, with whom he had recently lived, stated that he went to his parents' house the day before at his father's request but never returned to her place, and she, too, was unable to contact him. All of these signs triggered alarming thoughts, prompting the dispatch of police officers to the specified address. The Amato family home, located in a suburb of Orlando, had a large adjoining area with a stable and a horse walking area. Cody's car was parked in the driveway, and lights were turned on in several rooms of the home. At first glance, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle, and the doors and windows were intact. When the sheriff's deputy knocked, there was no answer, and calls to the landline went unanswered. The police then requested permission to enter and, once granted, cautiously unlocked the back door with a knife to slide the bolt. Inside, an eerie silence filled the lit room, implying that someone was present. Indeed, the homeowners were present. The officers found the lifeless body of 59-year-old family patriarch Chad Amato on the kitchen floor in a pool of his own blood, with close-range gunshot wounds to the chest. Cody was then found curled up on the staircase opposite the main entrance, dead in a large pool of blood. Finally, they discovered 61-year-old Margaret Amato sitting at her computer in the home office. At first glance, she appeared to be sleeping with her head resting on her arm, if not for the blood splatters on the monitor and the large spreading stain beneath her head. The murder weapon and Iowa Jericho 941 pistol discovered next to Cody's body were later determined by forensic experts to have his fingerprints, with no signs of breaking or external presence, and no items missing from the home. Cody appeared to have ended their lives and then shot himself in the chest, possibly as a result of a family dispute. However, smeared blood on the front door indicated that it was locked by someone leaving the house following the incident, implying that the perpetrator was not one of the deceased family members. Few people questioned the likely suspect. Those who knew or were connected to the Amato family mentioned their youngest son, Grant, who had gone missing since that evening. His car, a white Honda, and some personal belongings, including a laptop from Grant's room, were missing, implying that the owner had taken them. Grant was declared a person of interest, and a search was launched for his whereabouts. What is known about the Amato family? Margaret Ann Amato, née Wade, and Chad Robert Amato got married in the mid-1980s. Margaret, your senior Chad, was already raising a 3-year-old son named Jason from a previous marriage. Chad was undeterred by her having a child. Instead, he was prepared to raise Jason as his own. In 1988, on May 20th, 1989, the couple welcomed their first child, Cody, followed by their youngest son, Grant Tiernan Amato. The brothers had a close relationship since childhood. They grew up in a wealthy family and rarely faced denials. To earn certain privileges, they had to follow family rules, perform well in school, assist with household chores, and demonstrate good behavior. They strived to be the pride and support of their parents. Both parents had advanced degrees in healthcare. Margaret was a senior operational manager at a prestigious private clinic. Chad began his career as a clinical pharmacist but later specialized in software. The family was quite wealthy, living in a large suburban home and raising their own stable-bred thoroughbred racehorses as a hobby. Jason left home at the age of 18, went to university, and began his own life. He married, raised a family, and relocated to another state while maintaining close ties with his parents and younger brothers. Cody and Grant were almost inseparable. They went to the same school, played on the same sports team, and spent weekends at the shooting range with their father. The Amatos had an impressive firearm collection, including rare pieces that were only accessible to the family patriarch due to safety concerns. Grant, the family's youngest son, received the majority of everyone's attention and admiration, as is customary. As a child, he was frail and sickly, so everyone tried to show him love and care. He grew up to be a modest and shy boy who struggled to connect with his peers and relied solely on his brothers for friendship. Grant became especially close to Cody after their eldest brother, Jason, grew up and left the house. Following high school, the brothers pursued medical degrees together and eventually became anesthesiologists. Cody excelled in his studies, becoming the top student in his class, whereas Grant struggled and received low grades. Nonetheless, both were able to find jobs in their field at a hospital. Cody built a reputation as a dependable professional, but Grant was prone to making mistakes and needed his work double-checked. Grant's hospital career came to an abrupt end in the summer of 2018 when he was caught stealing strictly controlled sedatives that caused euphoria and hallucinations and were rarely used for anesthesia. The discovery prompted police action, and Grant was arrested. During interrogation, he admitted to the theft, claiming that he gave the drugs to patients who, in his opinion, were undertreated. Many people believed Grant was using or selling drugs illegally. Even though there was no direct evidence, he was immediately suspended and later fired. His criminal case for theft was eventually dismissed, reportedly due to parental intervention. He was unemployed and relied heavily on the internet. After losing his job, the 29-year-old man, who was already a loner, became even more isolated. He spent weeks indoors glued to his computer, primarily browsing adult websites. Grant had no girlfriends and struggled with social interactions with women, making him feel inadequate. He watched adult content and frequently interacted with webcam models on specialized platforms, attempting to fill the void of an absent personal life. This private interaction, of course, cost money. Grant could easily access funds from his parents' and older brother's accounts for these activities. This obsession quickly developed into an addiction, exacerbated by irregular alcohol consumption. But Grant seemed content with his lifestyle, relying on his family and spending their money without contributing anything in return. Eventually, his father issued an ultimatum: find a job soon or leave home and lose all financial support from his family. Grant promised his father that he would resolve the issue, but he had no intention of seeking employment. He stated that he would become a streamer, earning money by broadcasting video games. His parents, seeing this as preferable to nothing, agreed to set up a streaming station for him. Once everything was in place, Grant pretended to be streaming, requesting privacy. But in reality, he was locked in his room, indulging in his favorite pastime, browsing adult-only websites while on a trip to Japan. Cody took a vacation from work in August 2018 and decided to travel around the world for a change of scenery, with the goal of visiting Johan. He invited his younger brother Grant and his best friend Jeremy. Cody and Jeremy had saved up for the trip on their own. Grant's vacation was funded by their parents. However, instead of giving the money directly to Grant, they delegated it to Cody, who was more responsible. Grant appeared disengaged throughout the trip, which lasted nearly 2 weeks. He showed little interest in tours or landmarks, instead focusing on his smartphone screen. He often stayed at the hotel and used his brother's laptop. On the day the group visited Lake Kawaguchi near Mount Fuji, Jeremy accidentally left his credit card in their hotel room. Seizing the opportunity, he hacked into Jeremy's account and withdrew thousands of dollars, which he spent entirely on private sessions with his favorite webcam model. Jeremy discovered the theft later but had initially suspected fraud. He was unable to identify the perpetrator and continued to investigate the incident after returning home, unaware that Grant was involved. Sylvia releases his lava. Now, Sylvie, let's get to the most intriguing part: the identity of the mysterious webcam model. Grant became obsessed with a website where Grant paid for private online interactions with various women. He met the stunning Sylvia and expresses his love for Ova from Bulgaria. Also known as Sylvie, she captivated him with her striking appearance, confidence, charisma, and passion. Sylvie made Grant feel special, loved, desired, and distinctive. He began to believe that her feelings for him were genuine and that they could form a real relationship. Brand was convinced they were in a relationship, and he needed to separate this fiery brunette from her other admirers. He spent hours and thousands of dollars every day to make sure she didn't have time for other men. Grant also showered her with gifts such as expensive lingerie and jewelry, which she wore during their video calls. Desperate to impress Sylvie Grant, she constantly made up stories, losing touch with reality. He claimed to live alone in a large house, own a profitable business, and could afford to lavish her with money. He supported his claims with money transfers, initially sending a couple of $1,000, $10,000, and even $100,000 as birthday gifts. Naturally, his parents were aware of his lavish spending because he was using their accounts. At first, he explained that it was an investment in his own online project to build an audience. However, Chad and Margaret soon realized their son was lying. A scandal escaped the rehab clinic, and a serious family feud broke out at home. The patriarch demanded that the youngest son pack his belongings and leave right away, but his mother and Cody stood up for him. The family recognized Grant's severe internet addiction. However, they were perplexed as to how he had spent nearly $200,000 from their accounts. A thorough search of his room revealed vials containing potent substances. Grant explained that he used them to avoid going insane. The parents announced that they would deactivate his accounts and send him to mandatory drug and internet addiction treatment. Grant responded by declaring that he was tired of everything and wanted to end his life. He then dashed out of the house, jumped into his car, and drove off at high speed in an unknown direction. Later, it was discovered that Grant had gone to his aunt and uncle's house, crashed through their fence, and hit the garage wall. Knowing about the turmoil in the Tomato family, his relatives sympathized with him and offered him a place to stay until things settled. He readily agreed, but the next day he robbed his kind-hearted relatives, taking thousands of dollars from their accounts to pay for interactions with Sylvie. When Grant's aunt and parents met, they asked her not to contact the police. promising to resolve the situation and return the stolen money. That same day, Chad personally went to their house and took Grant, who desperately needed help. Chad, Margaret, and Cody realized that reasoning with him was pointless, and if he left home, he was likely to commit theft again. They then presented the Grant with a different ultimatum: either go to a rehabilitation clinic for addiction treatment or face jail time for theft. Grant reluctantly agreed to enter the clinic, where he would spend 2 months free from temptation. He was admitted to the medical institution near the end of December 2018. A grown man's little secret. While Grant was in treatment, his parents checked his computer and discovered that he was spending thousands of dollars each day from their family accounts. They discovered the profile of Sylvie, the woman who had a profound impact on their son. After reviewing their correspondence and discovering hundreds of recordings of their intimate private online interactions, which were treasured and frequently revisited, the comatose decided to inform Sylvie that her admirer, who had showered her with money and gifts, was not a businessman but an ordinary unemployed man suffering from drug and internet addictions. They also stated that the funds transferred to her were stolen, potentially exposing him to criminal charges. However, Sylvie remained unconcerned for her. It was simply a job, and she had no intention of returning the money. Grant abruptly returned home on January 5, 2019, only a few weeks into his treatment, having completed less than a quarter of the required rehabilitation program. He had fled the clinic, where he was known for his complete lack of cooperation. Grant tearfully promised to change his life and find work, but he threatened to commit suicide if forced to return to the rehab facility. His parents agreed but imposed strict rules. Grant was prohibited from using the computer. He had to adhere to a strict schedule, and all of his earnings were closely monitored. He was also given a part-time job at a local grocery warehouse. For about 3 weeks, Grant appeared to comply, leading his parents to believe he had matured and overcome his addictions. However, everything changed on Thursday, January 24, 2019, when Grant persuaded his mother to let him use the laptop briefly to check his email and post his resume on the internet. He hopes to find a more challenging job than his current warehouse position. Margaret trusted her son and let him use the laptop, making a fatal mistake. Naturally, Grant attempted to contact Sylvie, only to discover that his parents had already written to her, revealing the truth about him. He saw it as a betrayal. Furthermore, his parents had humiliated him in front of the only woman he loved, and they had to pay the consequences. The brutal dismantling of the family. Remember the previously mentioned home firearms collection? Chad had kept it in a large, special safe with a key he didn't trust. However, Grant was aware of another gun stored in his parents' bedroom, which his father always kept loaded, and he chose to use it. His mother was working on the computer in the home office when her youngest son quietly approached her from behind and shot her in the back of the head. Her body position indicated that she did not have time to turn around or understand what was going on. Next came his father, who was about to return home from work. Chad was confronted with Grant as soon as he entered the kitchen and was shot twice in the chest. Grant tensely considered his next move, devising an even more monstrous strategy. He decided to frame his own brother Cody, the only person who had ever defended him, assisted him, and been his best friend. Cody had already moved out of the family home and was living separately with his girlfriend. To bring Cody home, Grant used his now deceased father's phone to send several messages requesting that he return immediately, because something terrible had occurred. He didn't elaborate, knowing that this information would be enough to make his brother rush home from work. The Grant calculation was correct, and Cody did arrive, even leaving work early. When he entered the house, he only made it to the bottom of the second-floor staircase before being shot and collapsing. Cody did not die instantly. He had time to recognize the horror of the situation but was powerless to change it. After killing his family, Grant wiped his fingerprints off the pistol, placed it in his brother's hand to leave his prints, and then left it next to the body, making it appear as if Cody had shot their parents and then himself. The killer spent the rest of the evening calmly packing his belongings, downloading video files of his conversations with Sylvie from the computer, and even texting her. After completing his tasks, he loaded his belongings into the car and drove away. Arrest and trial. It took police just over a day to find and arrest Grant, who was hiding in a small roadside motel in Orange County. He was not surprised, rather disappointed that he had been discovered so quickly, but he vehemently denied any guilt. During his interrogation at the station, he told unbelievable stories about his father's extreme cruelty, alleging mistreatment of his mother and brother. Grant also discussed his father's attempts to separate him from his beloved girlfriend Sylvie, with whom he claimed to share true and pure love, following the events at their family home on the evening of January 24, 2019. His account was unclear and inconsistent. He suggested that his father and brother got into a fight. Cody grabbed a gun and killed Chad, with Margaret being an unintentional victim. Grant claimed he could only guess the chronology of these horrific events because he was not a witness, and that he spent the night in his car with his belongings after his father kicked him out. In the morning, he claimed he simply drove away, unaware of the tragedy that had occurred at home. His story seemed disjointed and unbelievable, and the evidence indirectly pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. As a result, Grant was arrested as the prime suspect in his family's triple homicide. He was held on a $750,000 bond and was unable to post it, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial began on July 15, 2019. Notably, almost all of the witnesses in court testified against Grant, including his older brother Jason, relatives, and Cody's friend Jeremy, from whom Grant stole money during their trip to Japan. Those who knew the defendant personally described him as a pathological thief, a liar, and someone who struggled with addictions. The main evidence against Grant was a large bank transfer from Chad's account to his younger sons. This transaction took place late at night, when all family members had already died. To confirm the transaction, the defendant used his deceased father's finger as identification. The prosecution advocated for the death penalty, while Grant's defense claimed that he was ill and needed treatment. The final verdict was issued on August 12, 2019. Amato, 30, was convicted of first-degree triple homicide and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the US state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Ciara expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Ciara stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Ciara to leave her husband, but Ciara understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Ciara's text conversation. Ciara was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Ciara and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Ciara's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Ciara was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Ciara stated that she loved her husband, but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Ciara to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Ciara's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Ciara's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Ciara arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Ciara decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Ciara would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Ciara showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Ciara left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house. He won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Ciara texted her father, Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Ciara, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklears were concerned because Ciara had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said. "So I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Ciara's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Ciara was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Ciara's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on? Sierra told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Sierra and Xavier and Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Sierra as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Sierra's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Sierra left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Sierra never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Sierra's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Sierra would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly LaClaire stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Sierra had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby." Kelly described Sierra as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Sierra awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. "So when they said that, my husband said, 'No, there is no way my daughter would not do that.' If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died." Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Sierra missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Sierra's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Sierra went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Sierra had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Sierra's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869 During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Sierra's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana, but couldn't confirm Sierra was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown as the case is still being investigated in March 2022. Investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Brelin telling his children that Sierra would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife." He told one of his children at the end of the call, "You know what it means to kidnap an adult, she isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Sierra's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021 in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, "All I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track," Brelin informed the judge. Brelin stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Brelin was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Brelin's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Breland and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Brelin's arrest on March 1. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas. but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police describe Ciara as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Ciara's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Ciara rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Ciara's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Ciara's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Ciara's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Ciara's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Ciara feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Ciara's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Ciara in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The incident in late summer 2016 at Spring Creek Park sparked widespread public outrage. How many similar tragedies must occur before New York City officials listen to citizens' pleas? Locals had repeatedly alerted authorities to the presence of unsettling individuals in the park. Some of them would form groups, while others wandered alone. Regardless, their appearance conveyed a sense of danger. Unfortunately, it took a crime for the city administration to finally intervene and address this issue. Furthermore, the event sparked numerous discussions and topics about the safety of female runners, particularly those who run alone. According to a survey, 54% of women are anxious when they go out, fearing verbal harassment or physical attacks. The story of Karina Vetrano is both terrifying and perplexing. First and foremost, nothing appeared to be missing on the fateful day. The woman was attacked in broad daylight in a populated area. Second, her death has a mystical quality to it. Third, the investigation of the case and the sentencing of the perpetrator raised numerous questions. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, Karina planned to meet her father after work because they wanted to spend time together. Since Ms. Vetrano had moved, family gatherings had become uncommon because everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. In addition, the young woman was working 2 jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her home. When Karina was about to leave, the family gathered to share their thoughts on the previous week. She asked her father if he wanted to go jogging with her, something they did frequently, covering several miles together. Her father said he couldn't do it this time. "You see, my back hurts so much that nothing helps. Perhaps a new prescription is needed. Maybe it's the change in weather," as Mr. Vetrano explained. "Perhaps I should call you a cab." The weather was gorgeous. The heat had subsided, and there was a fresh scent in the air. Consequently, Karina declined the offer. Furthermore, she was preparing for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had just broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly benefit her. That evening marked the last time the parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy, peaceful spot buried in greenery, a true oasis amidst the city's infrastructure. However, only a portion of the park was open for walking. The rest was covered in thickets and swamps. Mr. Vetrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route to avoid unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Karina ignored his advice. In search of solitude, she decided to visit a grassy, deserted area. Karina's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. She fell down after feeling a sharp pain in the back of her head. This rash decision resulted in the young woman's death. A terrifying uncertainty entered the Vetrano home. It had been 2 hours since they said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the phone calls from her parents, who were desperately trying to reach her, and she had promised to keep her phone to herself. The anxiety was increasing. Her father sensed something was wrong and sought assistance from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on friendly terms, and the high-ranking official knew Philip would not make a fuss about anything. Following that, Karina Vetrano was reported missing. Police began looking for the young woman by combing the park and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were called in. As is well known, the first 24 hours following a person's disappearance are critical and most informative. As a result, law enforcement used all of their available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vetrano, accompanied by a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing the paths and wading through the thick grass. As dusk fell, the man was making phone calls when he noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Karina's cell phone. Maybe she lost her phone and didn't tell us. Philip hoped. The family patriarch approached the police officers, deciding to make his way through the thicket. Stepping into the grass, he discovered something soft. A partially undressed female corpse lay face down. Philip turned it over and noticed a familiar face. A desperate scream erupted from his father's chest. It was Karina. She hadn't lost her phone, as he assumed his little girl wasn't answering her phone because she had been robbed of her life. Mr. Vetrano was overcome with emotion as he realized what had happened. When the police heard the screaming and yelling, they rushed to him. They dragged Philippe away from his daughter's body, attempting to convey that this was now a crime scene. Everything in the area was considered evidence. To prevent evidence from being tampered with, law enforcement officers asked the deceased's father not to touch anything on the way home. Mr. Vetrano thought a lot. He was tormented about how to inform his wife of their daughter's death. Images from the past flashed before his eyes. He remembered the birth of their second daughter on July 12, 1986, in Queens. Philip had been proud of her from a young age because she was obedient and polite. He vividly remembered taking her to her first day of school and how well she did in class. Such education enabled her to obtain a higher degree. Karina received her Master of Speech Pathology degree from St. John's University. She had always wanted to help children and has worked with autistic children. His daughter was multifaceted. She loved to travel and write. She loved sports, particularly running, and their shared passion brought them together. She was his inspiration. The father remembered how jealous he was of her suitors. He desperately wanted her to be truly loved, hoping that she would eventually build a strong family like he and Kathy did and give him wonderful grandchildren. The return journey became an eternity. At the entrance to the house, Mr. Vetrano paused to take a deep breath. "I need to be strong to support my family. I need to pull myself together," the man commanded himself. His wife greeted him on the threshold. Fortunately, he did not have to explain anything to her. She recognized everything on her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Karina's family and friends quickly learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from their shock. Believing in the young woman's unexpected death was difficult, let alone accepting its violent nature. Ms. Vetrano had been brutally attacked. This was the investigators' conclusion. At first glance, it was clear that the woman had resisted, even to the death. Her fists stayed clenched. Her once young and healthy body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and her athletic clothing had been torn. An autopsy revealed that a blunt object, most likely a stone, had damaged the back of the victim's skull. However, the death was due to asphyxiation. A distinct mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination revealed the crime's intimate nature. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were discovered under the victim's fingernails, most likely in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and discovered her teeth knocked out and cracked in areas where she had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck had numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, attempting to force her attacker to let go of her. Karina did not want to die and fought tirelessly for her life. Karina Vetrano, his youngest daughter, had many interests, but she particularly enjoyed writing. In 2013, she appeared in a short film directed by her friend and screenwriter Petros Georgiadis, which was based on a poem she wrote about paradox. In her blogs, the girl frequently addressed complex issues, including love and death. Following the tragedy, new information was leaked to the media. Another jogger's body was discovered in tall grass in Princeton, Massachusetts. The woman, who appeared to be out for a walk in a secluded area, met a similar fate. At first glance, the cases appeared identical. Could there be another serial offender in America? Geneticists took up the case and were tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from crime scenes. As luck would have it, identified samples were discovered on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis found no link between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different individuals. The story about the DNA material taken from under her fingernails on her back and Karina Vetrano's phone is especially intriguing. Experts determined that the DNA was sufficient for analysis, despite its small size. For a long time, this DNA was the only lead in the investigation, providing an opportunity to identify the perpetrator. It is known that the majority of life-ending crimes are committed by someone close to the victim, so the police could not rule out any possibility. The victim's father provided his DNA because he was the first to discover his daughter's body. However, the timing of this procedure was poor. It occurred on the day of Karia's funeral. Later, all of the woman's relatives underwent a DNA test, which revealed no matches. Detectives decided to interview Karina, his family, and friends to see if Mrs. Vetrano had any enemies or bad intentions. It turned out there were none. Everyone admired and loved her. The investigators then developed a new version. The deed was committed with ulterior motives. Someone met the beautiful Karina in a remote location and attacked her, succumbing to base motivations, at a loss. The investigation asked the public for help by offering a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to the perpetrator. The initiative received widespread support. Detectives investigated 250 leads, ran 600 genetic tests, and compiled over 1,700 reports, all to no avail. The perpetrator appeared to have never committed crimes before, or had never been caught doing so, complicating the investigation even further. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station and provided information. Mr. Toronto died while in a restricted area of the park when he saw a man emerge from the bushes and run north. Based on his testimony, the NYPD created and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, it considered the possibility that the person depicted in the sketch was a passerby who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, the release of the suspected perpetrator's sketch yielded no new information, and the investigation reached another lengthy stalemate on December 4, 2016. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has joined the investigation into the death of Karina Vetrano. Initially, they created a psychological profile for the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, the individual was very familiar with the area, particularly the park where the incident occurred, raising the possibility that the assailant lived or still lives nearby. However, fearing capture, he now avoids the area. He clearly understood that the quiet, partially overgrown terrain was ideal for concealing his actions. Based on this theory, the police conducted screenings of local African American men, but the results were not as desired. Chanel Lewis' life was not particularly unique in comparison to that of other young African Americans. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing developments, about 4 or 5 miles from Spring Creek Park. Chanel was unemployed and lived with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. Perhaps the only thing that distinguished him was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Despite this, he graduated from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Chanel's former classmates remembered her as a quiet loner. The kids constantly picked on him. One of them admitted that the girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer stated that Louis occasionally fought back, but not effectively. He was frequently mocked for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie, smirked, and walked away from difficult situations, earning him the nickname African Lizard. Chanel, however, is described as a smart kid with good grades by a fellow student, 17-year-old Danielle Nunes. He liked to show me funny videos on the bus, she remembered. I never saw him being cruel. According to some sources, the young man once stated that he wanted to cut all of the girls who approached him in middle school. What would happen if I brought a knife to school? Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school where Chanel was transferred, commented on this. We had no reports of threats at middle school. He received no disciplinary sanctions while attending our school. I never heard him make threats to other students. Nonetheless, Chanel was a traumatized adolescent who frequently faced bullying. He aspired to work in social services, assisting those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets and frequent the park. Louis had several minor encounters with the police in Spring Creek, one of which involved urinating in public. In May 2016, another incident occurred when a local merchant reported Louis for loitering in his shop with a crowbar. Responding officers checked Chanel's identification and released him because he had no prior incidents. However, the police kept this information, which would later play an important role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death in February 2017. Detective John Russo, who was involved in the investigation, recalled something significant. He had seen a young man in a hoodie wandering around the park several times before. John even attempted to follow him after becoming intrigued by the individual's behavior. The young man walked slowly, pausing for extended periods in front of houses near the park, as if scouting for potential burglaries. However, Rousseau lost sight of him when he called his colleagues the next day in response to a store owner's report. The police discovered a teenager who matched the description. We're 2 months into the investigation. John Rousseau recalled this wanderer, believing he had seen or heard something relevant. After Detective Rousseau reviewed the young man's file, investigators focused on Chanel Louis. Chanel's peculiarities piqued interest. The police began to inquire about him among acquaintances and teachers, and it was discovered that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news raised concerns and suspicions. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Louis. It was later discovered that Chanel was not at home when Karina died. After an argument with his family, he went to the park. When he returned, he looked disheveled, with torn clothes and visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother inquired about what had happened, Louis claimed that he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline and a witness description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, Louis's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, the majority of which were cuts, as well as an injured hand. The investigators examined the medical records from that day and found the story credible. However, they saw things differently, noticing parallels between the events involving Chanel Louis and Karina Vetrano. Chanel was brought to the police station on February 4, 2017, where he voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Would the perpetrator willingly do this? Detectives wondered. The interrogation began in the morning of February 5th. Louis admitted that he was at the park around 5 p.m. On August 2, 2016, he clarified that he was walking on dirt pads, not through the thickets, while listening to music. He admitted to seeing a young woman jogging with her phone in hand. When detectives asked if anything happened when he met her, Chanel nodded quietly and said, "Yes." Everyone was stunned. His response was ambiguous, implying confusion. "I was angry." One thing led to another. What happened was finally stated clearly. Investigators were wary of this semi-admission, fearing it would cast doubt on jurors during a trial. They waited for Chanel to explain. "I was walking through the park, trying to distract myself from a family argument. When I met a woman who was alone, I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders, threw her to the ground, and hit her face about 5 times to keep her from screaming. My punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring my hand," Chanel said. He also stated that the struggle lasted approximately 5 minutes. Ms. Vetrano vigorously resisted scratching and biting. To avoid attracting attention, Louis dragged her from the path into the tall grass, where he tried to undress and assault her. She was taken aback but refused to give in. Chanel then strangled her until he realized she was dead. When asked if he knew the victim before, he replied, "I did not know her before this. Everything happened by chance." With ants, the motivation for the act became even more unexpected and bizarre. Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression were apparently triggered by hours of loud music played by a neighborhood gang member. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman, a strange motivation for an act. The investigators' confusion was dispelled when DNA comparison results matched perfectly microscopic traces found on the victim's body and Chanel's phone. As a result, the police and prosecutor concluded that the case was solved and ready for trial. However, the motive seemed implausible. Chanel may have noticed Karina before, as he frequented the park and might have seen her with her father. He liked her and chose to approach her. However, after being rejected, he became enraged and attacked her, and the situation spiraled out of control. This scenario could have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his earlier statements to the authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, a stance shared by his family, denying any involvement in the crime. The prosecution charged Louis with homicide and sexual assault, and he faces a sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The debate over Louis' guilt played out not only in court, but also in the media. Lewis and his defense teams sparked controversy by citing alleged legal violations during his arrest, as well as allegations of racial bias and discrimination by various news outlets. However, the judge dismissed the allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation followed legal procedures. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis results. The defense claimed the evidence was insufficient and contaminated. Given the large number of people present at the crime scene, including the victim's father who discovered her body, forensic biologist Linda Rossano estimated that the likelihood of the DNA belonging to someone other than Louis was 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also presented Louis' phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, which prompted the question: what sin did Chanel want to atone for? The release of Louis' confession video sparked more controversy, with his lawyers claiming he was under immense pressure, resulting in a coerced confession. They suspected the police of fabricating evidence, claiming that the recording began only after Louis was coerced and that the search of his home violated protocol. The defense argued that the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially botched. As public pressure grew for an arrest, Louis became a scapegoat. The jury was struck by the defense's compelling arguments. After hearing both sides, they were unable to reach a final decision. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial, with a retrial originally scheduled for January 22, 2019, but later pushed back to March 2019. Chanel Lewis was found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life in prison without parole on July 23, 2019, following 5 hours of deliberations. The defense's delay tactics included citing an anonymous source for alleged juror misconduct, implying jury pressure and a conspiracy, and some referring to the trial as a lynching. The seemingly straightforward case initially sparked widespread prejudice and fear in society. Karina Vetrano's death moved many people, serving as a sobering reminder for women to be cautious. Did justice prevail? In any case, a young woman was killed, and Chanel Lewis was sentenced to life in prison. Both families have lost their children. The hope remains that the truth was discovered. Otherwise, an innocent man is incarcerated while the perpetrator goes free. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll look at what happened in San Antonio, Texas in 2007. Amber Belkin, 25, worked at a video game store on January 29, 2007. When the manager arrived to check on her, he discovered she was dead in the back of the store after she failed to open on time. It took authorities more than a year to apprehend the suspect. Amber Marie Belkin was born on December 6, 1981 in San Antonio. She was the only child in her family. Her parents described her as extremely energetic, ambitious, and responsible. Amber had been a manager at a video game store for nearly 3 years, and on January 29, he had another shift. The store was scheduled to open at 10 a.m., but she always arrived at work around 9 a.m. Before opening the store, she would take the money from the safe from the previous day and take it to the bank next door. It was done so that large sums of money did not accumulate in the store. Amber arrived at work around 9 a.m. on that January day, as she did every day. The store she worked in was part of a large international chain. Amber did not, however, open the store at 10 a.m. on that day, as was later discovered. Around noon, the regional manager contacted the manager of another store in San Antonio and asked him to take a drive to find out why Amber hadn't deposited the money and the store was still closed. Amber also failed to answer phone calls, raising suspicion and concern. The employee who went to check on Amber is named Mariano Rivera. After arriving at the location, he noticed a white car similar to Amber's. The store entrance was locked, and I couldn't see anyone through the glass windows. He knocked on the door several times, but no one came out. So he left. He returned about 2 hours later to take another look around, looking through the storefront windows. Rivera spotted Amber's assistant, Brandon. He knocked on the door, and Brandon let him in. Rivera asked Brandon if he had seen Amber, and he said no. He stated that he had just arrived and noticed something strange in the store. There were some money TDs and work-related documents on the floor. Rivera went into the back room and made a horrifying discovery. Amber's lifeless body lay on the floor, face down, with a plastic bag over her head. Later, forensic experts will determine that the cause of her death was strangulation. Rivera immediately dialed 911, and soon, the police cordoned off the store. Detectives discovered that Amber did not deliver money to the bank as she would on any other day. However, the safe in the store was empty, implying that there had been a robbery that went wrong. It's possible that the robber came across Amber and decided to eliminate her as a witness. Amber's schedule indicated that the crime occurred between 9 and 10 a.m. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the store, which could have greatly aided the investigation, so the police had to look for alternative clues. First, detectives questioned Mariano Rivera and Brandon Bale, who discovered the body. They described how and under what circumstances they arrived at the store and discovered Amber's death. According to store management, approximately $2,000 was missing from the safe, along with a few video game CDs and 3 or 4 PlayStation consoles. The total store damage amounted to $6,000. The police questioned the employees of the businesses next to the store, but they did not receive the desired results. Nobody had seen or heard anything. While the police were busy at the crime scene, word spread throughout San Antonio, and mass media representatives crowded the parking lot in front of the store. Amber's father, Randy Belkin, learned about the incident from the news. When he saw the address of the store where the crime took place, he immediately got in his car and drove there. When he arrived, he spoke with a detective who unfortunately informed him that the victim of the crime was his daughter. This event divided Randy's life into 2 parts, before and after. Soon, Amber's mother, Lelia, arrived at the store. Looking into her husband's eyes, she realized their only child was no longer with them. After examining the crime scene, detectives concluded that the criminal exited the store via the back door, which is why no one saw him. However, the main conclusion was that the criminal was familiar with the store's schedule. He knew the money was delivered to the bank between 9 and 10 a.m. He also knew there were no surveillance cameras in this store. This is something only a former or current employee of the company would know. The first person seriously suspected of involvement in the crime was Amber's assistant, Brandon Beal. He was intimately familiar with the store's operations, and he was already inside when a manager from another location arrived to check on Amber's health. When Brandon arrived at work, he knew the store should have been open a few hours earlier, but it was still closed. Despite this, he opened the door with his key, entered, and then locked it. He noticed signs of struggle inside, but for some reason he did not enter the back room to see if Amber was present, and, after speaking with company management, detectives discovered that Amber, a store manager, was unhappy with Brandon's work and wanted him fired. She informed her mother that Brandon has a short temper and does not perform his job duties adequately, but a disagreement with Amber could push Brandon to commit a crime. Detectives started looking for answers to this question. The officer searched Brandon's car and home after receiving a warrant, hoping to locate the CDs and PlayStation consoles stolen from the store. However, none of the above were discovered. During questioning, Brandon stated that he arrived at the store around 2 p.m. He was surprised that the store was still closed. He said he opened the door with his key because he didn't think Amber was inside. "I see the mess." He believed that the store had been robbed. The manager from another location arrived just a few minutes later. Brandon also admitted that he was unaware of Amber's desire to fire him, but he did acknowledge that they frequently disagreed on certain issues. His girlfriend and parents confirmed his alibi for the morning when the crime occurred. When he passed a lie detector, he was removed from the suspect list. Amber died nearly a month ago, and the police still had no new leads. The detectives feared that the case would remain unsolved. Amber's parents used social media to reach out to the public, requesting that anyone with information about the incident report it. A reward of $100,000 was offered for information leading to the arrest. Amber's employer provided 95,000 of them, and flyers featuring her were distributed throughout San Antonio. Regardless of this, no progress was made over the next 7 months, until one day, a police station received a critical call. The man who called identified himself as Joe and informed the detective in charge of Amber's case that he knew who was responsible for her death. Joe, or whoever, told the detective that Amber was strangled by 22-year-old Giovanni Rivera. When the detective asked why, he replied that he thought so. Joe replied that he and Giovanni previously worked for the same company as Amber. Giovanni called him on the day of the crime and asked if he wanted to take part in a robbery. The store was not chosen at random. Giovanni wanted to rob the store where Amber worked because it had no surveillance cameras. The detective asked Joe if he accepted Giovanni's offer and took part in the robbery, to which Joe replied negatively. If everything said is true, the police's initial assumption that the crime was committed by someone who was well versed in the store's schedule was correct. The detective requested that Joe come to the police station and make an official statement. He refused, but he probably knew they'd find him sooner or later. So 2 days later, he returned to the police station and stated once more that he did not participate in the robbery. During the questioning, Joe detailed how Giovanni Rivera first expressed his desire to rob a store. Joe claims Giovanni never said he was going to hurt Amber. However, about a month after her death, the case received extensive media coverage. He confessed that Amber's death was his fault. Joe explained that he didn't call right away because he was concerned for his safety. What are your thoughts? Could the $100,000 reward for providing important information motivate him to go to the police? Please share your thoughts on the matter in the comments. Joe claimed that the field of guilt began to overpower the feeling of fear, which prompted him to make a call. Although the testimony alone was insufficient to obtain an arrest warrant for Giovanni Rivera, the detective still summoned him to the police station for questioning. It's also worth noting that Giovanni Rivera is not related to Mariano Rivera, the manager who discovered the body. They're just namesakes. In a conversation with a detective, Rivera accused Joe of lying. He claims he was not involved in any criminal activities. He eventually refused to answer any further questions, forcing the police to release him. While the officers considered how to bring him to justice, Giovanni relocated to Laredo, Texas, with his family. This is the city on the border with Mexico, so there was a good chance he'd cross the border and get lost. However, without strong evidence, detectives were unable to proceed, and the case was once again stalled for months. Fortunately, help arrived unexpectedly near the end of June 2008. Veronica, Giovanni's wife, called the police nearly a year and a half after Amber died. She claimed that her husband attacked her, threatening her and the children with a pistol. More importantly, she claimed that he was responsible for Amber Belkin's death. The detective in charge of the case traveled to Laredo to speak with Veronica, whom he had met in person. She claimed that she made a bad decision by marrying Giovanni. She became pregnant by him while still in school, and her family insisted they marry. Giovanni began to reveal his true face after the wedding. He was a tyrant. According to Veronica, if he desired intimacy, but she did not, he would tie her up with duct tape. She also stated that when Giovanni was called into a police station for the first time, he returned home distraught and immediately informed her that they needed to relocate to Laredo. They left San Antonio the same day, having taken everything they needed. Veronica understood that if her husband was clean before the law, They would not relocate. One time, she mustered the courage to ask Giovanni if he was involved in Amber Belkin's death, to which Giovanni replied that he had killed her. Veronica was astounded and asked him why he did it. He explained that he did it because their family needed money to pay rent. When Veronica asked for a divorce, Giovanni drove her to a secluded location. He took out a pistol and told her to get into the back seat. He followed her and threatened her, forcing her to do what he wanted. Then he pulled her out of the car, handed her the gun, and instructed her to finish him. Veronica said she wouldn't do it. Giovanni responded that if she did not shoot, he would deal with her, her children, and her relatives. Veronica begged him to think about what might happen to their children. If they were left without their parents, it appeared to work, and they both returned home that evening, but Giovanni said he was going to disappear in the morning. When he drove away, Veronica immediately called the police and told them about her husband's confession. Detectives obtained a warrant for Giovanni Rivera's arrest after receiving testimony from 2 witnesses, one of whom was Giovanni Rivera's wife. However, Rivera managed to cross the border and become lost in Mexico at the time. Another 6 weeks passed before he was discovered and arrested at a relative's home. Mexico's authorities agreed to his extradition to the United States on the condition that prosecutors do not seek the death penalty for him. These terms were agreed upon. After all of the documents were completed, Giovanni Rivera was delegated authority in the United States. Amber's parents were relieved that his arrest would result in justice for their daughter's death. On August 7, 2008, Rivera was interrogated. In contrast to the previous conversation, the officers heard his wife's testimony. When informed of this, he admitted to everything. He stated that as soon as Amber opened the store door, he followed her, wearing gloves and a mask. Amber recognized him, which surprised him greatly. He told her that he was having financial problems and that he desperately needed money, and he forced her to open the safe. Amber attempted to reach the phone at one point, and he had to tie her hands with duct tape. She panicked and began screaming. According to Rivera, he placed his hand over her mouth and asked her to remain silent. Amber tried to break free, but he realized he had reached the point of no return. He took a plastic bag from nearby and cut off her oxygen. She stopped breathing. He took the money, some CDs, and some PlayStation consoles before driving away in his car, which was parked behind the store. Rivera's lawyer began negotiating a plea deal. The district attorney's office took nearly a year and a half to accept this agreement, which excluded a life sentence without parole. Given the risks of a jury trial and the fact that appeals can take years to be heard, prosecutors concluded that the plea deal was the best possible outcome for the Belkin family. Giovanni Rivera received a life sentence as a result of the deal in April 2010. He must serve 30 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Amber has promised her relatives and friends that they will do everything they can to ensure that he never walks free. The authorities did not say whether anyone received the $100,000 reward offered for assisting in the search for the perpetrator. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her coworkers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends, they were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or co-workers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, Investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. 2 multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. That the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jared Bridegan case from love to the end of life. No matter how long a couple has been together or how happy their marriage was, divorces frequently result in the breakdown of amicable, or at least respectful, relationships. However, former husbands and wives may part ways as true adversaries. Close partners intentionally make each other's lives miserable, inflict harm, or wish for the other's death. In rare cases, it goes beyond mere wishes and escalates into actual physical confrontations. Today, we'll look at such a case. To begin, it is important to note that the case involving the death of 33-year-old Jared Bridegan, a Microsoft employee and father of 4 young children, has yet to be concluded. Currently, 3 people have been arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit a planned confrontation that resulted in Reagan's death, and they will face the death penalty. This sensational story, which unfolded in the sunny state of Florida, has, without a doubt, shaken the entire country. The protagonists are parents with multiple children. Once married, the motive for the crime is alarmingly simple: a refusal to split jointly acquired assets and custody of their children. However, the approach to ending Brigan's life is reminiscent of a complex detective plot. Let's look at how former spouses and deeply religious people turned into the worst of enemies, and why it all ended so tragically. Who was Jared Bridegan? Jared J. Bridegan was born in 1989 in Florida into a modest family as the second of 2 sons. He grew up with his older brother Adam, with whom he was practically inseparable since childhood. The brother's parents were devout followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bowden later referred to Jared as her first true love. However, their relationship did not lead to marriage because cohabitation was frowned upon in their religious community. As a result, when Jared graduated from Florida Arts High School in 2007, and decided to continue his education in another state. They parted ways. Jared moved to Utah, where he attended college and met his future first wife. At a friend's birthday party in 2009, Jared Bridegan, then 20, met Shanna Gardner. She was 2 years old and came from a wealthy family. She was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as previously stated. Shanna was born in 1987. Her parents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, were co-founders of Stampin' Up!, a major company that manufactured and sold decorative and craft items. By 2010, their family business, headquartered in Salt Lake City, was reported to generate $100 million in annual revenue. Shanna has a sister named Sarah, who is currently a manager in the family business. As the heir to such a wealthy family, Shanna grew up in luxury and was used to living a leisurely life, never having to work in her trained profession as a chef. She was described as enthusiastic and fickle. According to Mallory, who was mentioned earlier, Jared was initially uninterested in his new acquaintance. Shanna, on the other hand, went out of her way to entice him with her extravagant lifestyle, implying that together they could travel the world and do whatever they wanted because her parents would financially support them. Family life and the birth of twins. The couple became engaged just a few months after their first meeting, and less than a year later, in early 2010, they celebrated a lavish wedding in a temple in Salt Lake City, Utah, with the Gardner family covering all expenses for the ceremony and reception. The couple's religious beliefs, which frowned on cohabitation and long engagements, influenced their quick decision to marry. Following their wedding, the newlyweds relocated to Utah, where the bride's parents assisted them in purchasing a comfortable home valued at approximately $1 million. Each spouse also owned their own Mercedes. Despite the fact that Jared was still a student and Shannon was not working, the couple traveled extensively around the world, posting numerous photos of their exciting trips, expensive purchases, and leisure activities on their social media accounts. According to close friends, Shannon's parents gave the couple around $10,000 per month for various expenses and gave them full access to their accounts. Furthermore, after Jared finished his degree, his in-laws generously gave him $100,000 to launch his own business. In 2013, the couple gave birth to twins, Abigail and Liam. The family relocated to Connecticut for a while, but Liam was soon diagnosed with a heart condition and lung issues. Doctors advised the child to move closer to the sea, citing health benefits. The Brits moved to Florida, where they purchased a 2-story comfortable home near the coast in Ponte Vedra Beach, south of Jacksonville. Shanna was actively managing her own social media blog at the time, portraying herself as a loving wife, a caring mother of twins, a professional chef, and a woman who enjoyed travel and sports. She took fitness seriously, going to the gym almost every day. Seeing her dedication, Jared decided to surprise his beloved by hiring a personal trainer for her. Following the scandalous divorce shortly after moving, clear issues arose in the marriage, despite the couple's stubborn insistence that everything was fine. Shanna became disillusioned with their religion and almost stopped attending church, while her husband remained a devout and exemplary member. This difference in religious commitment resulted in disagreements, misunderstandings, and tension. Shanna reportedly became disillusioned with Jared, whom she saw as too lazy, having gained weight, and only half-heartedly attempting to get his business off the ground. After completing online programming and design courses, Jared secured a position at Microsoft and began earning independently. After a few years, he was promoted to senior manager. Nonetheless, the couple grew apart and disagreements became commonplace in their home. The situation worsened when Jared discovered intimate conversations between his wife and her personal fitness trainer. According to some sources, Shanna had an affair, which the trainer confirmed over the phone with Jared, though Shanna strongly denied these allegations. Jared then emailed Mallory Bowden, lamenting how his wife had become distant and emotionally attached to her gym trainer. Despite this, he expressed a willingness to forgive the infidelity and keep their family intact for the sake of their children. The couple began a contentious and scandalous divorce process in 2015, nearly 6 years after they married. They had a heated argument about shared assets and custody rights for their children. Jared publicly accused his ex-wife of infidelity, which she categorically denied, claiming that the marriage had simply lost its romance. In response, she accused him of being cruel and defensive. Shanna refused to divide their home, cars, and bank accounts, claiming that nearly everything they had acquired over the years had been purchased or gifted by her parents. Jared had only begun working less than a year before, having previously focused on his studies and failed to establish his business with funds from his in-laws. Jared challenged this viewpoint, claiming at least half of their Florida home. Custody of the twins sparked numerous disputes. Shayna claimed that whenever Jared was with the children, them against her. He allegedly coached them on what to say about their mother and recorded their statements for use in court. Jared, for his part, accused his ex-wife of extensive surveillance, including the installation of hidden cameras in their home, the tapping of his phone calls, and the placement of a tracker in his car to monitor his movements. Shayna sought sole custody of the children, as well as exclusive ownership of their seaside home. She also claimed Jared threatened to take all of the money from their children's trust funds for personal use. Jared responded by alleging that his ex-wife evaded taxes by working off the books at her parents' company and receiving tens of thousands of dollars. By the end of 2015, the court had ordered joint custody of the children. But that did not put an end to Jared and Shayna's disputes. Even after their divorce was officially finalized, they continued to appear in court for nearly 7 years, culminating in the tragic end of their story. By this point, both had moved on to start new families and have additional children. In 2016, Jared met Christina, a Microsoft employee who lived and worked in North Carolina. Initially, their interactions were strictly professional, but they gradually became closer. A few months later, Christina relocated to Florida to be with Jared. They married in February 2019, having met in the fall of 2017. They welcomed their first child, a daughter named Bexley, in August 2021. Shayna remarried in 2018, marrying Mario Fernandez, a man a year younger than her who owned a real estate business. That same year, they welcomed their son, Michael. The family lived in the same house Shayna had shared with her first husband, Jared, which had been the site of their court battles. The arrival of new families did not calm the tensions between the ex-spouses, who continued to file lawsuits against one another with new demands. Jared insisted that Shannon's new husband, Mario, should not be allowed to be with the twins while their mother was away. In contrast, he wanted his new wife, Christina, to be fully involved in the upbringing of his older children. The last court meeting between Jared and Shayna took place 4 months before Jared's death and was extremely tense. They exchanged more mutual accusations and argued over their property rights. Shayna claimed that Jared was preventing her from using the family's larger, more comfortable vehicle to transport the children because he was more concerned with humiliating the mother than with his own children's comfort and safety. At this point, the court granted Shayna exclusive use of the larger vehicle and ordered Jared to pay her $600 as compensation. The tragic end to a secluded road for the ex-spouse's agreement. On Wednesdays, Jared picked up the twins for a family dinner, which included their younger sister, Bexley. Christina occasionally joined them, but after the birth of London, she spent the majority of her time with the newborn, preferring not to leave him with babysitters. Jared picked up the children on Wednesday, February 22, 2022, and took them to a coastal cafe per his routine. After dinner and a stroll, he dropped the twins off at their mother's house and returned home via his usual route. The journey typically took about 40 minutes, with part of it spent on a deserted stretch of road with no streetlights. Bridegan came across an unexpected obstacle while driving slowly and cautiously, aware of his 3-year-old daughter asleep in her car seat. It was about 9 p.m. and the sun had set when he noticed a tire in his lane in the headlights. He came to a stop, turned on his hazard lights, and got out to move the tire to the side of the road. That's when the shots went off. Jared had no chance of escaping. The perpetrator, acting with deadly precision, fired several close-range shots before fleeing the scene. The child sleeping in the car was unharmed. A passerby heard the shots and approached cautiously, discovering Jared lying in a pool of blood. He immediately contacted the police and paramedics. Unfortunately, it was too late to save the victim. The investigation and initial suspicions Christina called her husband just minutes before the incident, and he said he had just dropped off the children and would be home in 15 minutes. However, 30 minutes had passed into an hour, and Jared was nowhere to be found and stopped answering his phone, anxiously dialing his phone number again. Christina was greeted by a police officer who informed her of the incident and requested her immediate arrival at the Jacksonville Beach police station. The investigation team at the scene determined that Jared's vehicle came to a halt due to a road obstacle, specifically a tire. They concluded that he got out of his car to remove the obstacle but was then shot. His 3-year-old daughter, who was asleep in the car, was unharmed, indicating that the mysterious shooter did not target her. Furthermore, there were no valuables missing from the vehicle. A wallet containing cash, a phone, and a tablet were left, effectively ruling out the robbery theory almost immediately. When asked if her husband had any known enemies, antagonists, or recent conflicts, Christina stated that she was unaware of anyone wishing harm on her husband except his first wife, Shauna. However, she avoided making direct accusations in the absence of incontrovertible evidence. The absence of cameras resulted in a lack of surveillance footage, according to police, whereas on the stretch of road where the incident occurred, a witness who heard Tay. However, they did hear the sound of a car speeding away. There was nothing visible in the darkness. Investigators found Christina's suggestion of Shannon's involvement in the crime plausible. However, detectives knew she was unlikely to act directly, especially given her solid alibi of being at home with her husband, twins, younger son, and her parents who were visiting. The police decided to check the nearby surveillance cameras. The video captured an old, dark blue Ford F-150 with brown trim entering the area about 15 minutes before the incident. Again, a few minutes after the witness reported the shots, detectives asked the public for assistance in identifying the vehicle of interest. The Jarrett family made television appeals, urging anyone with any information about the case to come forward. The first suspect arrested, Shauna, and her current husband, Mario, were repeatedly questioned but denied any involvement in the murder. Shauna did not hide the fact that her relationship with her ex-husband was complicated, but she insisted that she would never harm the father of her children. She also told the media how the 9-year-old twins reacted to the news of their father's death. According to her, Abigail cried uncontrollably for several hours. Liam was stunned and silent for a long time. It's worth noting that neither the ex-wife nor the older children attended Jared's funeral. Christina had told Shanna that her presence at the farewell ceremony was extremely unwelcome, to which Shanna responded that if she wasn't allowed to attend, neither would the twins. The first suspect was arrested in January 2023, nearly a year after Mr. Briggan's murder. The police had remained silent about the investigation's progress, only stating that it required significant resources and effort. After a lengthy search for the dark blue Ford F-150, luck smiled on the investigation when the vehicle was involved in an accident but fled the scene before police arrived. This time, the incident occurred in a crowded area with a large number of witnesses, and the offender was identified the same day thanks to multiple camera footage. The car was owned by Henry Tenen, a 62-year-old unemployed man with prior convictions. He was charged with second-degree premeditated murder with a firearm, involvement in a criminal conspiracy with the intent to commit murder, and planning an ambush with an obstruction for the victim. Jacksonville Beach Police Chief Jonathan Paul Smith and City Prosecutor Melissa Nelson announced the charges at a press conference. Tenen was also revealed to have not acted alone and was testifying against his accomplices, though no other names were released at the time to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. Given the gravity of the charges against him and the lengthy prison term he faced, the tenant decided to make a deal with law enforcement, hoping that his cooperation would be considered favorably during sentencing and potentially reduce his punishment. The criminal trio discovered information that quickly leaked to the press that the accused Tenen was renting a small house with a friend owned by Mario Fernandez. Tenen's housemate was also brought in for questioning, but he was unable to provide any useful information about the case. He had no personal dealings with the owner of their rental, instead passing his share of the rent through Henry. However, a thorough search of the house revealed a hidden pistol in the accused room, which ballistic tests determined to be the murder weapon. This further implicated 10 people in the crime. On March 16, 2023, Mario Fernandez was arrested after pleading guilty and agreeing to testify against Mario, whom he identified as the crime's contractor. Fernandez was charged with first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, and incitement to commit a serious crime. Rumors circulated that Shauna was the mastermind of the murder. This was supported by her former lover, a fitness trainer, who revealed that she had a long-standing dislike for her, then husband, and wished for his death. A tattoo artist Shanna frequented also testified, recalling Shanna complaining about her ex-husband's endless legal battles, wishing to silence him forever, and asking if she knew anyone who could assist. Shauna repeated her inquiry months later, clearly indicating her seriousness, after it was initially misinterpreted as a grim joke. Shanna Gardner Fernandez vehemently denied all allegations made against her. She stated her intention to stay in town and assist with the investigation. However, a few months after her husband's arrest, she relocated to Washington with the twins and her youngest son on August 17, 2023. She was facing the same charges as her current husband, who was arrested in her Washington apartment. She was extradited to Florida, where she would face trial alongside the criminal trio. Her actions were motivated by complicated relationships with her ex-husband, a desire to avoid sharing custody of their 2 children, and a desire to own all disputed assets outright. As of now, the ongoing legal battle continues, and legal proceedings against all conspirators are underway. Tannen has pleaded guilty to all charges, is fully cooperating with the investigation, and is hoping for leniency. According to reports, he faces at least 15 years in prison, which is a long time for someone his age and could be equivalent to a life sentence. Mario Fernandez has only partially admitted his guilt and, exercising his legal rights, has declined to testify against his wife. Shanna Gardner Fernandez, on the other hand, has vehemently denied all charges against her. Nonetheless, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty or life in prison, with no possibility of parole for the couple. Shannon's 3 children are currently in the care of their maternal grandparents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, and Aunt Sarah. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, one surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandria planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandria. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this video. Rose McCauley, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, She posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies. It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day." Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people. Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be. An ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2021. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers with assistance from Sussex Police are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown. He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex Police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonard's having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, he stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints and a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that she always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, but Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience." It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, "We have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance." After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these two cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Birdie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her £200 and then replaced it. At the time, someone owed me £430, so they most likely paid me back. Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card. Brown responded, I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead. Atkinson asks if we're running away. Ms. Where's the money? Were you? You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her, Brown responded. I'm not sure what planet you live on. Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance, and requires a doctor. That is absolutely obvious. Brown responded, Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding. She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a death escort on my workshop floor. How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexandra's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere. Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, "No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double." When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, "Who? The answer should have been no one." Brown responded, "The answer should have been yes. But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did." They were both mothers and daughters, among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. He will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple, and later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage. But life had a very different outcome, a long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life, and in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse. Offered rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time. So Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customers' questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited, looking like a lovesick schoolgirl, and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such, but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them, as the couple had not seen each other in 38 years. They talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily. And after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later. Preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age, frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year, a forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town Car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment, making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house, let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, a woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the Sumners' disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the Sumners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda Rex, 8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumners' cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda Rex, 8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and 2 guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Alan Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All 3 were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount. After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they are welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. As she came with friends, there was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the two of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, they discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards, hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda Rex 8. In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, The outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, the stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. Criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in the Scottish city of Glasgow in 2015. Karen Buckley, 24, went to a nightclub with her friends on April 11th, 2015, and has never returned home. Karen was born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, to John and Marion Buckley. Her family had 4 children, and she was the youngest and only daughter. Karen graduated from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow, where she was described as a kind and caring individual who was always eager to help others. Her desire to help others played a significant role in her career choice. Karen enrolled in the University of Limerick's nursing program after finishing secondary school. Her interest in occupational therapy led her to Glasgow, Scotland, where she enrolled in Caledonian University's master's program. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and shared an apartment with 3 other female students who were also newcomers. On April 11, 2015, she and her flatmates visited a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their home. They arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and had a good time. Around 1 a.m., Karen informed her friends that she was going to the restroom and we'd be back shortly. She took her leave, leaving her jacket on the table where the group was seated. Her friends continued to have fun while she was away. They eventually realized Karen had been gone for a while and should have returned by then. But she didn't. Her friends looked for Karen in the club, but she was nowhere to be found. Attempts to contact her by phone also failed. Karen's friends suspected she had gone home, although it was odd that she didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind. When they got home, the friends realized their assumptions were incorrect. Karen wasn't present either. Karen's friends' only thought at the time was that she could meet someone at the club and leave with them. With this thought, the girls went to bed. When Karen's neighbors awoke around noon, they were surprised to discover that she had not returned home. Attempts to call her again produced no results. Karen did not respond to social media messages or log into any of them. Karen's friends had only known her for a few months, but they knew her behavior was out of character. They did not invent another version to reassure themselves, but instead went to the police and reported her disappearance, as well as informing the Buckley family of what had happened. The Scottish police deserve credit for launching an immediate search for Karen. Her disappearance was covered in the media and on television. Karen's parents asked anyone with information about their daughter's whereabouts to contact the police. Meanwhile, detectives obtained footage from cameras at the club where Karen was last seen. While reviewing them, police discovered that she had communicated with an unknown man 36 hours after her disappearance on April 13th. The man's identity was established, and he was brought in for questioning. Alexander Pacteau was 21 years old. He admitted that he did meet Karen that night and that they had returned to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, which was about 3 kilometers from the club. He also revealed that they had been intimate with one another. Karen left around 4 a.m., despite his offer to stay until the morning. Alexander also stated that during their intimacy, Karen hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing a wound and leaving marks on the sheets. The police had a mixed reaction to this information. On the one hand, Pacteau appeared to want to be candid. On the other hand, he appeared to be anticipating the events and attempting to explain what the police might discover if they searched his apartment. On the same day, April 13th, a man called the police to say he had found a woman's purse. Upon investigation, it turned out that he had discovered it in the park near Alexander Pacteau's home, and it was Karen's purse. It held her phone and documents. This discovery gave those versions of events more credibility. Something may have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. Meanwhile, the search for Karen remained active. Hundreds of police officers searched parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any clues that could aid the investigation. At this point, Alexander Pacteau was the only suspect in the eyes of the police. He was the last person to see Karen. Investigators did not reveal any details about their suspect and kept his name a secret. However, 2 days after Karen's disappearance, police searched his apartment and the surrounding area. Journalists learned about it. Reporters from one of the newspapers speak with other residents of the building. Alexander Pacteau's name has since become public knowledge. This is important, but we will return to it later. So the police obtained a search warrant for Pacteau's apartment. The first thing they noticed when they walked in was the strong bleach odor. They also noticed that his mattress did not fit the size of the bed. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed, and in the bathroom samples were sent for testing. The apartment also contained a toolbox and an abundance of cleaning supplies. A police dog was trained to look for body signals near Pacteau's car, while awaiting a search warrant for the vehicle. Detectives discovered that Alexander Pacteau had taken his car to a salon for cleaning the day before, but the service was reportedly of poor quality. During the search, the same small, dark red spots were discovered on the interior of the passenger door, and samples were sent to the laboratory. Karen's death became increasingly likely with each new discovery, but the search for her continued. As previously stated, journalists were able to obtain the suspect's name, and the following day, a photograph of Alexander Pacteau appeared on the front page of one of the newspapers. Surprisingly, this step by the press proved beneficial to the investigation. A man who saw Pacteau's photo in the newspaper contacted the police and provided some interesting information. He explained that he had previously worked with Alexander and was aware that he rents a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. The farm's address is approximately 9 kilometers from Pacteau's apartment. Any leads were valuable, and the information gathered was investigated. The farm's owner confirmed that Pacteau rents a storage space from him for £10 per week. This is the location in the storage area. Inside, they discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda. Caustic soda is an extremely reactive alkaline substance that can dissolve organic compounds. They also discovered a bonfire containing remnants of a mattress that Pacteau had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, he was arrested as a suspect in Karen Barkley's case, despite the fact that he was aware of the substantial evidence against him. Pacteau confessed to being the one who killed Karen. However, he claimed that he did it in self-defense, citing the evidence discovered by the police and the suspect's testimony. An approximate timeline of events was created for the days Pacteau murdered Karen and attempted to cover his tracks. Karen left the club around 1 a.m. on April 11th, but the reason for her departure was unknown. Her friends claimed there was no argument between them, and Karen stated that she would go to the bathroom and return. Even if we assume she decided to go home for some reason, It remains unclear why she left her jacket behind. Officers investigating the case examined a total of 1,900 hours of surveillance camera footage. In one of the recordings, Karen was seen crossing paths with Pacteau after leaving the club. After a brief conversation, they walked together toward his car. It is believed that he offered to drive Karen to her apartment, but when they got in the car, he attacked her. Pacteau died in his car after striking Karen 14 times with a large wrench. The dark red stains discovered in the car, as well as those in the bathroom and on Pacteau's bed, were dry drops of Karen's blood. After disposing of the girl, he began to plan his next move. First, he disposed of Karen's purse, which was later discovered and turned over to police. He arrived home around 2 a.m. What he did next astounded the detectives greatly. He took the body from the car to his apartment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he used his phone to search the internet for information about caustic soda. He then went to a shopping center, and at 9:42 he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator, and gloves. He thought 6 liters wasn't enough, so on his way home, he stopped at another store and purchased more caustic soda. When he returned to his apartment, he placed Karen's body in the bathtub and attempted to dispose of it. Pacteau did not live alone. His apartment neighbor was expected to return home around 8 p.m. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish his plan. He removed the body from the bathtub, wrapped it in a blanket, and hid it in his bedroom. The next day is April 13th. He threw a wrench into the Clyde River, and divers discovered it. After that, he went to a shopping center about 1.5 miles from home and asked a consultant for assistance. He requested a recommendation for a product that could remove blood stains from mattresses. He also purchased 2 padlocks. On the same day, he took Karen's mattress, bedding, and clothes to a farm and burned everything along the way. He went home and bought a 2-liter barrel to store the body in. Around 2 p.m., he took the barrel to a rented warehouse, poured in the remaining caustic soda, secured the gate with the 2 padlocks he purchased, and returned home. At 6 p.m., the police arrived at his home and took him in for questioning. You know what happened next? Pacteau confessed to his guilt, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense after an argument broke out in the car. However, investigators did not believe this version, which appeared to be an attempt to justify his actions. Police assumed Pacteau was attempting to cover up another crime by killing Karen and then disposing of her body. However, due to the extent of decomposition, experts were unable to determine whether Karen had been subjected to violence before her death. Alexander Pacteau was found guilty in September 2015 and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He apologized to the Buckley family via his lawyer, claiming remorse. Pacteau told his defense attorney that he was too intoxicated on the night of the incident to remember anything while he was taking care of himself. It's worth noting that if he hadn't pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole after 25 years, not 23. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. An 18-year-old Alaskan woman went missing from the coffee shop where she worked. Strange messages began to arrive from her phone, but the police and FBI were unable to find a single lead. They were able to uncover the truth after conducting a thorough investigation, but none of them could have predicted that they were dealing with one of history's most heinous crimes. Samantha Koenig was born on August 30th, 1993, in Anchorage, Alaska, the state's largest population center known for its quiet, measured lifestyle, harsh climate, and vast expanses of snow-capped mountains. The girl adored animals and intended to pursue a career in the field after school. Her other option was to pursue a medical career. Samantha even considered joining the Navy as a nurse. In her free time, she worked part-time at a Subway restaurant and a Harley-Davidson dealership. When she was 18, she took on a part-time job at a small chain coffee shop downtown. Samantha was thrilled about the opportunity. First and foremost, the job was simple enough. Second, she had to work alone on her shift, so the entire process depended solely on her. Her boyfriend, on the other hand, was not as enthusiastic and was concerned about Samantha having to work through the night alone. He tried to talk her out of it, but eventually agreed to support her decision on the condition that he pick her up after each shift. She assured him that the coffee shop was equipped with cameras and even had a panic button to call the police, despite the fact that it was in the middle of nowhere. It was a relatively deserted area. The city, like most of Anchorage, has a low population density, which means that even in the downtown area, there are empty streets. Samantha also had to work a lot during the hours of darkness because daylight hours in Alaska are limited during the winter. Samantha fell in love with the job and quickly mastered it. She'd been working there for a month by early February, and on the first of the month she was getting ready to finish her shift at 8 p.m., as usual. A customer arrived 5 minutes before the coffee shop closed and ordered a large Americano. Samantha prepared the drink and handed it through the window to the customer. He grabbed the glass and immediately pointed his gun at the young woman. An unidentified man in a ski mask threatened to rob her and demanded that the lights in the coffee shop be turned off. Samantha complied, and the intruder broke in through the window. A surveillance camera captured the entire incident, but those silent witnesses could not help her. She didn't press the panic button because she was afraid of the armed robber. Once inside the coffee shop, the perpetrator tied Samantha up and inquired as to where her car was parked. The young woman responded that she did not have one, and that her boyfriend would be there any minute to pick her up. The man then led her outside and toward his car. Samantha managed to escape and run while he looked around, but the perpetrator quickly caught up with her and grabbed her. Unfortunately, no one was on the street at the time, so she couldn't get help. The man stated that if she attempted to flee again, he would kill her. He then led the young woman across the street to his pickup truck and seated her in the passenger seat. The perpetrator had obviously planned ahead of time, as the license plates had been removed from the car. As he drove her to an unknown location, the man stated that all he wanted was a ransom from her family, and Samantha could then return home. He continued to hide his face behind a ski mask the entire time. The young woman begged him to let her go, explaining that her family did not have much money, but the kidnapper refused. At one point, he asked Samantha where her phone was. The young woman responded that she had left it at the coffee shop, which enraged the perpetrator. He needed the phone for his ransom plan, so he returned to the coffee shop, took the smartphone, and sent 2 messages to Samantha's boss and boyfriend. In them, the kidnapper stated on the young woman's behalf that she was tired and planned to leave town with friends for a few days. Samantha spent the entire time in his pickup truck. After texting, the kidnapper removed the phone's battery and resumed driving. He drove the young woman to an undisclosed location that resembled a barn and instructed her to sit quietly. The man threatened to kill her if she tried to scream. He also mentioned that he had a police scanner and that if she managed to call for assistance, he would know right away. The perpetrator demanded Samantha's credit card, but the situation was not so simple. The young woman stated that she shared a bank account with her boyfriend, and the card was in his possession. The man decided to steal it after learning the boyfriend's address and PIN number. He left the tied-up Samantha alone and went to retrieve the card. The young woman informed him that it was always in the guy's car. Once there, the perpetrator recognized the correct car and began breaking it open. The guy saw it from the window and rushed outside, but he was too late. The kidnapper took out the card and fled. On the way back, he stopped at an ATM to check the PIN number before returning to Samantha's house. Meanwhile, the young woman's family and boyfriend were panicked. The guy didn't believe she wrote the message, and everyone knew something had gone wrong with Samantha. However, at the time, none of them connected the credit card theft to the young woman's disappearance. The guy didn't think the events were connected in any way. Samantha's family contacted the police by nightfall, and the search began. Of course, the first thing they did was look through the coffee shop's camera footage, which revealed her abduction. The FBI soon became involved, but they were unable to find any serious leads. The perpetrator had clearly planned carefully for the kidnapping. Not a single detail that could help identify him was captured on camera. Meanwhile, the young woman's relatives, with the assistance of concerned citizens, raised the $41,000 they had promised for information on Samantha's whereabouts. The parents were constantly interviewed by local TV stations, pleading for any information about their daughter's whereabouts. Flyers featuring Samantha's photo and information about the reward circulated throughout Anchorage, but the police never received a single valuable witness. As the days passed, Detectives, desperate for answers, began checking on everyone Samantha knew, including her boyfriend and relatives. However, they quickly realized that none of them had anything to do with the kidnapping. Nearly a month has passed. On February 24th, Samantha's boyfriend received a new message from her phone number that read, "Connor Parkside," under Albert's picture. "Isn't she cute?" Investigators quickly realized it was about the local Connor's dog park and, along with the young woman's relatives, went there. After a while, they realized what the kidnapper meant. There was a booth in the park with various flyers, one of which featured a photo of a dead dog named Albert. The owners had placed this flyer on the stand to say goodbye to their pet, but the detectives discovered a plastic bag beneath it. When they opened it, they discovered a Polaroid photo of Samantha in the background, along with a February 13th newspaper and a typewritten letter in which the kidnapper demanded that $30,000 be deposited into Samantha's bank account. He threatened to kill the young woman if these terms were not met. The police and FBI quickly devised a plan to apprehend this thoughtful criminal. They instructed the young woman's father to top up the card in installments, forcing the kidnapper to visit ATMs on multiple occasions. He did exactly that. The man first deposited $5,000, and a few hours later, that money was withdrawn from an Anchorage ATM. The kidnapper was caught on camera, but detectives were unsuccessful. The man wore a hat, a hood, glasses, and what appeared to be a fake beard and mustache. It was impossible to identify him from the photo. The police quickly arrived at the ATM, but the perpetrator had already fled. A week later, the thief withdrew more money from Wilcox, Arizona, on the other side of the country. He traveled 6,000 miles to evade investigators, but they continued to track his movements. The next cash withdrawal took place in Lordsburg, New Mexico, only an hour away from Arizona. He then made 2 more withdrawals in different cities across Texas. Meanwhile, police carefully examined ATM photographs. They quickly realized the criminal had made a huge mistake. Wilcox had left his car in the camera's line of sight, so the detectives now knew the model of his vehicle. Of course, it was impossible to see the license plates in such a photo, but they now had something to work with. Investigators were concerned that the kidnapper might cross the border into Mexico, so all patrols were instructed to stop white Ford Focuses. A few days later, on March 13th, a Texas Highway Patrol officer observed a vehicle of that make in a hotel parking lot. A man sat behind the wheel. The officer decided to wait for him to pull out before following him. Soon, the man drove out of the parking lot and onto the highway. As soon as the driver exceeded the 3-mile speed limit, the patrolman ordered him to pull over at the curb. This was done to make the suspect less vigilant. If a dangerous criminal is behind the wheel, he may be armed and prepared to fight until the end. So the patrolman pretended that the reason for the stop was a minor offense. The driver of the white Ford was identified as Israel Keys, 34, of Anchorage. The police officer was immediately alerted and decided to search his vehicle, calling for backup in the process. Samantha's cell phone and her boyfriend's bank card were discovered in the car. They also discovered a gun, a false mustache, a beard, and dark glasses. Police had no doubt that he was responsible for Samantha's kidnapping, but they were still surprised because Keys had never come to their attention. The man had a completely clean criminal record. He lived with his girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter while running his small construction business successfully. He was respected and trusted by his acquaintances. Even some members of the Anchorage prosecutor's office utilized his repair and construction services. However, one question preoccupied everyone: where was Samantha Koenig? Keys remained extremely calm during questioning. He joked and laughed a lot. The FBI agents continued the conversation in his manner, and after a while he admitted to what he had done. He explained that he had been planning to rob this coffee shop for several days. He wasn't sure if he'd kidnap the employee. Furthermore, he had devised 2 rules that he himself violated: never look for victims near his own house and never transport them in his vehicle. All of this made him hesitant as he stood in front of Samantha in a dark coffee shop, but he decided to see it through to the end. On the night of the kidnapping, he drove her to the shed in his backyard, where his daughter and girlfriend were present. The perpetrator turned on the radio in case his victim screamed, then left to retrieve the bank card. When he returned, Israel entered the house quietly, hoping not to wake his family, poured himself a glass of wine, and went into the barn. He abused Samantha and eventually killed her. But what about the photograph they discovered in the park? Samantha appeared to be alive in the February 13th issue of the newspaper, which was published 2 weeks after her kidnapping. But she had been dead all along. The photo was not manipulated. Keyes raised her eyelids and applied makeup to her face. According to a detective who attended the interrogation, Israel described the murder with as much ease as if he were listing the foods he had for breakfast. The perpetrator agreed to tell everything under the condition that the confession portion of the interrogation not be published. He did not want his daughter to hear everything. In doing so, he murdered Samantha just a few dozen yards from her bedroom. The detectives thought Keyes' story was about to end, but that was only the beginning. The morning after the murder, Israel and his family took a sea cruise from New Orleans. Tickets had been purchased in advance, and the perpetrator was fully aware that he was committing this murder just hours before departure. As a result, he had to leave the body somewhere so that no one would find it. Keyes did the simple thing of leaving it in the same barn. The body quickly froze due to the cold outside temperature. When Keyes returned home 2 weeks later, he took a picture with a newspaper and typed a ransom note. He then dismembered the body and traveled to a small lake 40 minutes outside of Anchorage. He cut holes in the ice with a chainsaw and placed bags of body parts and additional weights inside. Following all of that, the maniac went winter fishing. It took police divers 10 hours to retrieve the bags from the bottom. Detectives also discovered that Keyes used the same white Ford Focus rental car for his trips between ATMs across the states. He experienced a malfunction and went to one of the dealerships to have the car repaired. Surprisingly, that woman played an important role in catching the perpetrator. The car was captured on an ATM camera prior to the breakdown, and the police were all looking for that specific model. The dealership gave him the same white Focus because they didn't have any other suitable vehicles at the time. If the situation had been different, he would not have been stopped. Finally, during questioning, Keyes confirmed what the investigators had suspected: Samantha was not his first victim. The perpetrator had agreed to tell them about all of his crimes in exchange for 2 conditions. First, he demanded a death sentence that would be carried out within a year of its pronouncement. Second, he requested that everything he said be kept private from the press. These conditions surprised the detectives, but they saw no reason to object, and the maniac began telling them horror stories. Israel began committing crimes from an early age. He'd break into people's homes, steal, start fires in the woods, and torture animals. His parents were strong believers, but they practiced a controversial and unpopular branch of Christianity. They moved around the country on a regular basis because his parents' religious preferences were constantly changing. At the age of 20, Keyes joined the army and served for 3 years. He had molested a random young woman he had seen in an Oregon park a few months prior. When questioned, Israel stated that he wanted to leave the army as soon as possible so that he could begin killing. After quitting at the age of 23, he began his killing spree. He established weapons caches in the woods so that he could return at any time and begin looking for victims. Police discovered 2 such caches in Anchorage and New York. Inside, there was money, knives, a gun, and body disposal supplies. Over the next few years, he went hunting in various states, but the exact number of his victims is unknown. The FBI has only identified 5 of them, but detectives believe Keyes committed at least 11 murders, and these are just the cases in which numerous factors point to his involvement. The total number of murders could be up to 30. Furthermore, Israel had been robbing banks, stores, and private residences, so he always had enough money to purchase weapons and travel. He had significant cash reserves in his hiding places, which were discovered after interrogation. Despite this, the man had only ever come to the police's attention once. Throughout the interrogations, he denied any involvement, but detectives did not believe him. On March 3, 1996, a 12-year-old girl named Julie Harris went missing. Israel Keyes, then 16, lived in the same neighborhood. Police suspected him after a witness discovered Julie near Keyes shortly before she vanished. It wasn't until a year later that the girl's remains were discovered in the river, and her murderer was never found. During interrogations following Samantha's murder, Keyes denied any involvement, but investigators were still hesitant to believe him. They did not, however, possess any direct evidence. In a conversation with FBI agents, Israel admitted to studying serial killers since he was a child. His idol was Ted Bundy, and the maniac aspired to be like him. He had no remorse for his victims and proudly described how he managed to live 2 completely different lives. On the one hand, he was a decent family man and businessman. On the other, he was a barbaric murderer. The only indication of emotion was Keyes' request that the detectives keep the details of his crimes from his daughter. He also stated that he had never killed any children or anyone he knew, citing his own daughter as an example. The FBI agents did not believe this, but they were unable to demonstrate otherwise. They were all forced to admit that Israel was a highly intelligent maniac who had committed only one error in his entire string of crimes. The investigators hoped that he would confess to all of his atrocities, but this did not happen. 9 months after being arrested, Keyes committed suicide in his cell. Despite hundreds of hours of interrogation by FBI agents, he withheld much information. 11 drawings of skulls were discovered under the bed in his cell. It's possible that each one represented a victim. The images of these drawings were not published until 2020. Thus, Israel Keyes can be classified as one of the most violent and elaborate maniacs. He maintained an impeccable reputation despite committing dozens of different crimes and always getting away with it. If he hadn't left his car in the camera's view, he might not have been caught. Investigators were certain that if he had, he would have continued to kill. Keyes stated that he saw killing as his life's purpose and intended to continue hunting people until he was caught. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey, USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988, in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Brittany, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Brittany's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Brittany had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Brittany's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Brittany's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Brittany called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Brittany, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Brittany called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Brittany was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Brittany was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Brittany on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Brittany's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Brittany was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Brittany missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home, or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Brittany might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Brittany never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Brittany's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Brittany's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Brittany was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Brittany walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Brittany stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Brittany was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Brittany and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Brittany and John had another fight. Brittany was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Brittany on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Brittany was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Brittany was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10, the day before she vanished. She gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night, which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friend said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined, and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day, but everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, He broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried, he was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. He confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat. And then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Lori's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes, it appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, the search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County grand jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Paula Andre Salazar was born on September 6, 2015. In Venezuela, her mother, Andre Bermudez, was from Maturin, Monagas. Her father, Leonor Salazar, was from Tucupita, a town in the state of Diamaquiro. The couple decided to immigrate to Ecuador with their child Paula in September 2016, 1 year after her birth. They hoped for a better life for themselves and their daughter. A month after moving to Ecuador's capital, Quito, the family's relationships deteriorated for a variety of reasons. Andreina broke up with Leonardo and moved to Cuenca, Ecuador's third largest city. She took Paula with her. Her best friend's mother lived in Cuenca, and she kindly offered to let her and the girl stay in the house while they looked for another place to live and work. Leonardo, the girl's father, returned to Venezuela to his hometown of Tucupita after a breakup and later immigrated to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had been disabled for quite some time. The man's left arm was completely paralyzed following an accident he had suffered while riding a motorcycle at a young age. The man's inability to use his left arm made it difficult for him to find a good job, even in Ecuador's capital. After moving to Cuenca, Andreina almost completely stopped communicating with Leonardo, only informing him once that she had taken a job on a farm in Tucupita. Andreina began a new romantic relationship with Washington Andres Amara a few months after her separation from Leonardo. Andres was a local Ecuadorian, and more importantly, he owned the farm on which Andreina worked. Andreina grew up in a wealthy family. Andreina moved to the area with Paula when she was a year and a half old. Andres and Andreina welcomed a child on April 7, 2019. With a new baby, the family became happier and more united. However, everything changed when an event occurred on March 27, 2020, which completely altered the lives of everyone involved. At the time, the family was doing well, enjoying each day, and everything was going well on the farm. On one such day, everything appeared to be going well. Andres took Paula and drove her to the flower plantations. The girl became dizzy and vomited while on the way. Andres had no choice but to visit a public restroom. As soon as he and the girl entered, Paula vomited again. He decided to leave her alone for a few minutes and return to the car to get a change of clothes, because the girl's clothes were all dirty. When Andres returned, he discovered Paula lying with her head in the toilet bowl. The men rushed the girl out, attempted first aid, and quickly transported her to the hospital. When the 4-year-old girl was handed over to the doctors, she showed no signs of life. According to the doctor, Paula has died. After the doctors on duty performed an initial examination and assessed the girl's condition, they discovered that Andres' story was riddled with inconsistencies. For example, the doctors determined at first glance that the girl had bruises on her body and face, which could not be explained by the information her foster father provided. In such cases, medical professionals must notify the police. Indeed, the circumstances indicate that shortly after the police arrived, Andres was arrested as a suspect in Paul's murder. Although Andres claimed Paula drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed something much darker. First and foremost, the tests revealed that the girl had been dead for approximately 24 hours when she arrived at the hospital, which contradicted the man's version of events. Paula's foster father claims that he administered first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation just minutes before transporting her to the hospital. The autopsy revealed that the girl died as a result of several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a cracked spine, and sepsis. Paula's death was clearly not an accident, as her small body contained numerous recent and old injuries. Leonardo Salazar, the girl's father, learned of Paul's death on March 33, several days after the events. His mother, who was still in Venezuela, had informed him of his daughter's death over the phone. She learned it from Andreina's friend. It should be noted that after Leonardo left Ecuador, Andreina began a new relationship. She ended all communication with him. That is why, for 3 days, Leonardo was unaware of her tragedy. Until that point, he could only see her in the photos Andreina and his mutual friends had sent him. In addition, Andreina blocked Leonardo from all social media platforms, preventing him from communicating with Paula. She also cut off communication with almost all of Leonardo's relatives. Andreina even turned almost all of their mutual friends against the girl's birth father, informing them of his refusal to communicate with Paula, preventing Leonardo from learning of his daughter's death. However, Andreina's family informed him of a different cause of death. They told him about Paula, who died from COVID-related complications at the time. Ecuador, like the rest of the world, was placed under quarantine due to the pandemic. At the time, there were almost no deaths from the coronavirus in the country. Leonardo was undoubtedly suspicious that his daughter had died from COVID, so he immediately began researching virus-related deaths in Ecuador. These statistics were shared on social media and news sites. Leonardo immediately noticed that there were no children among the few coronavirus victims in Ecuador. Leonardo's relatives assisted him in his investigation, and one of them promptly sent him a newspaper article about the arrest of Andres, who was suspected of killing Paula. Leonardo then started calling Andreina every day, but it wasn't until 10 days later that she decided to call him back herself. During that conversation, Andreina rather coldly informed Leonardo that Paula had died of COVID and that she couldn't give him any more information because her lawyers had forbidden her to do so. Leonardo went on to create a Facebook page dedicated to Paula, as well as an Instagram profile called Justice for Paula, with the help of an acquaintance. The published posts sparked a massive backlash on social media. Their primary goal was to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice on the same day that Andreina called Leonardo. She arrived at the morgue to begin preparing for her daughter's funeral, despite the fact that the prosecutor handling the case requested more time to investigate the body. However, the girl's funeral took place on April 10, 2020. Andreina simply refused to allow a second autopsy on the girl because of the information she shared on social media. Andreina's friends and acquaintances contacted Leonardo and informed him of Paula's sad life in the years preceding her death. Leonardo had the majority of the information they possessed, which was based on isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio recordings, and other similar items. Witnesses claim that since Paula's mother moved in with Andres, the girl has been abused by both her stepfather and her mother. Andrea not only allowed her daughter to be treated this way, but she was also directly involved in the entire situation. Everyone claimed that they only saw Paula happy and cheerful when she was playing alone in front of her stepfather. The girl appeared depressed, shy, and suddenly became very frightening. The little girl once told people that she was aware that her mother and stepfather had beaten her for misbehaving. She even confessed to it as a form of punishment. Andres pushed her, and she hit her head against the wall. Paula described her stepfather as a monster, and she was clearly terrified of him. The little girl had nightmares all the time, and she had insomnia since she was a child. A couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time of moving into the stepfather's home, fall asleep alone. She frequently cried, but no one paid attention to her. In addition, her mother and stepfather forced her to tuck in by herself. Furthermore, her mother Andreina had taught her how to cook since she was 2 years old. This was absurd. Paula was forced to cook her own breakfast and dinner because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from the baby in the evenings. She just didn't want to take care of her daughter. Not only that, but Andreina was unconcerned about the girl having to deal with baking on her own, despite the dangers at the preschool where mother had placed Paula, a girl who constantly complained of leg and back pain and frequently stated that she could not walk. Her constant complaints, as well as the bruises on her body, compelled the teacher to take her to the medical center. Following an examination, they concluded that the girl was mistreated in her family. Teachers contacted the special police organization to investigate the girl's abuse of her family. Officials took up the case and decided to send the girl somewhere she could be safe while the investigation was ongoing. As a result, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle Andreina's brother. A hearing on the case was scheduled for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teachers scheduled to testify did not show up, and for whatever reason they were unable to attend this hearing. As a result, it was decided to hold a retrial on February 27, 2020. However, this time, all of us teachers simply did not show up. The court was forced to dismiss all charges against Bola's parents, and she was eventually returned to her mother. Exactly 1 month later, on March 27, the girl died, and it is unclear why the teachers refused to attend either of the two hearings. It is speculated that Andreina bribed the teachers or simply persuaded them that, while the girl had some issues with her parents, they were not liable for what she said about them. Following Paula's death, Andres was placed in protective custody during the investigation, but he soon appealed the decision. As a result, on June 12, 2020, the judge issued the restraining order and determined that Demand could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, which was held via video conference, Andres announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At the time, Leonardo was still running a social media campaign. He also asked his subscribers for financial assistance to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. He intended to file a complaint against Andrena. Andrena had not yet been charged and was free, according to Paula's mother, but it was too late. Fortunately, Leonardo was able to obtain adequate financial assistance as well as free legal advice from two Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro, who generously offered him their support and assistance in the lawsuit. Leonardo had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela, risking his life by floating on a raft and then crossing the entire border from Nacharing to San Cristobal. He had to book private transfers because the pandemic had canceled all services, and he couldn't take his usual route to Ecuador due to the pandemic. Venezuela's maritime and land borders were closed, leaving only a few regular flights to 4 or 5 countries in the months that followed. Once Leonardo arrived in the state of Táchira, he had to cross the border into Colombia over treacherous terrain. He then took a bus to Hipaluxo and continued through the hills and plains until he arrived at the Rumichaca Bridge, which connects Colombia and Ecuador. Leonardo then took a cab and drove to Quito on June 30. He met with a lawyer as soon as he arrived, and the deceased girl's father filed a complaint against the ex-girlfriend, who was also named as a suspect in Paula's murder. On July 6, 2020, Envious was found to be addicted, and the woman appeared in court, where it was determined that she should not be held in custody, that a house arrest would suffice, and that she must report to justice twice per week. As a result, Andres and Andrena were each charged with murder. In November 2020, the maximum punishment under Ecuador's penal code was approximately 13 years in prison. The first hearing in the case was held at the time, and a specific date for the start of the trial had yet to be announced. During the hearing, Leonardo's attorney expressed concern about Andrena's possible escape, citing her previous attempt to commit suicide with bills. They also applied for Andrena to delay it with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge granted the lawyer's request and reduced the number of days the suspect had to appear in court to once per week rather than twice. However, a few days later, Andrena insisted on reconsidering the decision to wear an electronic bracelet. On November 16, an additional hearing was held to reconsider these decisions. Undoubtedly, all of these details slowed the trial, but the judge was able to set a date, which was set for December. The trial of Andres and Andrena did not receive extensive media coverage. However, much of the information made its way onto social media, and some of the facts went unreported due to the pandemic, which was a major topic in the media. The trial started on January 14, 2021. At the time, no decision had been made on Andrena's alternative forms of imprisonment, and Andres was held in the regional detention center during a closed-door trial in which no media representative was present. In addition, some participants joined the hearing via video link. According to the doctor who performed the girl's autopsy, Paula had nearly all of her spinal discs rebuilt. Some of her ribs were broken, while others had fused. This indicated that the girl had previously broken ribs, which had eventually healed on their own. She also had nail stigmata, a condition in which the nails grow into the skin, resulting in bruises and scratches on her face, body fluid buildup in her lungs, scars on her head, and serrations on her column. According to the assessment, it was the later injuries that caused the infection to spread and eventually lead to sepsis, which resulted in death. The autopsy report also confirmed that Paula had died about 24 hours before Andres took her to the hospital. The number of internal and external injuries reflected the little girl's abuse, as well as her guardian's carelessness, as they had never taken her to the doctor. Furthermore, the girl was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age, as well as having mineral and nutritional deficiencies due to Paula's injuries. Andrena, the girl's mother, attempted to persuade her family friends that the child suffers from a variety of psychological issues, which have resulted in a proclivity for self-torture, which Paula used to draw attention to herself. According to the girl's mother, when her younger brother was born, Paula lost parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and tried to manipulate everyone by crying. The trial also revealed that in October 2019, when Paula was supposed to remain in her uncle's custody under the board's decision, she instead stayed at her parents' house and only slept at her uncle's house for a few nights. In other words, if the police organization's measure did not have the desired effect, it was possible to establish that the girl began to be abused in 2017, only a few months after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador. It most likely began as soon as Andrina started dating Andres. More than 40 accusing party witnesses testified at the trial, confirming that Paula was subjected to abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. Andrina stated at the final hearing before the verdict was handed down that she accepted full responsibility for the child's abuse. The woman claimed she had beaten Paula with a belt and, on occasion, her fists. Through this statement, a girl's mother attempted to shift blame away from her husband. She stated unequivocally that he was innocent, had nothing to do with it, and had never mistreated Paula. Andrina also admitted that she chastised her daughter for causing problems with her new husband. Breaking up with her new husband meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only find with him. Her daughter's well-being came last. After learning about Paula's life situation, the judges were concerned about the couple's newborn son, but unlike Paula, this child was never abused. It must be established that Andres has chosen to exercise his right to remain silent and has never made a statement about the incident since being arrested. By February 3, 2021, Paula's trial had concluded, and the couple had been sentenced. Both defendants were convicted of murdering the girl, and the maximum sentence for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the accusing party demanded the maximum punishment for the perpetrators, but the chief judge decided to consider an aggravating factor, namely that Paula was only 4 years old, implying that she could not defend herself against her attackers as a result of a judge sentenced Andrina and Andres to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicts have 3 days to appeal their verdict. So, despite Andrina's 17-year and 4-month prison sentence, the couple was expected to file an appeal right away. She is still on house arrest while Nuss is in jail. The woman did, in fact, take advantage of her right to appeal, so the higher court must now confirm her prison sentence. In the meantime, the woman continues to follow the original measures. This is not the case for Andres, who was arrested while visiting the hospital with a dead girl. Undoubtedly, the fact that Andrina is still at large is causing public outrage and anger, particularly the anger of Leonardo, who is concerned that the woman will take advantage of the situation to avoid justice. If you were shocked by this story, please remember to subscribe to the channel. There are other equally shocking stories. From our end, we express our condolences to Paula's father and wish him the time he needs to recover from his terrible grief and obtain justice for Paula. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student rode her bicycle and disappeared. Without a trace, the police launched a search, but none of them could have imagined the disturbing revelations that awaited them in just a few days. So many shocking details emerged in the case that even seasoned FBI agents were horrified, and none of them expected such an ending. Sierra Jacob was born on February 11, 1996, in the small American town of Delta, Ohio. The girl grew up in a very large and friendly family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Sierra loved to play sports and was on the school volleyball team. She also loved to travel. The girl dreamed of visiting Italy and put a lot of effort into making that wish come true until she finally managed to go there. During her studies, she started dating a guy named Josh. After graduating high school, they went to different universities. Sierra planned to get a job with her uncle, who owned a metal fabrication company, and the young woman decided to major in human resources. She enrolled at Toledo University, located 50 kilometers from her home. Despite the distance, she and Josh planned to keep dating and made plans for their future. The couple even began to take their time choosing engagement rings for their future wedding. After 2 years at university, the young woman went to her hometown for a summer vacation. At that point, she still had some school work to close, but she decided to do it from home so she could spend more time with her family and her boyfriend. In addition to that, Sierra was also doing an internship with her uncle's company she was in her 20s at the time, and the young woman was thoroughly preparing to work there. After graduation on July 19, 2016, Sierra decided to drive to her boyfriend's house. She had bought a new bike a few days before, and she couldn't wait to try it out. The young woman left the house at about 5 p.m. and headed toward Josh's house. Around 9 p.m. her mother came home and found her daughter not there. This struck her as a little strange. She thought Sierra would have come home by now, but it was summer, And it was just starting to get dark outside. Besides, the young woman was already in her 20s, and her mother didn't worry about it. She had assumed that her daughter would stay at the boyfriend's house, but that all changed when Josh called her at 1:30 p.m. He asked if Sarah was home since the boyfriend couldn't reach her. According to the young man, they broke up at about 7 p.m., and she hasn't been in touch since. Considering that more than 3 hours had passed since then, the young woman's mother began to get seriously worried. Together with Josh, they started calling friends and relatives of the young woman, hoping she had stopped by one of them. But no one had seen her that night. Then the mother called all the nearby hospitals, but there was no one there either. Eventually, the woman decided to go to the police, and around midnight she filed a missing persons report. Despite the fact that Sierra was 20 years old, the police immediately began their search. Given that Josh was the last person to see her, they went to him. The guy said that the young woman arrived at his house shortly after 5 p.m. After about an hour and a half, they decided to go for a ride together. Sierra rode her bike, and Josh rode his motorcycle. The couple rode along country roads along numerous cornfields. Josh even took a picture of Sierra on her bike, and the young woman posted it on social media. After riding around for a while, they decided to go their separate ways. Sierra and Josh separated about a mile away from her house. The guy rode back on his motorcycle, and she headed home on her bike. While the police talked to the young man, other officers drove around looking for Sierra. They headed for the road near where the young woman had begun her journey home alone, and soon they were able to spot the first disturbing tip-off. As they drove along the road along the fields, one of the officers saw that the corn stalks in one place were heavily pinched, as if someone had waded through them. He walked over there with a flashlight, and after a few yards saw Sierra's bicycle. On examining it, the policeman saw traces of blood on the handles and seat. Next to the bicycle was a woman's sock, which also had bloodstains on it. He reported the find to his colleagues, and soon other police officers arrived on the scene. On closer inspection, they found several other items not far from the bike. They were men's sunglasses, a screwdriver, and some car fuses. Just as interesting was the fact that motorcycle tire tracks led to the bicycle across the cornfield. All this was enough for the investigators to come to a disappointing conclusion. It was likely that Sarah had been stolen. As the case took a serious turn, they began to look closely at Josh as a possible suspect. First of all, statistically speaking, it is the people closest to them who are most likely to turn out to be the perpetrators. Second, that night Josh was riding a motorcycle, and next to the bike, Sierra found similar tire tracks. Besides that, the detectives wondered why the guy didn't walk the young woman home. She had less than a mile to go, and he was on a motorcycle and could have gotten home quickly anyway. Josh allowed the police officers to look around his house, his car, and his motorcycle, and that's where the officers came across his work overalls, which showed signs of blood. The young man said he wore the clothes when he was hunting, and the blood belonged to animals. Investigators turned the overalls over to experts, and they quickly confirmed that he was telling the truth. Otherwise, there was nothing to suggest Josh was involved. The experts also examined the items found in the field and extracted one DNA sample from them that belonged to an unknown person. Josh immediately volunteered a sample, and they did not match. As a result, he was no longer considered a suspect, and the police started looking for other leads. The next day, they received a call from a farmer. The man told them that on the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he was driving down the same road with his son. At one point, they noticed a motorcycle helmet on the side of the road, and the father told his son to bring it to the car. The farmer later examined it more closely and saw traces of blood on it, and then contacted the police. Detectives admitted that the helmet may have belonged to the kidnapper, but his identity remained a mystery. At this point, the FBI was already involved in the case, and the agents decided to take a close look at the photo that Josh had taken of Sierra shortly before her disappearance. Thanks to the photo, they knew what kind of clothes she was wearing, but the detectives noticed something else. The young woman was wearing a fitness bracelet on her wrist. They immediately requested geolocation data for the device, but here the investigators were unsuccessful. The device had been turned off shortly after Sierra disappeared. The police received another tip shortly thereafter. Josh told them that as he and the young woman were driving down the road, a suspicious white van followed them. The guy got the feeling that the driver was following them. The vehicle was traveling at a slow speed and slowed down. When the couple slowed down at one point, Josh even tried to drive up to him, but the driver pulled away. The guy thought it was strange, and he even remembered part of his license plate number. The police quickly found the vehicle and its owner. She turned out to be a woman, and detectives determined that she had nothing to do with the crime. During the conversation, she herself accused Josh of trying to drive up to her and push her off the road. As a result, Investigators decided that there had simply been a miscommunication between them and continued to look for more leads. Several days had passed since Sierra's disappearance, but the police were still unable to find any additional clues. Then they decided to go through all the residents who had been previously convicted of violent crimes and lived in nearby communities. Going through the list of these people, they immediately noticed one man, 57-year-old James Worley. He lived only a few kilometers from the field where Sierra's bicycle was found. The reason the police were so interested in him was very simple. James had been convicted of kidnapping a young woman in the 1990s. She was riding her bicycle when suddenly a man ran over her in his van, threatening her with his screwdriver. He tried to force the young woman into the car, but she managed to escape. Given that Sierra disappeared during the bike ride and the screwdriver was found next to him, police quickly suspected James of kidnapping her. Investigators went to him to verify this theory. The man was clearly unhappy about the visit and stated that he had not killed anyone. Nevertheless, he voluntarily allowed the officers to inspect his home. James and his mother lived on a 120-acre farm, and there were many different structures on this huge property. It took the detectives a long time to look at them all. During this process, James kept repeating to the police that he had not kidnapped Sierra and had only heard about the case from the news. This behavior began to seem strange to them. The man was literally repeating the same thing over and over again, but something more interestingly awaited them next. Suddenly, James said that on the night of Sierra's disappearance, he had just driven along that road and his motorcycle had stalled near the very spot where the police later found the young woman's bicycle, according to James. He saw her bike and decided to get closer, so he headed into the field, pushing his motorcycle nearby. The man added that, as he walked there, his car fuses, sunglasses, screwdriver, and helmet fell out. Suddenly, his motorcycle started up again, and James drove on, forgetting to pick up all those items. As you might have guessed, the detectives were very suspicious of this story. In addition, just a few hours earlier, a witness had approached them and said that the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he had seen a strange van on that road. The witness noticed it because the vehicle was driving at a very high speed, breaking all possible rules. He memorized the license plate number and gave that information to the police. After running the blades, detectives learned that the van belonged to James, and during a search he spotted it near the house. The man also allowed them to examine the van, and the officers found something of interest inside, where a ski mask, duct tape, plastic clamps, handcuffs, and amazed, the items themselves did not in any way indicate his guilt, but given James's criminal record for kidnapping, such a set made investigators suspicious. But the creepiest finds awaited them in one of the barns. Detectives found a separate room where, behind a hidden door inside which was an air mattress, beside it were chains that looked as if they had been designed to keep a person in the room. Next to the mattress was a refrigerator, inside of which the police found traces of blood. There is also a strong smell of bleach, from which they deduced that the blood had been thoroughly cleaned, but the main clue was the contents of a small box. There were bras and several pairs of women's underwear, one of which had blood on it. All this was enough to arrest James, at least temporarily, while experts examined the collected evidence. The man was taken in for questioning and asked to explain the secret room with the blood and chains. In response, James gave them another dubious story. He said he had made the room because he wanted to set up his own studio to shoot adult material, so it was just his improvised film set. Of course, the detectives didn't believe what he said. The room looked as if it had originally been made to hold people against their will. Nevertheless, they still could not connect it to Sierra's disappearance, nor could they determine her whereabouts. But that all changed on the third day after her disappearance. During a lengthy search, the police found a freshly dug grave in a field that contained Sierra's body. Her hands were handcuffed, and the young woman had a large plastic toy in her mouth. She was also wearing an adult diaper. Medical examiners determined that the victim died from strangulation, but they were unable to determine even the approximate time of death. In addition, they did not find any signs of violence. Around the same time, forensic scientists were actively examining all the evidence collected from James' barn. They found female DNA on one of the pieces of duct tape lying next to the mattress, and it matched Sierra's DNA. The cops also obtained geolocation data on James' smartphone. It turned out that on the night of the young woman's disappearance, he had spent almost 2 hours near that location. They received another disturbing piece of evidence from the psychologist James had court appointed for a previous abduction. According to him, during one of his sessions, James stated that he was learning from his mistakes with each new abduction, and then next time he was going to bury the bodies. Apparently, the psychologist decided not to inform the police of such disturbing statements made by his client, and did so only after he had been accused of murder. With this set of clues, the detectives formed the most likely chronology of events Apparently, James spotted Sierra on the road that night, hit her with his helmet, and dragged her into a field with his bicycle. Based on his geolocation data, the man sat there until the sun went down. During that time, he called his brother and told him that his motorcycle had broken down. Apparently, this was his way of creating an alibi. As soon as it got dark outside, James drove home, got off his motorcycle onto his van, and returned to the field, picked up Sierra, and took her to his barn. At that point, the young woman was either unconscious or restrained. What happened next, only James knew. He apparently abused the victim for some time before killing her and burying her in a field. Experts only speculated that the victim may have been there for 3 days. The man himself continued to deny all of these allegations, and the case went to trial. The trial began in March 2018, with the prosecution presenting additional evidence that further pointed to his guilt. It turned out that the key to the handcuffs placed on the victim's hands was found on James' keychain. His lawyers decided to stick with the theory that James simply wanted to set up an adult film studio in his barn, and the cops pulled that into the murder. However, they did not provide any adequate arguments for their client's innocence. The trial ended in less than a month, and on March 28th, the jury found him guilty. As a result, James received the death penalty, with his execution scheduled for May 20th, 2025. Of course, this story was far from over for the detectives. Given everything they had learned about the man, the police were certain that James had committed similar crimes before, but he had managed to avoid responsibility. Investigators were still working on his case, trying to tie the unsolved disappearances to James, but it had yet to yield concrete results. The victim's parents established the Sierra Scholarship and also participated in the creation of a bill that would have required the state to make an open registry of people previously convicted of murder and kidnapping. The bill was quickly supported and went into effect on March 20th, 2019. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 1992. Milleke van Doorn, a resident of Zaandam, Netherlands, was attacked after missing her bus. It took over 20 years for authorities to find the perpetrator of this crime. The development of DNA testing methods also played an important role. Milleke came from a typical, ordinary family. She lived in Zaandam with her parents and 2 sisters. Zaandam is a city in the province of North Holland. It is the main city of the municipality of Zaanstad and was granted city rights in 1811. It is located on the river, just north of Amsterdam. Milleke was not a troublesome child. She did nothing wrong and was friendly to everyone. She had recently graduated from high school, where she had a solid reputation. She believed that her life was only beginning and that she had a bright future ahead of her. Unfortunately, one summer night changed everything. Milleke became well known throughout the country, and her fate received a lot of attention. Milleke attended a friend's birthday party on Sunday evening, June 7, 1992. The party took place in one of the apartments in this building. The place looked the same in 1992, and little has changed since then except that the trees have grown taller. Milleke decided to leave before the birthday celebration ended. She was having a great time with her closest friends, but because she lived in a different part of town, she had to leave while public transportation was still operational. Just before midnight, she said her goodbyes to her friends and headed outside. Milleke walked to the nearest bus stop, which was approximately 160 yards away. This bus stop had not changed much in 3 decades. According to investigators, when Milleke arrived at the stop, she discovered that the last bus had left a half-hour earlier. She was aware of the bus schedule but did not consider it due to the Christian holiday of Pentecost that day. The last bus left half an hour earlier than usual. Milleke had a different way to get home. It involved taking the train. The train station was located on the same street as the bus stop. Milleke would have had to walk approximately half a mile to get there. Nonetheless, she never returned home. She frequently slept over at her friends' houses, so her parents did not immediately sound the alarm. There is a church near the train station, and there is a pond nearby. The following day is Monday morning. The pastor of St. Joseph's church was taking a morning walk when he noticed a body floating in the pond and was shocked. He called the police at 8:54 a.m. Detectives arrived on the scene in 5 minutes, and the Van Dorn family was overcome with despair and sadness that morning. Milica's body had been recovered from the water. On first inspection, investigators realized they were dealing with a crime. She had numerous injuries on her neck, face, and body, including several stab wounds. She was also partly undressed. The perpetrator wanted to hide the body so that passersby couldn't see it, so he covered it with reed stalks. However, this plan failed, and Milica discovered the body because her family was devastated by her death. She had been young and dreamed of a beautiful future. But now her parents had to mourn her. They had no idea who could have do such a thing to their daughter or why. Following the autopsy, investigators gained some insight into the motive for the crime. The medical examiner discovered semen and pubic hair inside me, just like in his body. Even after the body was removed from the pond, there was no water in his lungs. This meant she had died somewhere else. It wasn't until after she died that the body attempted to be hidden in the pond. It was also unclear when Milica died. It could have occurred shortly after she left the party. However, it could have been several hours later. Because her body was submerged in water, body temperature could not be used to determine when she died. The pond is where the perpetrator disposed of the body. Milica, however, died somewhere else. The police were attempting to locate the crime scene, and investigators believed that because of the severity of the wounds, traces should have been left behind as one piece of evidence that could point to the crime scene and possibly the perpetrator. Was one of Milica's shoes missing? Police distributed informational flyers, among other things, stating that one of Milica's shoes was missing and asking anyone who found it to report it to detectives. The second shoe would eventually be discovered, but we'll talk about that later. It was 1992. DNA research was still in its early stages of development. As a result, DNA samples from Milica's body were ineffective in aiding the police investigation at the time. The detectives initially addressed me as if I were a member of their family. They wanted to know if Milica was in a conflict with anyone, or if she had rejected an obsessive man who couldn't accept rejection. Milica, however, was not at odds with anyone, according to her family members. Her personal life was also fine. She dated a guy her own age, and they rarely fought. After discovering that Milica was at a birthday party before she died, investigators decided to interview all of the guests who had invited their milk, including his boyfriend. Numerous interviews yielded nothing. Everyone at the party told the same story. Milica left shortly before midnight and was supposed to take a bus to her neighborhood. Milica's friends knew that the last bus had already left before she arrived at the bus stop that day. Today, almost everyone owns a cell phone. However, things were different in 1992. As a result, it was impossible to contact Milica to determine whether she boarded the bus or not, and whether she arrived home safely. After ruling me out, they look at my friends as possible suspects. Police officers began searching for potential witnesses to the crime. They went door to door, interviewing residents in the area where the body was discovered. This yielded a wealth of information but few specifics. Several people reported hearing a woman scream at night, but it quickly stopped, so they did not give it much thought. Witnesses reported seeing a man with a Turkish appearance riding a bicycle to the location where Milica's body was found. Investigators decided to focus on members of the Turkish community who live in the Kogerveld neighborhood, where Milica's body was discovered. Some young Turkish men had legal problems and were the focus of police attention. However, months later, investigators were still unable to identify the suspect. All of the men they spoke with denied being near the pond on the night of the crime. As a result, the investigation was deadlocked. 6 months after the crime, a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church discovered Milica's second shoe, which had been there all along. It was impossible to get to the church's roof without a ladder, so it was determined that the perpetrator had, for some reason, thrown one of Milica's shoes onto the roof while he was at the pond, regardless of whether there were any other marks on the church roof. They had long been erased by wind and bad weather. Months and years passed, but Milica Van Doren's case remained unsolved. This was another factor that deeply affected her parents. After all, whoever had so coldly and brutally taken their daughter from them remained free and happy, whereas the Van Doren family's lives were irreversibly altered. Over time, the police have returned to this case. Investigators had repeatedly interviewed residents in the area where the body was discovered, hoping that someone would recall something and provide previously unknown information, but this did not happen. The Milica story was also discussed on various television shows, and the police received calls with leads. However, this did not help in getting closer to the suspect. Nonetheless, the authorities had samples of the perpetrator's DNA at their disposal, which could be described as lying in wait as DNA testing technology advanced. Medical analysts speculated that the perpetrator was a man of Turkish descent who lived in the Kogerveld area in 1992 and was aged between 16 and 30. Approximately 200 men voluntarily submitted buccal swabs for DNA testing, but no results were obtained. A significant event occurred in April 2012, nearly 20 years after Milica's death, which shaped the investigation even further. Thanks to a change in the law in the Netherlands, DNA kinship testing became possible. Based on the autopsy results, evidence, and the perpetrator's behavior, a psychological portrait of him was created. The police profiler believed Milica was an unintentional victim of a frustrated man who was resentful of women in general. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The perpetrator may have only spoken to her briefly, but he then grabbed her violently and began threatening her. After satisfying his basic needs, he realized Milica would recognize him, so he decided to kill her. He remained silent for several weeks after committing the crime. Perhaps he pretended to be ill so he wouldn't see anyone or go out because he had scratches on his body from his fight with Milica. He is a hot-tempered man who takes criticism poorly, is selfish, has few friends, and mistreats his girlfriends. In 1992, the police profiler believed the offender to be between the ages of 18 and 25. In April 2016, the investigation into Milica Van Doren's case was reopened. While there had been no serious reports in over 20 years, a specific report surfaced in June 2016, mentioning the names of 2 Turkish men. Both of these men had lived in Zaandam in 1992, and they had both left shortly after Milica died. This needed to be determined. Whether the 2 men had any involvement in the crime, it wasn't easy. They turned out to be in Turkey, and it took over a year to find them and take the necessary steps. However, DNA analysis of the 2 men revealed no matches to the DNA discovered on Milica's body in 2017. 25 years after Milica's death, authorities decided to try to identify the suspect using DNA typing technology. In November 2017, scientific tests on DNA samples found on Milica's body revealed that the DNA almost certainly belonged to a man of Turkish ancestry. The police requested a voluntary DNA sample from 133 men of Turkish origin who lived in the area where the body was discovered and neighboring areas in 1992. The Netherlands Institute of Forensic Medicine was tasked with analyzing the Y chromosome pattern, which is the DNA pattern passed down from father to son, in order to send out a request for voluntary DNA. Authorities promised that the samples would be used only in the investigation of Milica Van Doren and then destroyed. Police also stressed that none of the men to whom the request was sent were suspects in the case. Nearly all of the 133 men of Turkish descent who received the request agreed to voluntarily provide a DNA sample for testing, but a few refused. According to a police statement, 126 of the 133 men provided DNA samples. A police spokesman called it fantastic, saying that the fact that so many men agreed to cooperate was respectful and demonstrated that they all wanted Doren to be held accountable and the case resolved. It took about a month to analyze the DNA samples, but it was worth it. The DNA of the man who attacked Milica 25 years ago was not one of the samples tested by these experts. However, among them was a DNA sample from a man who had no idea he was related to the perpetrator. On Monday, December 10, 2017, police announced the suspect's arrest. He turned out to be Hussein, a 47-year-old man whose last name and image were not published in accordance with local laws. He was one of 7 people who did not provide DNA for verification. Hussein, on the other hand, had a brother who had nothing to hide and gave the authorities his DNA without knowing where it would lead. By identifying family ties and compiling a list of individuals who refused to provide DNA to the police, investigators quickly figured out who had been hiding from justice for 25 years. These are the only photos of the suspect that I could find. The police obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hussein, and this time his consent was not required. A comparative analysis revealed a perfect match to the DNA samples taken from Milika's body. Based on this information, Hussein, who had established a family and fathered 4 daughters since the crime, was formally charged in the Milika Van Doren case, and he denied guilt during his 2018 trial. He initially claimed that he was possessed by an evil spirit, which is why he did not recall attacking Milika. However, he later changed his strategy and claimed that he had a secret and very close relationship with Milika, which is why his DNA ended up in her body. He claimed to be hiding his relationship with Milika because he had recently married. However, the judge did not believe him because Hussein made the statement only a year after being arrested, and because no one could confirm Milika and Hussein knew each other, let alone had an intimate relationship. Only immediate family members testified at the trial. According to one sister, the man who did this remained silent for years, refusing to reveal his identity or cooperate. When police asked for his DNA, he continued to live freely in the neighborhood, starting a family with 4 daughters. She addressed the suspect, stating, "You are an unidentified man who ruined my life. It disgusts me that there are men like you who exploit women, discard them like garbage, and then go on with their lives." The other sister stated, "I had hoped that you would talk about your motives in Milika's last hours, but instead, you made a completely implausible claim that you had a secret relationship with her and complained about how difficult it was for you and your own family. However, your family is welcome to visit you in prison. If I want to see Milika, my only option is to go to her gravesite." She concluded that Milika died in a terrible way, and so I hope for justice she deserved it. When her father was offered the opportunity to speak in court, Milika Van Doren and her family were overcome with emotion. He was furious and said, "If you keep your mouth shut for 25 years, you're a coward." Hussein's treatment of Milika was appalling. According to the attorney, "It's shocking when the police come to your house and tell you that someone has taken your child's life because the family lived in constant fear for years, because they didn't know if this was a targeted act against the family." Hussein was found guilty on December 11, 2018, based on DNA evidence. Despite his continued denials of involvement in Milika Van Doren's case, he was convicted of taking Milika's life, which the court determined was Doren's, to conceal the evidence of another crime, a crime against sexual integrity. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In addition, the judge ordered Hussein to pay Milika's family €10,000 in compensation. Hussein refused to appear in court during the pronouncement of his sentence. He was taken to court, but opted to remain in a cell outside the courtroom. Hussein filed an appeal in February 2019, and his sentence was reduced from 20 years to 19 years and 7 months. His time in prison, however, was brief. Hussein died on Sunday, June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer's report, Hussein died after working out, and the resuscitation treatments he received were ineffective. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Summer Baldwin's case is buried in suitcases in the world of criminal investigations. When 2 or more crimes have similar characteristics, experts frequently classify them as part of a series. It may take years to identify and apprehend serial criminals. The majority of criminals were victims of violence and abuse as children, and some suffer from mental illnesses of varying severity. Nonetheless, they are aware of their interactions with the outside world. These people frequently appear to be perfectly normal, to the point where those around them are unaware that they are dealing with a ruthless killer. Such was the case with Rosendo Rodriguez, a seemingly unassuming young man who served in the United States Marine Corps. Witnesses who knew him personally and testified at his trial described him as a friendly, responsible, and kind man who had never hurt a fly. However, it was revealed that he had brutally murdered 2 young women and disposed of their bodies in an extravagant and unusual manner. Looking ahead, I believe that this man was justly punished for his heinous actions. But let's start at the beginning to understand this loud and complex case, learn about his victims, and delve into the criminal's childhood to see how he transformed into a monster, a naked beauty in a suitcase. This chilling tale began on September 13, 2005, on the outskirts of Lubbock, Texas. A city utility worker performing routine duties at a local landfill spotted an unusual object among the usual assortment of colorful trash. A large black suitcase that appeared oddly intact and bulky. Curiosity piqued, so he opened the suitcase, hoping to find something valuable. To his horror, the first thing he saw after unzipping it was a woman's manicured hand. He was surprised to see a real human body rather than a doll or mannequin. When he fully opened the suitcase, he discovered a young woman's naked body, knees drawn up to her chest and arms crossed around her neck. The worker immediately stopped the garbage truck that had delivered the grisly suitcase and called the police. The landfill was quickly cordoned off, and the truck and its contents were thoroughly searched. Finding any clues in a massive city dump was nearly impossible, but the investigators hoped to learn something about the woman's identity and how she ended up in such a state. No identification or personal items were discovered in the suitcase. The only distinguishing feature on the body was a small tattoo on the leg with the word Summer. The medical examiners were now tasked with determining the cause of death, while forensic experts had to identify the victim and locate her killer. Autopsy revealed multiple injuries sustained while the woman was alive, including evidence of sexual violence. However, the death was caused by positional asphyxiation. She was still alive when she was placed in the suitcase, but the confined space caused her to suffocate. She had died about a day before her body was discovered. Fingerprint analysis uploaded to the national database in the United States identified the victim as 29-year-old Summer Lee Baldwin, aka Summer Baldwin. Summer Baldwin, born in Washington in 1976, was known for her sweet, kind, and outgoing personality. She was a bright student with a lively personality and lots of friends. Summer had lofty goals for her life, including pursuing a career in acting. After graduating from high school, she attended a community college, but university studies proved difficult, so her friends invited her to Texas for a change of scenery and opportunities. Summer moved to Lubbock with her parents' support, hoping to start over. Summer's life spiraled, but she slowly became addicted to alcohol and illegal drugs without seeking help from her family. Her addiction worsened over time, resulting in job loss and connections with people who had criminal records. Her acting ambitions were dashed, and she eventually started working as an escort to support herself. Summer's parents were unaware of their daughter's problems and believed she was leading a successful life. They were devastated when the police told them about her tragic death in September 2005. They provided limited information about their summer friends and hangouts. Notably, a few months before her death, Summer was a key witness in a major federal counterfeiting investigation. This raised the possibility that her murder was a contract killing by a criminal gang, which drew the FBI's attention and heightened the investigation's focus on the first suspects. Rebecca, Summer Baldwin's best friend, was the first person questioned by the police. Rebecca revealed Summer's occupation and mentioned several of her boyfriends, one of whom was aggressive, frequently raised his hand to her, and stalked her after their breakup. That man was the first suspect in the case. Summer's ex-boyfriend was detained and brought to the station on the same day, but he categorically denied any involvement in the case. Furthermore, he appeared surprised and saddened by the news of her death. He had a solid alibi. The night before the tragedy, he was involved in a drunken brawl in a bar and spent the night in a cell with another troublemaker. As a result, the police were forced to release the first and only suspect at the time, another friend and, in a sense, colleague of the deceased, who provided the investigation with much more critical information. According to Marjorie, she saw Summer the evening before the murder and spoke with her briefly. They met on September 11, in the parking lot of a convenience store. Marjorie described how a red van pulled up to the store, and a young, fit man of Latino appearance got out and went inside, presumably to shop. In the meantime, Summer noticed her friend emerge from the passenger side to greet her. She informed Marjorie that he was her client, with whom she had met for the second time in recent days. Summer hurried back into the van after the man exited the store and took the wheel. Marjorie then went about her business, not noticing which direction the van drove away. She had no idea where the couple planned to meet. She also mentioned that she had never seen the man before and assumed he was not a local. Due to the darkness outside and her inability to see him clearly, she could only describe him as having very short hair, similar to that of a military man. What is wrong with the suitcase? The suitcase that became a young woman's coffin appeared strange. It was covered in garbage and waste on the outside, but it was not worn out, and its wheels appeared to be new. Inside, all tags were in perfect condition, and the lining appeared to be brand new. Furthermore, the plastic attachment for the price tag remained intact, indicating that the person who purchased the suitcase had not removed it. It was discovered that suitcases of this brand were sold in dozens of stores throughout the city. However, this particular large model was only available at 2 stores, thanks to the perfectly preserved barcode. It was discovered that a pair of identical suitcases were sold the day before the tragic discovery at a Walmart in the same neighborhood of the city where the girl was last seen alive. The first purchase was made after noon, and the second around 2 in the morning, which was unusual and suspicious. Police officers responded quickly and requested the store's surveillance camera footage. After reviewing the materials, they discovered that the first suitcase was purchased by an elderly couple. These people were not initially suspicious, but once located, they were able to present the suitcase and explain that they had purchased it for a vacation trip. The second suitcase, however, was purchased by a young Latino man with an athletic build and very short hair, similar to that of a military man. Suspicions arose that this was the person mentioned by the witness who saw him with the deceased girl in the supermarket parking lot. Furthermore, the man purchased a pair of disposable gloves at the checkout. Additional information was provided by external surveillance cameras installed in the store parking lot. They showed the man leaving with the suitcase in hand, loading it into a red van. Too many coincidences led the police to believe they'd found their man, and all that remained was to establish his identity, track him down, and bring him in for questioning and searching for the stranger. The man was extremely cautious, using cash rather than a car to avoid leaving any personal information. However, he failed to account for the parking lot surveillance cameras, which perfectly captured his vehicle's license plate. Police quickly identified the vehicle as a rental under the name Rosendo Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a U.S. Marine Corps reservist, had no criminal record and had not previously come to police attention. He spent a few days in Lubbock with his unit for training. It was difficult to find Rodriguez right away because he was not at the hotel where his unit was staying. However, police had his information and discovered that he had withdrawn a large sum of money from an admin in another hotel. Most likely, the money was spent on the suitcase and gloves. Rodriguez had not stayed at the hotel where he accessed the ATM. Instead, there's someone named Thomas Rodriguez. On September 11, someone who matched Rosendo's description checked in. It turned out to be the same person under a different name for unknown reasons. Because luck favored the investigation, the hotel room rented by Rodriguez, which he had already checked out of, had not yet been cleaned, yielding critical evidence. There were brown stains and splatters on the carpet bed and walls that looked like dried blood. A tag from a new suitcase was discovered near the bed, and the trash included used contraceptives and disposable gloves. Forensic analysis confirmed that the dried blood in the room belonged to Summer, and the DNA on the contraceptives and gloves matched both Summer and Rodriguez. There was no doubt they had located the murderer, but Rodriguez had already left the city. However, with all of the necessary information, tracking him down was simple. Rosendo Rodriguez III was born on March 26, 1980. I was born in Wichita Falls, Texas, to a poor Mexican immigrant family. According to reports, he experienced violence and harsh treatment during his early childhood. His father, described as domineering and aggressive, battled alcoholism and frequently abused his wife and children. Throughout his childhood, Rosendo was aggressive, frequently getting into fights at school. However, as he grew older, he learned to manage his anger. After high school, he went to Texas Tech University and moved away from his parents. He lived independently and worked at a pizzeria as a courier and an office clerk before deciding to join the United States Marine Corps. Rodriguez's military colleagues described him as quiet, balanced, disciplined, and responsible. He was regarded as a good friend, always willing to help, well-educated and physically attractive, making him popular among women. Rodriguez was arrested on September 15 at his San Antonio home. When the police arrived, he appeared calm and unaware of the gravity of the situation. During the search, a striped shirt and shorts were discovered that matched the outfit he wore when purchasing the suitcase captured on surveillance footage. Rodriguez's laptop and mobile phone were also seized during interrogation, and he was detained for the first few weeks. Rosendo remained silent, denying any involvement in Summer Baldwin's murder. However, the evidence presented against him was overwhelming. So, per his attorney's advice, he began giving statements with his version of events, which differed significantly from the scenario devised by the forensic experts. Rodriguez began by explaining that he had mistakenly booked a hotel separate from his fellow service members. He only knew the name of the hotel chain they were supposed to stay at, chose a hotel at random, and only after checking in did he realize the others were in a different location. He chose not to relocate because military leadership indicated it was unnecessary. He did not explain why he registered using a different name. On September 10, Rodriguez rented a van to get around the city. That evening, he claimed he met Summer Baldwin by chance. He said he saw a blonde woman sitting on a bench by the road, hands covering her face as if she were crying. Intriguing and concerned, he came to see if she was okay and needed assistance. They started a conversation. She calmed down, and they went to his hotel room, where they talked and drank briefly but did not become intimate. Rosendo drove her home the next morning, but they decided to meet later in the evening. He picked her up from the same location around 9 p.m. and visited a supermarket where some people recognized her friend Marjorie. They returned to the hotel, where Rodriguez stated that they had consensual intimacy. Rodriguez later claimed Summer became aggressive and demanded money, which surprised him because he was unaware he was with a call girl. When he refused, she allegedly pulled a knife from her purse and threatened him. He disarmed her before punching her in the face, causing her nose to bleed. Rodriguez claims he did not intend to harm her and acted in self-defense. Moments later, Summer collapsed on the bed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. He stated that he attempted to help her but refrained from performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation due to the blood and foam on her face. After about a minute, she stopped breathing. He panicked when he realized she had died. He went to the nearest store, purchased a suitcase and gloves, returned to the hotel, placed her body in the suitcase, and threw it in the dumpster, knowing that it would be hauled to the landfill the following morning. He then checked out of the hotel, returned his rental car, and drove back to San Antonio as if nothing had happened. The suspect's story contains inconsistencies. Investigators quickly realized Rosendo Rodriguez was lying because his story contained numerous inconsistencies. For example, Marjorie, who met Summer in the parking lot the night of the crime, claimed that Summer explicitly told her that the man was a client of hers with whom they had previously met for a fee. Rodriguez claims that everything they did was consensual, but evidence on Summer's body suggests that she was taken advantage of. It's likely that their first night was consensual, which is why some agreed to see him again. Furthermore, Rodriguez claimed he only hit Summer in the face once to calm her down, but she died from a seizure. However, an autopsy revealed that Baldwin had approximately 30 fresh bruises on his head and body on the night of the crime, as well as several stab wounds. Furthermore, she was still alive when he packed her into the suitcase, contradicting his claim that she had died. Another girl in a suitcase. During an investigation at Rodriguez's home, police took his laptop computer. A review of his search history uncovered an unsettling pattern. Rodriguez had been actively searching for information about a girl named Summer for 3 days before his arrest, paying close attention to whether she was still being sought and whether her body had been discovered in a landfill. Interestingly, Rodriguez frequently searched for Joanna Catherine Rogers, a 16-year-old Lubbock girl who went missing a year and a half ago, when authorities offered Rodriguez a plea bargain in exchange for information about Joanna's whereabouts, which included a reduced sentence and avoided the death penalty. He reluctantly accepted and shared his story. He met Joanna, a high school student from Lubbock, in late April 2004. After a few meetings, they went to his hotel room on May 4th. The situation became tragic after an argument over money and threats of a rape lawsuit. Rodriguez panicked and covered Joanna's mouth to silence her, unintentionally causing her death. In a desperate attempt to dispose of the body, Rodriguez placed it in his own suitcase and threw it into a dumpster. This method replicates how Summer's body was disposed of a year and a half later. Rodriguez initially admitted to these crimes, but later recanted his testimony, citing coercion. Recognizing the importance of finding Joanna's body to strengthen the case, police conducted a massive search of the city dump. More than a year later, they discovered a suitcase containing Joanna's remains. Despite the severe decomposition, DNA testing revealed the identity of the remains. This evidence allowed authorities to charge Rodriguez as a serial offender who committed similar heinous crimes using a consistent method: trial verdict and execution. Despite the overwhelming evidence and gravity of his crimes, defendant Rosendo Rodriguez hoped to avoid the death penalty until the very end, anticipating a life sentence with the possibility of parole. However, the court ruled otherwise. Summer Baldwin's tragic death occurred 3 months into her pregnancy. This aggravating factor proved decisive, and the court convicted Rodriguez of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death by lethal injection. Rodriguez and his lawyers filed numerous appeals, alleging errors and misconduct by investigators, but all were denied. While in prison and awaiting execution, Rodriguez even had his own blog about criminal justice and policy issues. Rosendo Rodriguez was executed on March 27, 2018, nearly 10 years after being convicted of heinous crimes. This occurred one day after his 38th birthday. The death sentence was carried out at Huntsville Prison in Texas. This was Texas's 4th execution and the 7th in the United States in 2018. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girl slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the 1st floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a 2nd-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the 2nd floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the second floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the second floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them: the neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that the police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy, and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the 3 men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber Fawn's younger sister revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the second floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in, but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrators captured. Due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family, many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nanolabs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives from the smallest genetic samples to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason: they were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation, but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the 3 original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the 3 men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, they may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the 3 suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victim's relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Cave has a generous heart. Why do bad things happen to good girls? Because bad boys attract them like moths to a flame kind. Often naive, they idealize their partner and completely ignore the obvious red flags. Sometimes these destructive relationships last a long time, while other times the realization occurs quickly. Sooner or later, there is a choice: leave or continue to be burned until the moth is reduced to ashes. Jennifer was nowhere to be found during one of the most heinous and undoubtedly didactic incidents in Austin, Texas, USA. Jennifer Cave, Michael Rodriguez's new girlfriend, last spoke on August 16, 2005, late in the evening. Throughout the night, Michael awaited her call. However, exhausted from work, he unintentionally fell asleep. By morning, there had been no missed calls from her. Concerned, Michael remembered Jennifer's promise to call him back after dropping off her friend Colton at home. He was concerned that she would have to go out of her way because Colton had not arranged for his own ride home. In general, he did not trust Colton or his lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jennifer's roommate discovered her absence from home. Her alarm clock was blaring, and there was no one to turn it off. It appeared that Jennifer had not spent the night at home. Her friend became concerned. They usually informed each other about their plans. She tried calling Jennifer, but there was no response, which was unusual for her. Jennifer begins her first day of work today. It's unlikely she'd leave without changing. The roommate thought Jennifer's office clothes were neatly hanging on the rack, as if she hadn't taken anything with her. On August 17th at 8:30 a.m., the director of the law firm was informed of the new employee's tardiness during her internship. Miss Cave had left a positive impression. It seemed odd that she would allow herself such behavior on her first day of work at 9 a.m. Jennifer's colleagues called, but she did not answer. Around 11 a.m., the employer dispatched one of the managers to check on her at home. Persistent knocks went unanswered. They then attempted to contact the secondary contact number listed on her resume. Sharon Sedgwick, Jennifer's mother, answered the phone. The call caught her off guard and left her feeling disappointed. She said she'd try to find her daughter. Sharon was also unable to reach Jennifer. She began to feel increasingly concerned and suspicious. She appears to have dropped everything again for that irresponsible young man. She came to a conclusion. Nobody in Jennifer's circle liked her ex-boyfriend, Colton Pitniak. Regardless of his intelligence and financial status, he always seemed to bring her down. Mrs. Sedgwick called Colton. He stated that he hadn't seen her daughter in quite some time. He seemed unconcerned about Jennifer's disappearance. For some reason, her mother did not believe him. More than 12 hours passed without any news. After all, Austin hospitals were checked, but no results were found. Sharon called the cops. She reported her daughter missing and expressed concern that she was in danger at Pitniak's house after calling the police. Sharon and her husband, Jim Sedgwick, visited Colton's home to speak with him in person. However, he refused to open the door for them or the responding officers, claiming he didn't want to talk. And they didn't have a search warrant. He was well aware of his rights, so the police were forced to leave. However, The situation appeared suspicious. Jennifer's car was discovered near Pitniak's home. Despite the fact that the car was empty, its mere presence in the parking lot prompted thought. Jennifer appeared to be inside the house. Sharon and Jim were convinced something had happened to her. The police decided not to waste time and inspected Jennifer's home. However, they discovered nothing of interest. The only leads came from Michael and Sharon, as well as Jennifer's car near Coltrane's house. Michael described how Jennifer went out with friends on the evening of August 16th to celebrate landing a job. She'd called him several times. One of the friends was her ex-boyfriend Colton, who was with her at the time of the call. Jennifer did not appear scared or worried during the conversation, but she did mention that Colton was acting strangely and she needed to take him home after losing contact with her. A grisly discovery. All of the clues point to Pitniak's home. While the cops hesitated, Sharon and Jim decided to take matters into their own hands. They drove back to Colton Place. When they arrived at the apartment complex, they knocked on the door but received no response. The girl's parents, sensing something was wrong, called a locksmith to open the lock. However, Jim discovered a better way. He decided to enter through one of the apartment's open windows. Inside, everything was disorganized. It was clear that no one had kept the house in order, and the apartment itself looked more like a den. The man was hit by a foul odor that immediately triggered his gag reflex. He covered his mouth with his hand. Jim moved to where the odor was stronger. The house was empty. Jennifer's stepfather noticed clutter in the bathroom. He looked closer and discovered a dismembered female body with the head and limbs severed. Trash bags and a sports bag can be found nearby. Jim, horrified, began to examine their contents. Inside were the body's remaining parts. The deceased's legs were freckled like his stepdaughter's. However, the corpse was so mutilated that it was impossible to determine who it was. The man hoped until the very last moment that it was not his stepdaughter. After regaining consciousness, he contacted emergency services to save Jennifer's life. Jennifer Cave was born in March 1984 near Bishop, Texas. Her family resided in a modest farmhouse. Sharon's mother was in her second marriage, which added 3 more children to the family. Jennifer, Lauren, and Clayton, Vanessa from Sharon's first marriage, were the 3 oldest siblings. Jennifer's father works as a welder. He was a good husband and father until alcohol turned him mean and uncontrollable, hurling insults and causing trouble. When sober, he was composed and respectful. Despite their unstable home environment, the family remained close. Sharon worked as an accountant in a chemical plant while also caring for her home and children. Jennifer, unlike her more sociable brother and sister, was shy. While they made friends quickly and played outside, she preferred the company of books, which sharpened her intellect and provided her with an excellent memory. Her love of reading had an impact on her vision, necessitating the use of glasses in conjunction with the braces in her mouth. The glasses did not improve her self-esteem. Our heroine lacked confidence, but she still actively participated in school social and athletic activities. Eventually, her father's destructive habits caused the family to split up. Jennifer and Clayton chose to remain with Charlie following their separation. They backed him up with great compassion, hoping to prevent his downfall. Jennifer was so determined to help her father quit drinking that she overlooked his unwillingness to fight. Years have passed since the divorce in 1999. Sharon met Jim Sedgwick by chance. Jennifer transformed as she approached adolescence, removing her braces and replacing her glasses with contact lenses, transforming her into a true beauty. However, her character began to shift. Along with her appearance, she began socializing with children from troubled families. Nonetheless, due to her high intelligence, she graduated near the top of her class. Jennifer later enrolled at Texas State University to major in finance, but she quickly became disillusioned with her studies and dropped out after the first semester. She attended a community college in Austin and worked part-time at a city restaurant to help support herself. During this time, she dated Mark, a nice young man from a respectable family. Their relationship could have led to marriage, but Jennifer became engrossed in the nightlife. She began attending parties and drinking. Perhaps influenced by her father's genes and negative example, her love of alcohol grew alongside the introduction of marijuana into her life. Sharon attempted to influence her daughter, but to no avail. Jennifer and Colton Pitniak met on one of these nights out. Jennifer Cave's life was tragically cut short by a gunshot wound to the right arm. The bullet passed through her entire arm and into her chest, striking her heart. The injury to a vital artery caused rapid blood loss, which resulted in her untimely death. What happened to her body afterwards was horrific. Forensic experts discovered multiple stab wounds on her body, with the chest and neck being the most damaged. In total, the attacker caused 18 post-mortem stab wounds. The perpetrator then decapitated her and fired a shot through her throat into her head, intending to dispose of her body quietly by severing her upper limbs. He packed them into a prepared bag and trash bags. Her torso was left in the bathtub, covered with a saw. Something thwarted the assailant's initial plan, forcing him to change his tactics. Evidence was uncovered. When Jennifer Cave's body was discovered and police arrived, they did not yet have a warrant to search Colton Pitignac's apartment. Initially, all the officers could do was observe the victim's body and secure the scene. After obtaining the necessary permission, a thorough search of the apartment was conducted. They discovered 3.38 caliber shell casings. The firearm was found in Pitignac's car, which was parked in the garage. A large, blood-stained machete was taken from the dishwasher. Toxicology reports revealed that the victim's bloodstream contained alcohol, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Inside one of the rooms, there was a road atlas with pages torn out that highlighted routes in southwest Texas. This clue revealed the apartment owner's absence. Colton Pitignac fled. Law enforcement immediately issued a warrant for his arrest. His name is Colton Pitignac. Bryant, Arkansas is where Colton originated. He grew up as a sharp-witted boy with attractive looks who was popular with girls during his adolescence. His father operated a successful agricultural business that grew year after year, allowing the family to live comfortably. However, the abundance spoiled Colton. On the one hand, he was ambitious and goal-driven. On the other hand, he may become aggressive and irritable. Colton was an avid skateboarder and guitarist. He attended a Catholic boys' middle school in Little Rock, where he excelled academically and was frequently on the honor roll. He was also a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Pitignac was one of 7 senior finalists at his school in 2000, out of 166 across the state. By his senior year, he was dealing with alcohol and fights, owing to his membership in a group of local affluent kids who lived a leisurely lifestyle, frequently throwing parties with the attendant consequences. Nonetheless, due to his high graduation scores, he was easily admitted to the University of Texas at Austin. Rather than concentrating on his studies, he maintained his erratic lifestyle, losing friends and earning a reputation as a heavy drinker and marijuana user. He could have had a promising future if not for his proclivity for self-destruction. After being expelled from a university indefinitely, he began distributing controlled substances. His parents fought to help him overcome his addiction, even taking him back home. It's a fateful encounter. Jennifer and Colton first met at a party in the spring of 2004, and they were immediately drawn to each other. Jennifer, who frequently idealizes others, chose to give a potentially dangerous relationship a chance rather than abandon it. Their friendship gradually developed into love. Jennifer eventually began using illegal drugs with Colton. His opulent apartment gradually transformed into a den of excess, and using illegal substances together became a household rule. As a result, Jennifer's addiction grew worse. Parents tried repeatedly to break her free from these addictions. They even gave her a car in the hopes of encouraging her to spend more time at home. However, each time she returned, her promises were quickly forgotten. Golden's condition deteriorated. He became increasingly paranoid and began carrying a gun and knife in an attempt to project the image of a gangster. Pitignac was arrested in 2004 for possessing illegal substances. He even went through a rehabilitation program once, but Colton demonstrated no genuine desire to overcome his addiction. Separation. Jennifer's parents decided to pay her a visit. However, the visit ended in disappointment. Jennifer had broken her promises, lost a significant amount of weight, and appeared generally unwell. Her family suggested she get treatment at a rehabilitation center, but she flatly refused. Sharon and Jim were upset and stopped providing her with financial support, believing that this tough love approach would motivate her to take control of her life. Jennifer, however, had no choice but to move in with Colton due to a lack of funds. What happened in his apartment is difficult to say, but after a month of living with him, Jennifer decided to leave. Her friend offered her a room and support. Miss Cave expressed her fears. She no longer felt safe with Colton but did not go into detail. Something obviously scared her, as she refused to reconcile with her ex. One day, he approached her and asked her to return. Jennifer remained firm, particularly when she saw the knife Colton had brought with him. She asked Colton to calm down and suggested that they stay friends. Surprisingly, he agreed that contact with him would be limited, and she also began reconnecting with her parents. Finally, her life appeared to be getting back on track. In early 2005, Jennifer began a new relationship with Scott, a single father who appeared to be quite decent. His lifestyle was the complete opposite of Bolton's. Scott worked as a waiter at a restaurant, played keyboards in a band, and was an excellent singer, all while maintaining a sober lifestyle. As a result, Jennifer's self-esteem improved. Even though she appeared healthier by his side, she took on the role of a homemaker and mother figure to his daughter. She was still willing to leave at a moment's notice if Colton requested the arrival of Laura Hall. Colton eventually moved to a new apartment complex with a pool near the university called Orange Tree, which became a popular spot for daily parties. His behavior continued to be erratic, with some friends reporting seeing him play Russian roulette by himself. During one of these phases, he met Laura Ashley Hall, who was a frequent attendee of these parties and became obsessed with him, displaying jealousy towards any female in the Colton circle, particularly Jennifer. Laura was perceived in a variety of ways by their peers, with the most common description being arrogance and the ability to put anyone in their place. Laura, like Colton, came from a wealthy family. Miss Hall was athletic, competing in a variety of competitions, and academically successful, indicating great promise. After high school, she enrolled in university but dropped out, preferring a job in a more leisurely lifestyle. Colton and Laura soon became romantically involved. She, like Jennifer, felt a strong attraction to him. When he was sentenced to 60 days in jail in June 2005, Laura sent him all of her earnings, even going into debt. Friends reported that she had changed for the worse, becoming bold and neglecting her job and personal care. Many people believed she had also begun using illegal drugs. Unlike Jennifer Colton, she ignored her feelings, even putting out cigarettes on her. A new chapter starts and ends. During this time, Jennifer ended her relationship with Scott. She felt unworthy of his family and didn't want to cause them any problems. Jennifer communicated with Colton, who remained infatuated with her. However, she did not renew their previous relationship, keeping their interactions strictly platonic. Jennifer only wanted to get a job, so she returned to college. In August, a promising opportunity arose in her life. She started a new relationship with Michael Rodriguez and, most importantly, found a great job. After a few days of training at a law firm, she performed so well that she was offered a consultant position with a competitive salary. Jennifer was filled with self-confidence and happiness. On August 16th, she chose to celebrate the beginning of her new life with friends. That evening, they visited a bar before heading to a club. According to a friend, the bouncer refused to let Colton in due to his appearance, which may have prompted him to seek out controlled substances. The investigation continues. In order to shed light on the events of that fateful night, investigators interviewed Carlton's neighbors. They discovered intriguing information around 3 a.m. On August 17th. Nora Sullivan heard a knock on her door. She opened it and saw Colton standing there, looking suspicious, with blood on his face and a pistol visible at his waist. She was startled and inquired about what had happened. Colton told her that he had gotten into a shootout with some people. Nora did not hear any gunshots and assumed he was lying as usual. She closed the door and peered through the crowd to see him walk away. Neither of the neighbors interviewed heard any gunshots that night. Detectives also discovered that Colton had communicated with Laura twice that night. The morning of August 17th, he went to a hardware store and purchased several masks and gloves, as well as a large amount of cleaning supplies. Using these, he dismembered Jennifer's body and intended to clean the apartment to remove any evidence of the crime. It's possible that Sharon and Jim's unexpected arrival startled him and caused him to be nervous about flying. A critical discovery in Cohen's apartment led investigators right to his trail. Colton, along with Laura Hall, was discovered in Mexico. They had crossed the border in Laura's car. Cotton's photograph was distributed throughout the country by local authorities. During this time, the couple entertained themselves by going to movies and restaurants. They stayed at a hotel in the border town of Negres, where an employee identified Colton as the desired individual. The employee took his photograph and forwarded it to the police. Pitniak was arrested by US officials after the duo was apprehended by Mexican law enforcement and transported to the border. Laura Hall was released. Laura caused a scene with the Border Patrol prior to her release, protesting Coltrane's innocence and obstructing the arrest process. Later, she admitted that her trip to Mexico was the best she'd ever had. They spent approximately 5 days abroad. On August 23, 2005, Colton Pitniak was charged with a crime involving Jennifer Cave. A month later, Laura Hall was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and obstructing justice. The prosecution presented evidence discovered in the apartment, such as a videotape from the store and a receipt listing items purchased. Colton claimed he had no recollection of the night of August 16th, blaming it on excessive drinking and illegal drug use. Initially, he did not deny hurting Jennifer but insisted he had no memory of it. He claimed he woke up to find his ex-girlfriend's body in the bathroom. After finding the body, he contacted Laura, who advised him to purchase a saw and cleaning supplies. She helped dismember the victim and conceal the body parts in bags. The prosecution claimed she was responsible for Jennifer's post-mortem injuries. Colton later hinted that she may have been motivated by jealousy, implying that she participated in an act of revenge against her rival. Nevertheless, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Nonetheless, the evidence supporting his involvement was overwhelming. Jennifer's body was discovered in Coltrane's apartment. His fingerprints and DNA were discovered on the machete, saw, and firearm recovered from the crime scene, and the weapon in his car was identified as the crime weapon. In addition, he was the one who bought the cleaning supplies at the store. The jury had no doubts about his guilt. On January 29, 2007, Colton Pitniak was sentenced to 55 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least half. His earliest release date will not be until 2060. Laura Hall's case was complex, and the prosecution suggested she may have acted out of blind love for Colton. Laura's DNA was discovered on one of the victim's shoes, a store towel, and the firearm used. The defense argued that this only demonstrated her involvement in disposing of the body, not in the original act. They were unable to prove she was the one who fired the first shot to Jennifer's head after her death. There was no evidence that she was present at the scene when the crime occurred. Laura insisted she only learned about the crime from Colton, who claimed he forced her to flee to Mexico with him. However, witnesses from their trip to Mexico reported that the couple appeared to have a good time. Laura Hall was convicted of obstructing justice and tampering with evidence in 2007 and sentenced to 6 years in prison. A subsequent trial in 2010 resulted in a maximum 11-year sentence and a $14,000 fine. Laura was granted parole on March 15, 2018, with GPS monitoring, and completed her sentence in August of the same year. Her whereabouts thereafter are unknown. She was apprehended and framed. Colton Pitniak remains incarcerated. He has filed several appeals, all of which have been unsuccessful. In these appeals, he repeatedly stated that he had no memory of the tragic events of that night. However, he revealed that witnesses claim Laura confessed to Jennifer's death. He claims that the prosecutors were aware of this information during the trial but did not disclose it to his defense team, implying a possible setup. Although Pitniak's legal motions were denied, the revelation raised public concerns. Furthermore, Jennifer's parents felt that Laura's punishment was insufficient. They believe she played a larger role than she admits. Unlike Colton Hall, she has never expressed sorrow or regret over Jennifer's death. She only referred to Jennifer as that girl or the dead girl, occasionally using derogatory language. To this day, the exact events of that fateful night are unknown. Only Jennifer knows the truth, which is silently concealed by Pitniak's residence walls. Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short during her prime. Unfortunately, she discovered an important truth too late. Staying away from certain people and ceasing communication with them may mean saving oneself. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a case involving a very unusual plot that occurred in London in 2011. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass's bodies were discovered in a house near Heathrow Airport. They were both 20 years old. The investigators working on this case will describe it as one of the most unusual for someone who works full-time in law enforcement. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass worked for the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Alice was a local, and her family home was approximately 6 miles from the hotel where she worked. She had started the job 3 weeks earlier and had made friends with other hotel employees, particularly her peer Tibor Vass. Tibor was born and raised in Budapest, Hungary. He was his parents' second child, and he had a younger sister, Tibor, who enjoyed being around other people. He could play almost any musical instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He taught his sister Isabella how to play the piano, and they sang and played together while their parents listened. His mother, Rosalia, struggled to move on after his father died unexpectedly in 2007. Tibor spent the majority of his free time with his sister. He was both her brother and father. He wanted to share his mother's burden, so he started working full-time when he was 15 years old. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that a college degree would help him get a good job and better support his mother. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed with his mother the possibility of moving to Great Britain and finding work there. Tibor's mother must have supported the idea, as he moved to the United Kingdom in July 2010. At the age of 19, he relocated to London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. He enjoyed his job, his responsibilities, the people he worked with, and the new clients he met each day. Alice was an accomplished musician who quickly bonded with Tibor. They never ran out of topics to discuss. Tibor Vass and Alice Adams were the hotel's receptionists. Another receptionist was Attila Ban, who was 31 years old. Attila had been with the hotel the longest of the three, and he was named the best employee in 2010. Both Attila and Tibor were from Hungary, which brought them closer together. The hotel provided company apartments to its new employees. Attila and Tibor lived in a house behind the hotel. It was extremely convenient. On the one hand, it was more cost-effective. On the other hand, you did not have to spend much time getting to work. Despite Tibor's happiness to be in England, he did not abandon his plans to pursue higher education. He applied again to Budapest University, and this time he was accepted. He was very happy, but he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. Tibor's departure was marked by a small farewell party, which was held on August 9, 2011. Other hotel employees attended the party alongside Tibor, Attila, and Alice. The next day, this trio was supposed to work, but none of them showed up. Colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for work at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7:53 a.m. The police arrived at the house and knocked on the door. No one opened the door, and everything was quiet inside. The door was unlocked. When one of the officers opened it, he discovered a terrifying sight. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face hidden by a pillow. Later, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy found 22 stab wounds on her body. The naked body of the man who had died from stab wounds to the heart lay on the bed in his bedroom. The killer was nowhere to be found. The police cordoned off the house, and investigators and forensic experts quickly began their work. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed on which Tibor lay was not where he died. It was too clean. The perpetrator had wounded him elsewhere before removing his clothes, cleaning him up and placing him on the bed. Alcohol bottles and illegal substances, which appeared to have been consumed at the party, were discovered in the apartment. Police officers searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic, but found no Attila bands. His personal belongings, including his papers, remained inside the apartment. As Attila became the prime suspect, investigators began interviewing his co-workers while experts worked the crime scene. Hotel employees claimed that as soon as Tibor started working at the hotel, Attila took him under his wing because they were both from the same country. It wasn't long before Attila asked Tibor to live with him in an apartment near the hotel. He even planned his work schedule so that they worked the same shift. Tibor was young and attractive, and he received plenty of female attention. The problem was that prior to falling in love with Tibor, Ban made no secret of his preference for male relationships. According to the hotel staff, Tibor rejected his advances, which made him unhappy. Alice had taken a job at the hotel 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began to show interest in her, which naturally irritated Attila, who was jealous despite knowing Tibor was only interested in women. Investigators began to wonder if Attila had committed the crime out of jealousy and unrequited love. Even before police discovered Tibor Vass and Alice Adams' lifeless bodies, Bain had posted an ominous message on his Facebook page. He wrote, "I want to wake up from that nightmare." This was posted at 6:23 a.m., and several friends expressed their concerns, to which they received no response. The message convinced investigators that Attila Ban was involved in his colleagues' deaths. This was also demonstrated by the number of wounds. Alice was stabbed 22 times and Tibor twice. In addition, Alice was lying on the floor with a pillow against her face, while Tibor was on the bed. The investigators interviewed the other party members, who stated that when everyone left, only Attila T., Boher, and Alice remained in the apartment. This indicated that something had occurred between these three people in the time remaining before dawn. Alice and T. Boers' deaths were reported to their families. What happened was devastating for both the Adams and Vass families. In a statement released by the Adams family, Alice's mother, Sarah, honored her daughter with the words, "My heart is broken, and my life will be forever tinged with sadness. I miss Alice so much. I'd give anything for one more Alice squeezy hug and smile. Alice's death has caused my family to experience extreme emotions such as grief, anger, and overwhelming sorrow, and it has forever changed our family. As a mother, you are supposed to protect your children, and every day and night I have to face the fact that I failed. The most difficult thing to deal with is not knowing exactly what happened to my beloved Alice that night. As horrifying as it would be to learn the truth, it would be preferable to the constant struggle in my mind to figure out the sequence of events leading up to Alice's murder. There are no words to describe what an amazing and unique personality she had, or how much love, joy, passion, and compassion she brought into so many people's lives. Her passing is a tragedy beyond words." Alice's mother told investigators that shortly after midnight, her daughter texted that she was spending the night at a friend's house. The police issued an AB for Attila Ban, but he simply vanished. They attempted to track his phone, but it was detected by cell towers in the same area as the hotel. This was extremely strange. As soon as it became clear, Attila had been closer than anyone had imagined all along. The investigation team spent 2 days at the scene before leaving the house. A few hours later, the forensic team decided to return to the house and conduct additional tests. They noticed that the door they had left open had been locked from the inside. When they entered the room, they noticed Attila Ban lying on the bed. He was drunk and attempted to injure himself with scissors and a knife. He had wounds on his neck and wrists. When they asked him questions, he acted strangely and attempted to demonstrate something with gestures. He was transported to the hospital, where doctors ensured his life was not in danger. The police were perplexed when they discovered where Attila Ban had spent the previous 2 days. He had cut a slit in the base of the sofa bed where Tibor's body was discovered, grabbed a phone and several bottles of water, and climbed inside. While the cops were on the scene, he remained inside, listening and watching through the holes he had made. The primary suspect, Attila Ban, was arrested right inside the hospital. The trial started on July 9, 2012. During the trial, some details about the brutal crime were revealed. The party spiraled out of control after Alice, Tibor, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors accepted there was sexual activity between all three, as DNA from both men was discovered on Miss Adams' breasts, until Ban stated that he remembered the three of them being in bed and that there was a connection between them, but he had no recollection of what happened after that. He insisted that he only realized he had committed a terrible act after waking up in the morning and seeing Alice and her lifeless bodies. When he realized that his actions had killed 2 people, he made the decision to commit suicide. However, he stated that he was afraid to do it alone. So he removed his keyboard's clothing and climbed into the bathtub alongside him. Unable to hurt himself, he moved Tibor to the bed, knowing they would be sought after. He opened the divan bed's base and hid inside. While he was hiding there, he was even able to update his Facebook page. He sobbed loudly in the dark as prosecutor Richard Whittom explained the facts of the case to jurors. According to Mr. Whittom, 2 young people were killed violently and unjustly by this defendant. Although other cases have been discussed, it is difficult to find words to describe what happened in this case, other than to say that it was tragic that young people met their deaths in this manner. According to Mr. Whittom, Tibor Vass had relationships with hotel employees, and there is no evidence that he ever had a sexual relationship with an Attila Ban. However, Attila Ban appeared to have feelings for Tibor Vass and acted slightly possessively towards him. The court heard that Ban was jealous of you, and that just days before the crime, He threw a temper tantrum at his victim during a team building session when he took a picture in which band was not present. The situation reached a climax when the band learned that Tibor Vaz had been accepted to a university course in Hungary and would be leaving Britain at the end of the month. The final straw may have been that an Attila band couldn't bear the sight of Tibor and Alice kissing, and in a fit of jealousy, killed both of them. In addition, prosecutor Richard Whittam stated in court that Attila Ban was found naked on the single bed. He had wounds on his wrist, forearm, and neck. It was clear that he had been hiding in the divan base of the double bed. He must have been present during the pathologist's visit, the removal of the bodies, and the crime scene examiner's examination of the scene. He had the foresight to effectively conceal himself and remain undetected throughout their stay on the premises. Following the case, Detective Inspector John Finch stated outside court that the police had not been negligent in not looking under the bed. He stated, "I've reviewed this with senior management several times. It was an unusual and bizarre thing for a person to do. It defies belief." He claimed that lifting up beds to look for people who were not present would result in the loss of critical forensic evidence. Tibor Vaz and his mother, Rosalia, paid tribute to their son. Her statement included the following words: Tibor was a young boy who enjoyed music and the arts, repairing gadgets and practicing freestyle tricks on his BMX bicycle, Daisy. At home, he was always creative and enjoyed experimenting with computers, such as building stereo speakers out of cardboard and old cables. He had a passion for photography and spent his first paycheck on a professional camera. Tibor was consistently friendly, helpful, supportive, approachable, outgoing, and trustworthy. He had many friends in Hungary and the United Kingdom. On August 11th, I learned that two innocent 20-year-olds, my son Tibor and his friend Alice, were murdered. I learned that his friend had taken their lives. It was impossible and devastating to believe that such an event could occur. Previous to that, it gave me comfort to know Tibor had made a good friend in London who was mature, friendly, and intelligent. His friend promised me personally that he would look after my son and not let anything happen to him. I trusted him and saw him as one of my own. That's another reason why the news of my son's murder was so heartbreaking. Throughout the police investigation and trial, I had to relive the horrors of that night, which only added to my sadness. There are no words to describe the agony and loss that our family will experience for the rest of our lives. Until he pleaded guilty, Attila Ban claimed he couldn't remember the events of that horrific night. On July 18, 2012, on August 17, after only 5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted 32-year-old Attila Ban. He was sentenced to 2 lifetime sentences. He will have to serve 26 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old Ella Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. "How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others, particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude." On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ellie and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. Police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day, Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Aero Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, we do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Elle's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between 2 local rival gangs. It confirmed LA was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a 3rd suspect in this case, but he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminals stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Woodchurch and Beechwood estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub, for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully. Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point on Christmas morning. To cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Woodchurch, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales, rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. "If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail." He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision, following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court. They found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. "Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high." On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. "I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26. She would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life." That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. "I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at the events that occurred on January 13, 2019. Surveillance cameras caught 17-year-old Augustina M. Winkelried leaving a bowling club she'd attended with her friends. Several hours later, it became clear that Augustina was missing, and her family began searching for her. Shortly after, she became the talk of the small Argentine town of Esperanza, where she lived, and word spread quickly throughout the country. Augustina was born on June 6, 2001, in Esperanza, where she lives with her large family. As the youngest of her parents' 5 children, she was always given preferential treatment. It is common knowledge that the youngest child in a family receives more attention due to their age. Augustina was described as friendly, caring, and always smiling. She, like most young people, enjoyed spending time with friends, whether at the movies, bowling alleys, discos, or simply playing the ukulele. Esperanza is a small town with slightly more than 40,000 residents, the majority of whom know one another. Because of the town's limited entertainment options, all of the young people there met and knew each other in some way. As a result, Augustina's parents became concerned, but we are not afraid for her, allowing her to go out and spend time with her friends, with the only condition that she stay in touch and send us her whereabouts. On Saturday afternoon, January 12, 2019, Augustina's father dropped her off at a friend's house where a group of about 6 people had planned to meet. The girls had planned to go to Teos, a nightclub and bowling center, after everyone had gathered. Augustina told her father that she would spend the night at a friend's house after leaving the club and return home the next afternoon. She was dating a man named Now. They appear to get along well, and their families know one another. That night, about an hour before midnight, Augustina messaged him and asked him to go to the club, but he declined, saying he was tired. Later, the young man came to regret staying at home that night. Augustina and her friends were having a wonderful time at the club. They had a good time, danced and enjoyed the music. By 5, the friends decided it was time to leave. However, Augustina ran into another group of her friends at the club and decided to stay longer. As a result, the group split up and headed home, leaving Augustina with a different group of friends. At 5:40 a.m., a surveillance camera caught Augustina walking out of the venue with a cell phone. After leaving the building, she went to a fast food restaurant. Augustina waited her turn, received her order, spoke briefly with an acquaintance, and then proceeded to the road. The friend's house, where she planned to spend the night, was not far away, so Agustina decided to walk there. The day was getting brighter, and she appeared to be confident in her safety. As you can see, there were no sidewalks, so one could only walk along the side of the road. It's unclear if Agustina drank that night, but the footage shows that, despite wearing high-heeled platform shoes, she walked steadily. She veered slightly to the side as she approached the driveway, but this is not surprising given that the site is an unpaved road with rocks. She could have simply tripped. In addition, it should be noted that the Club Tios has an age division. One zone is reserved for those under the age of 18, so no alcohol is sold there. Agustina eventually failed to arrive at either her friend's or her own home. Her parents were always aware of her location because she had always told them this time. However, when morning arrived, they noticed that their daughter had not texted to let them know she had arrived at her friend's house and was fine. So they became concerned and attempted to contact Agustina but were unable to do so. Her phone number was unavailable. The parents were aware that she was expected to spend the night at a friend's house, so they contacted her friend, who informed them that Agustina hadn't returned from the club. The friend also informed the concerned parents that Agustina had stayed at the club with another group of people. After contacting all of his daughter's acquaintances and discovering that no one knew where she was, Augustine's father called the police and began searching for her on his own. Daniel M. Winkelried was a well-known figure in town, having served as president of a local soccer club and owning a small furniture manufacturing and sales company. When they discovered he was in distress, many locals volunteered to help with the search, and Christina's friends were able to raise awareness of the case through social media, resulting in coverage on television news programs. After beginning the investigation and learning that Agustina had been at Taylor's club all night, police officers went there to speak with potential witnesses and examine the surveillance camera footage available at the venue. Aside from footage of Agustina walking towards the road, this revealed nothing new. When the officers realized which direction she had gone, they began questioning people who lived along the road, as well as employees from various businesses in the area. It was possible that someone had seen or heard something, and any indication was significant. Agustina's friend Brian was among those who learned of her disappearance through social media. I noticed the large number of posts about finding Agustina. Brian contacted her father Daniel and informed him that he had seen Agustina outside the Tios Club around 6 a.m. He was driving along when he noticed her standing by the roadside. I was talking to the driver of a silver car that had stopped next to her a few hundred meters from the club. Brian continued down the road, but he quickly grabbed his phone and called Agustina. He asked if she was okay and if she needed a ride home. She said she was fine and that the man driving the silver car had stopped to warn her that it was dangerous to walk on this road because she could be hit by traffic. She accepted Brian's offer of a ride and explained that she was going to a friend's house. There was a gas station a few hundred meters from where Brian spotted Agustina, so we decided to stop, wait for her, and fill the tank. When Agustina didn't arrive at the gas station 15 minutes later, Brian decided to go get her himself, but she was nowhere to be found. His attempts to contact her were also unsuccessful, as she did not respond. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, assuming that Agustina had gone directly to her friend's house, forgetting that he was waiting for her. Given all of this information, the main clue was a silver car. Brian couldn't say for certain which brand and model the car was, but, according to him, it was quite old. Demand, sitting in the driver's seat, may have been the last person to see Agustina. The possibility that he was involved in her disappearance was not ruled out. When the police attempted to locate Agustina's cell phone, they discovered that the last time it received a signal was from a tower in the same neighborhood as the club. Because the club was on the outskirts of town, there were numerous vacant lots and fields where the search teams focused their efforts. Agustina was walking along the road and noticed that only this gas station had surveillance cameras. Daniel had arrived to examine the footage and determine whether or not his daughter had reached that location. Given the location of her friend's house, Agustina was bound to pass by the gas station. Daniel explained the situation to the gas station attendant and asked for assistance. The attendant, who was a father himself, showed him the footage the camera captured that morning, almost losing his job as a result. Later, the gas station owner fired him for allowing an unauthorized person to watch the footage without permission. When the town's residents learned of this, they banded together and began refueling their vehicles elsewhere. This quelled the gas station owner's rage, and he reinstated the employee and apologized to him at Esperanza's home. Daniel reviewed the footage captured by the gas station cameras, but did not find his daughter. It appeared that Agustina never arrived. However, the footage revealed the same old silver car that Brian had previously described. It had passed the gas station around the same time that Agustina was walking down the street. It was a Renault car, and Daniel determined who the owner was. Pablo Trianfini, 39, is a municipal employee, or more specifically, a garbage man who lives less than a kilometer from the gas station. He had no prior criminal record but had drawn police attention on several occasions. The first time, his ex-wife reported him to the police for beating her. This resulted in a court order prohibiting Trianfini from contacting his ex-wife. He was arrested a second time for violating the order. Both of these incidents occurred in 2017. Police officers arrived shortly after Daniel reviewed the footage from the gas station security cameras, also wanting to see the footage, but unaware that Agustina's father had already done so. They were able to identify the silver car after reviewing the surveillance footage. When they discovered that Daniel had watched the video before them, they became concerned that lynching would occur and went straight to Pablo Trianfini's home. When the police arrived, they discovered that people had gathered in front of the house and were shouting, but Agustina reported that the crowd dispersed after the police arrived, and one of the people present informed the officers that Trianfini was inside the house. When he heard the shouting, he looked out, but when he saw the hostile crowd, he fled inside and bolted the door. The officers lacked probable cause to justify an unauthorized entry into the man's home, so they requested a search warrant. While awaiting the warrant, the house was cordoned off to deter the suspect from attempting to flee. Around midnight, one police officer decided to investigate the yard and discovered that Pablo Trianfini had died. The police officer rushed to help, but it was too late. Trianfini had died. Such a turn of events revealed his involvement in Augustine's disappearance. But despite searching his home and car, the police discovered no evidence. Pablo Trianfini used the rope to free himself from further trouble and proceedings. As the police were searching the house, Finna's neighbor approached them and said that Pablo had stopped by during the day and asked to borrow a shovel, allegedly to dig for earthworms because he was fishing. A half hour later, he returned the shovel and told his neighbor that he had noticed something strange. Trianfini thanked the man and said tentatively, "Thank you. I am not sure if I will ever see you again." Witnesses saw Trianfini leave the house several times on Sunday while riding his bike and holding a shovel. This could indicate that Agustina had passed away. On Monday, January 14, 2019, a search began at dawn with the assistance of drones and police dogs. Augustine's half-stained body was discovered about 500 meters from his club at 9:15 a.m. It had been hidden in a ditch filled with dense vegetation. As word spread about the discovery of Agustina in Winkelried's body, her friends and family began to send her heartfelt farewells on social media. This included a touching post from her boyfriend who, posted 2 photos of himself with Agustina on his Instagram account and wrote, "I wish I could wake up and this was all a dream. I'll miss you so much. My love will never leave my heart. Fly hello, my queen. I know we'll see each other again." The forensic examination revealed that Agustina fought desperately for her life. Her hands were covered in defensive wounds, with pieces of her attacker's skin under her fingernails. A DNA test confirmed that the man who assaulted Agustina was Pablo Trianfini. Forensics determined that the cause of death was strangulation. We may never know how Agustina ended up with Pablo Trianfini, whether he forced her or simply offered her a ride. We can only speculate because only 2 people knew the truth and will never be able to speak about it again. The police searched the tree on Finnis's phone and found no evidence that he knew Augustine. Hundreds of people came to the funeral to say goodbye to Agustina in Winkelried. Meanwhile, according to Argentine media reports, Pablo Trianfini's relatives did not attend his funeral. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mom is an important figure in each of our lives. Across all languages, This word sounds warm and tender because it conveys only goodness and understanding. In times of pain, fear, or joy, a person's only words are mommy. Unfortunately, children are not always the most important part of a mother's life. A high-profile crime committed in one of the nation's largest states, Texas, has spread across the country. Christy Sheets, a young and successful 42-year-old woman, shot and killed her 2 adult daughters in her own backyard. But why? Let's start at the beginning and try to figure out what possessed a loving mother to commit such a cruel act. Christy Bird was born in Decatur, Alabama, in 1974. Rebecca Bird's parents separated when she was very young, and her mother Christy had to work hard to provide a poverty-free existence for her child. Christy was raised primarily by her grandfather. The girl adored her grandfather because he spoiled her and taught her unusual skills, such as how to handle a gun. The retired officer had an impressive collection of weapons. The two of them would lock themselves in a semi-dark basement room and spend hours looking at the treasures hidden beneath her grandfather's intriguing stories. From early childhood, a person seeks to understand his place in life, learns to form relationships with others, and receives education for the purpose of applying what he has learned in real life. Christy, however, did not strive for knowledge. Despite attending one of the best schools in the state, the study was uninterested in the young rebel. Frequent clashes with peers severely traumatized her childhood psyche. As a result of repeated attacks and conflicts with classmates, Christy barely finishes school. It's after school. Christy relocates to Lawrence County in North Alabama to attend university. She begins working as a secretary for a transportation company, where she meets Jason Sheets, a young and promising specialist. The young people walk for hours around the city. They hike together, take a vacation to Christy's hometown, and form a strong and lasting bond. After a few years, they married and moved to Kathy's hometown, located on one of the city's quietest streets. On April 19, 1994, the young family purchases a house. Taylor, their first daughter, was born. Jason was overjoyed because he had always wanted a small daughter. The Sheets family was very well done and pleased. Jason has successfully worked as a consultant for a large oil and gas company. Christy raised her daughter and was an outstanding housewife. On October 21, 1998, Christy and Jason welcomed their second daughter, Madison. Family life proceeded in a calm and measured manner. Jason was at work. Christy was caring for the children until tragedy struck, forever changing the family's way of life. When Christy's grandfather died in 2012, she loved him as if he were the father she never had. The woman had a difficult time dealing with such a significant loss. Psychologists and antidepressants took the place of family idols. However, even 2 months later, she had not fully recovered from her grandfather's death. Christy's mother dies. Another tragedy morally kills her, and she enters a mental health clinic for the first time. One clinic is replaced by another, and antidepressants are substituted for hard alcohol. Christy's internal state has been unstable and vulnerable for a long time. Husbands and daughters have long tried to help a loved one in any way they can. After a while, they appear to be successful. Christy returns to her former life. She gets a job as a manager at a laser cosmetology clinic that specializes in tattoo removal. Work consumes all of her time, while her beloved husband and daughter have attempted to occupy her heart and thoughts. Christy shared a photo of Taylor and Madison on Facebook on September 25, 2015, her daughter's birthday. She captions it with a statement of maternal love. Christy summoned her children. These girls are incredible, sweet, kind, beautiful, and intelligent. You have no idea how much I love and cherish you. Christy wrote at the time to her daughter. In January of that year, she wrote another strong post in support of her right to bear arms. A post with a photo of a polished gun on a table next to 7 bullets. I own 10 guns. Obama wants 8 of my firearms. What number of guns do I have? Responding to her comments. That is right. I own 10 guns. Christy Sheets has been a vocal supporter of legislation that would make firearms more widely available to the public. She was particularly opposed to the Democratic Party's initiative to prohibit the free trade of semi-automatic handguns. Christy claimed that it would violate her family's right to self-defense. It's ironic that Christy Sheets' love, admiration, and staunch defense of guns, as well as her belief in the right to bear arms, ultimately led to the tragic loss of her 2 daughters and her own life. On Jason's birthday, June 24, 2016, Christy invited her daughters over for dinner. That night, the whole family congregated in the living room. Instead of a celebratory dinner, Jason wanted to inform his daughters about his upcoming divorce. Christy had overheard their conversation. In the living room, there was an uproar. She was yelling and cursing. Then she departed. Jason tried to calm the girls down. I promised that things would get better. But Christy returned with a gun in hand. Jason covered the children, and panic spread throughout the house. Madison hid behind the couch and made a discreet call to 911. When the dispatcher answered, the girl had been overtaken by her mother. "Mommy, please do not shoot." A wheezing, moaning, and silenced voice was heard again. "Don't shoot. There are kids. I'll do whatever you want, don't shoot." The call was cut short. Taylor, 22, is unable to speak or relay information to the dispatcher during her second phone call. She was completely perplexed by the incredible chaos that was unfolding in the family home. Taylor was shot twice by her mother, who fired the fatal shot while her daughter lay dying on the ground outside the family home. At 5 p.m., Christy simply fired several shots at Taylor and Madison. Police responded to several 911 calls near Christy and Jason's home. Police discovered the bodies of Madison Sheets, 17, and Taylor Sheets, 22, on the ground. Christy was standing over Madison's body holding a gun. She was clearly about to take another shot at the girl. The police officer, unsure if the victim was still alive, ordered her to drop the weapon immediately. Christy ignored the officer's demand, and they opened fire at point-blank range. The woman was killed on the spot. An examination of the victims revealed that Madison, 17, died instantly from her injuries, while Taylor, 22, was injured. She was transported to the hospital via helicopter. Unfortunately, she was unable to be saved. As a result, the injuries inflicted by their mother proved fatal to both daughters. Jason Sheets, 45, was the massacre's only survivor. Christy also shot him, but he was able to seek refuge in the home of neighbors who asked him to call the cops. The neighbors overheard him pleading with Christy, "Please do not hurt them. There are kids." Christy, however, did not heed those words. Instead, she fired a few bullets at Jason. Only a lucky break saved his life. However, the police were unable to question Jason about the incident's circumstances right away. When the police arrived, he was immediately taken to the hospital in a state of deep shock. The area around the house where the family tragedy took place was cordoned off. Surprising neighbors and random witnesses were repeatedly questioned. As the interviews began, it was most accurately established that there were initial sounds of bickering coming from the house. Then, according to witnesses who were concerned, Christy began beating the girls before grabbing a .38 caliber shotgun. She fired at Madison and then Taylor from point-blank range. The bleeding girls ran out of the house. Madison managed only a few steps before collapsing in agony. The mother saw this and fired another shot in Taylor's direction. Christy went inside the house, reloaded the shotgun, and shot her dead at point-blank range. According to witnesses, Christy acted coldly and without movement. They returned to their home's living room after the first shots were fired. All family members dashed outside. A family argument turned into a shooting, but we're still trying to put everything together. That was the first version of what happened, told to TV news crews who arrived on the scene of the tragedy. What drove Christy Burns Sheets, 42, to commit such heinous crimes? The detectives are unsure of the exact reasons. All they have are dry facts. According to police, there was trouble in the Sheets family home for several years due to disagreements among family members. Police have called Sheets over a dozen times. In the end, Christy's father and husband were both female. Jason Sheets, 45, couldn't take it anymore and left his wife. But he recently returned to her. On the day of the tragedy, Christy's invitation brought the entire family together for dinner. Taylor, a college student who recently had a fight with her mother, returned home to celebrate Jason's birthday with her family. What happened astounded observers and family acquaintances alike. How and why did a mother murder her own daughter's neighbor, Gino Hernandez, according to the Sheets family? "I've known both girls since they were 10 years old," the man said, wiping away tears. "They were always pleasant. When outgoing girls passed, they would always wave and say hello. Then there's Christy. She refused to attend the barbecue. It was always as if she were one of her own wonderful girls, and Jason was a good guy to another neighbor who voiced their concerns. We are completely focused on Christy." The investigation also supports the neighbors. Christy's previous conflicts with both daughters have already been revealed. Furthermore, official authorities have already stated that Christie suffered from a mental illness on June 29, 2016. Sheriff Troy Nils told reporters at the first press conference that the 42-year-old mother was depressed and had attempted suicide multiple times because she was about to divorce her husband. According to the police spokesman, the couple's marriage began to fall apart in 2012. Just then, Christie Sheets' grandfather committed suicide in order to kill family members. Mrs. Sheets used a gun that she inherited from a deceased relative, one of the possible causes of the family's serious discord. The sheriff referred to Christie's refusal to put up with her eldest daughter Taylor's upcoming marriage. A couple of days before the shots were fired, Christie Sheets had an argument with her oldest daughter, Taylor, and attempted to place her under house arrest and prohibit her from seeing her fiancé. Nels observed that Jason disagreed with his wife on whether house arrest was an appropriate punishment for a 22-year-old girl. Juan Sebastian Logo, 23, and Taylor Sheets, 22, were in the same art department during their college years. The two young people had been dating for 4 years through social media. They demonstrated how much they loved each other and how they were planning their wedding. A small wedding ceremony was set for June 27th. It has been suggested that Taylor's mother objected to his marriage to Sebastian, who was of Hispanic descent. Jason Sheets disagreed with his wife and insisted that incarcerating their eldest daughter was inappropriate punishment for an adult. Later, Jason Sheets would testify, telling investigators that his wife had called their daughters to inform them of their divorce. She had been informed of it, but instead of explaining it to the children, she pointed a gun at them and shot them several times. But she didn't shoot her husband. As Mr. Sheets stated, the wife's motivation was to make him suffer. According to Jason Sheets, his wife's downward spiral began in 2012, when she lost her grandfather, and continued 2 months later when she lost her mother. Apparently, the gun she used to kill her daughters was a gift from her grandfather. Jason Sheets revealed that his wife applied for a gun permit but was denied due to her mental illness. This begs the question, what did Christie Sheets believe triggered the need to punish and torture her husband? Was it a breakdown in their marriage? The feeling that she had lost control and valor in her life. Christie alluded to this in a series of Facebook rants where she discussed protecting herself and her family. Or could Christie Sheets' decision to kill her daughters have been influenced by medication or a deterioration in her mental state? Jason Sheets admitted to the police that his wife suffered from depression. She was taking her prescribed pills by the handful and seeing a therapist. She had been to a private psychiatric hospital 3 times in recent years after attempting to commit suicide. Sheriff Nels made a report. Christie Sheets had enough time and opportunity to murder her husband. But she did not. Jason realized Christie wished him to suffer. Sheriff Nell echoed Jason Sheets, who was recounting the incident for the first time. Mr. Sheets revealed that Christie was aware of how much he loved Taylor and Madison, as well as their love for him. Nels continued, possibly exacerbated by the complete schism in the family, that she would be losing not only her husband but also her daughters. Christie was already in a difficult emotional state when she grabbed a gun, foreshadowing her tragic end. Madison Davey, a close family friend, gave an excellent interview discussing family relationships. He was the absolute best father in the world. I used to hang out with them, and he enjoyed being around us. They were so funny together that you would expect the sisters to fight. But no, Davey responded. They were deeply in love with each other, and we are always laughing. Davey went on to say that both daughters were very close to each other and their father. Jason was willing to do anything to protect them, and he tried. However, Christie planned to kill that day, according to Davey. Christie, perhaps only intimidating, pulled out a gun and screamed and cried as she said goodbye to her family in an attempt to commit suicide. But she did not get the desired result. Jason answered differently. If you just want to shoot yourself, don't come near us. Shoot yourself, but Christie said, no, that will be your punishment. Family, friends, and acquaintances were certain that something had to happen in this family. But no one could have predicted that a woman would kill her daughters. Christie was doing harm to her family. She lacked mental stability. The sheriff's department stated that police officers were repeatedly dispatched to Christie and Jason's home, where they were having violent arguments. Since January 2012, police have received 14 requests for service. Christie, who had previously been diagnosed with mental health issues, threatened to commit suicide on 3 occasions. Sebastian's heartbroken sister Maria described the Sheets sisters as some of the sweetest, most sensible, and kind-hearted girls she had ever met. Maria found it difficult to believe that not long ago, she and Taylor were having a good time at a party and planning her wedding to Sebastian. "You've already joined our family and will remain so," she speaks to her friend. "You were a beacon of light in this crazy world. We'll always remember you." The brutal crime that took the lives of young girls with everything ahead of them has long sparked public outrage. People shared Jason's grief. Taylor Sheets attended school, worked as a caregiver for Care.com, and hoped to live a long and happy life with the man she loved. Madison studied in school while also working as a nanny. The entire city mourned on the day of the girl's funeral, and social media and television news channels covered the tragedy once more. Is it possible that the availability of firearms contributed to such a horrific tragedy? The failure of states to finally address the issue of firearms sales has resulted in yet another tragedy. Christy Sheets, an ordinary Texas woman, shot and killed her own 2 daughters in a domestic dispute. Such cases are not surprising in the United States. People will die as long as Republicans and Democrats continue to pull the cat out of the bag and refuse to compromise. The exact causes of the conflict that resulted in such tragic consequences will be unknown. However, the fact that the police visited this house multiple times due to frequent conflicts is sufficient. That is, it was already obvious that the family was dysfunctional, but they were still left with guns. To summarize, I would like to return to the beginning of this story. A mother is the closest and most important person in her children's lives. Christy Sheets' case is an exception rather than a reality. Amidst her internal heartache, her maternal instinct appears to have completely shut down, and no one could stop her. Christy's plan, however, has been fully realized. Jason Sheets will be haunted by the memories of his daughter's murders for the rest of his life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story, set in 2003, is reminiscent of a thriller plot. The residents of the small town of Nome, Alaska's west coast, were shocked when the naked body of a local resident, 19-year-old Sonia Ivanov, was discovered on the outskirts. Nome's population at the time was slightly more than 3,000, and everyone knew each other by sight. The terrible discovery made residents wonder how well they knew their neighbors, friends, and co-workers. After all, maybe the murderer was one of them. Sonia Dora Nikyuk Ivanov was born April 13, 1984, in Unalakleet, Alaska. She was one of 6 children of her parents and belonged to an indigenous population, specifically the Inupiat, an Eskimo people. Sonia, who graduated from high school with honors, decided to attend college. After spending her life in a harsh climate, she wished to relocate to Hawaii, but she needed money, which she decided to earn on her own. Sonia relocated to Nome in 2002 from her hometown of Unalakleet, which had a population of approximately 600 people. She took a job as a secretary at a local hospital and began saving for her dream trip to Hawaii in the fall of 2003. Sonia was supposed to travel to Hawaii, but her plans were ruined weeks before she left. Sonia moved to Nome and began living in the same room as her friend T. Mayer. On the evening of August 10, 2003, they went out to meet their other friends. Sonia returned home shortly after 1 a.m., while her friend and roommate T. Mayer chose to spend more time with her friends. Nome residents knew each other. Sonia and her friends were not worried as she walked home. However, when Mayer returned home, she discovered that Sonia was not in her room. In the morning, she began calling her and Sonia's friends to find out where her friend was, but none of them knew. Mayer was one of those people who remained optimistic until the very end. She didn't report Sonia missing until August 12th at 5:16 p.m. About 40 hours after her disappearance, the police conducted an investigation and searched Sonia's room, discovering her valuables and some documents, leading them to the conclusion that the girl could not have simply left town on August 13th. The search began with local police officers and volunteers. The same day, at 8:30 a.m., one of the search teams discovered Sonia's body near a gravel pit on the outskirts of the city. At the time, the local police force consisted of 8 people, a chief and 7 officers in various positions. They all had one thing in common: they had no prior experience investigating such crimes. Realizing this, Nome's chief of police sought assistance from the state police. A team of investigators and forensic specialists were scheduled to fly in from Anchorage. While waiting for her, the local police did everything they could to preserve the crime scene. The rain was approaching, so they decided to cover the body with a tarp. A large number of photographs were taken beforehand in case the rain destroyed any potential evidence. On August 14th, Anchorage officers arrived on the scene and immediately went to work. Sonia's body was naked except for a sock on her left foot. She was wearing nothing. No clothing or personal belongings of the girl were discovered. During the initial examination, the forensic scientist discovered an entry wound from a bullet on the back of the head, hidden beneath the hair. After the work at the scene was completed, the body was transported for an autopsy. During the forensic examination, it was determined that the girl died from a bullet wound to the back of the head. Despite the fact that the body was naked, there was no evidence that Sonia had sexual intercourse before her death, nor were there any defensive wounds. Given that the bullet removed from her head was fired at close range, her death appeared to be an execution. While Anchorage officers examined the evidence, local police interviewed Sonia's friends and colleagues to determine who might have intended to harm her. However, this ultimately produced no results because the girl had no conflicts and could find common ground with everyone. The townspeople's tension grew as time passed because the perpetrator was most likely a well-known person who remained at large. 6 weeks after Sonia's death, on September 23, 2003, a patrol car with the tail number 321 was stolen from the local police parking lot. Officer Byron Redburn, to whom she was assigned, drove his personal vehicle throughout the city and surrounding areas in search of a stolen patrol car. He did it at night. Assuming that if a patrol car was stolen for entertainment, the teenagers would most likely turn on the flashing lights and be visible from a distance, Officer Redburn's personal car had a walkie-talkie tuned to a police frequency. Around 3:30 a.m., he heard his colleague, Officer Owens, who was on duty that night, request backup. Owens reported finding a stolen car near one of the mines and being shot at when he approached it. Redburn rushed to the rescue, and when he arrived, he discovered Owens. He was terrified, but thankfully uninjured. The shooter escaped by abandoning a stolen police car bearing the tail number 321. A few minutes later, more police officers arrived and the area was cordoned off. At dawn, a helicopter took to the skies in search of the man who stole the car and shot at a cop. However, the search was unsuccessful and the intruder escaped. The car with the tail number 321, in particular, piqued our interest. The window on the driver's side was broken. That appears to be how the hijacker got in. However, the envelope lying on the passenger seat was more important. Sonia's work pass, complete with her name and picture, was inside, along with a threatening letter. Among other things, it said, "I hate pigs, I hate cops, and I hate everyone." Sonia was simply a person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Every one of you should be more careful. I keep track of every move you make. You leave me alone, I will leave you alone. I will also shoot you in the head if you get too close. The author of the letter was unequivocally telling the police that they should stop investigating. Sonia skipped directly, implying that the person who left it was complicit in her death. There were no fingerprints, DNA, or other evidence on the envelope. What had happened only strengthened the suspicion that someone in the community, whom everyone must know, was playing a double game. In such cases, people lose confidence and become suspicious, even of those closest to them. A threatening letter was discovered in a stolen police car on September 24, 2003. Before we proceed, we must return to the night Sonia went home alone around 2:30 a.m., dated August 11, 2003. Two local residents, Florence Hambrose and her sister Dennett, were sitting on their mother's porch when they noticed someone walk past them on the sidewalk. That individual turned out to be Sonia. Dennett was a senior in high school and a new Sonia because they both played in a City League basketball match. Sonia walked past the sisters about 5 yards away. They exchanged greetings, and Sonia continued walking. A block away, A car came to a stop next to Sonia. It was a properly marked police squad car. The sisters watched as Sonia leaned into the car and the passenger side window slid down. After a few moments, she opened the door and sat inside, but no one else saw her alive. On August 14th, city officials confirmed that the body discovered near the quarry belonged to Sonia Ivanov. Florence, 32, knew she needed to report to the police that she and her sister had seen Sonia enter a police car that night. However, she was concerned that if she called the station, she would be speaking with the same man who had driven the police car that night, and then she and her sister might meet the same fate as Sonia. However, she realized that if she did not report what had happened, the perpetrator could avoid punishment. Florence contacted the police and told them everything. Over the next 3 weeks, she was anxious because no developments had occurred. Nobody contacted or interviewed her, which only fueled her distrust of the police. It wasn't until 3 weeks later that one of the investigators who flew in from Anchorage to look into the case found out about Florence's call. He immediately went to her house to record her statement. It was unclear why the woman hadn't been interviewed earlier. It was attributed to a backlog of work and a misunderstanding regarding phone calls. The new information significantly altered the course of the investigation, as the trail now leads directly to the police station, where, in addition to the chief, 7 other people were working. All local police officers were removed from the investigation into Sonia's death. It was necessary to determine which of the 8 local police officers had picked up Sonia before she died. The suspects were narrowed down to 2 after it was discovered that only 2 police officers, Officer Matthew Owens and Officer Stampless Goya, were on duty the night the girl disappeared. Owens and Bessie Pitt were questioned. Both officers denied making any contact with Sonia that night to determine which of them was lying. Officers were asked to take a polygraph test. The test was scheduled for September 24th and would take place in Anchorage. Owens and Bessie Pitt agreed to take the test and planned to travel to Anchorage by plane on September 24th. However, on September 23rd, a police car was stolen and later discovered by Officer Owens, who claimed that the perpetrator had shot him several times with a gun. On September 24th, Stan Bessie Pitt boarded a plane and flew to Anchorage, where he easily passed a polygraph test. Officer Matthew Owens needed a day to recover from the night shooting, so he did not fly to Anchorage. This made Matthew Owens the primary suspect, and investigators focused on him. A new polygraph test is scheduled for September 28th, and Owens failed. When asked to reconstruct the night's events, he was on duty. When Sonia went missing, Owens began to provide conflicting testimony. Interviews with witnesses revealed that no one in town saw him between 0:53 and 2:50 a.m. An investigation was conducted to recreate the events of the night of September 24th. Owens discovered the stolen car and was allegedly shot at. However, Matthew again provided contradictory testimony and was unsure of the details, leading investigators to conclude that the entire incident was staged on September 23rd. He was on duty and knew he was about to take a polygraph test, which he was certain he would fail. Owens, who had access to the parking lot's keys, stole another officer's squad car. He organized this performance to divert attention away from himself and to avoid taking a test for a valid reason. After analyzing the letter found in the stolen car, the police profilers concluded that the person who wrote it had most likely called the police officers pigs on purpose to make everyone believe he was not one of them. Only 2 people, Stan Bessie Pitt and Matthew Owens, would want to deflect suspicion away from themselves. Officer Bessie Pitt had gone to Anchorage to take a polygraph test, which he easily passed, leaving only one person who wanted to deflect suspicion. Matthew Owens. When Sonia's body was discovered, Matthew had the day off, but he still showed up at the crime scene, despite having no knowledge of it. Information about the discovery was not distributed through police communication channels for fear of it spreading throughout the city ahead of time. According to the investigation, none of the co-workers who discovered the body reported it to Owens, but he still showed up at the scene. After speaking with his ex-wife, detectives discovered another important detail. The woman recalled Matthew calling her on August 12th and asking her to pick up their 4-year-old son, who was visiting him that day early. This occurred at 4:30 p.m., and Matthew explained that he needed to arrive at work early because a girl was missing in town. It is important to note that this conversation occurred before Sonia's friend reported her missing. Owens claimed that his wife mistook the date of the conversation about Sonia, but this appears unlikely given that she recalls that it was his birthday. On October 25, 2003, Matthew Owens, 28, was arrested. Shortly after, he was fired from the police force and charged with tampering with physical evidence in the Sonia Ivanov case, which involved a staged theft of a squad car. He continued to claim his innocence. Following his arrest, several women contacted the police, alleging that Owens used his official position to force them into intimate relationships while on duty. He threatened them with violence and told them not to even consider going to the police because the police station would believe him rather than some native woman. All of the women affected by the police officer's actions had two things in common. First, they were indigenous. Second, they were intoxicated during the incident. The official investigation revealed that the local police office had repeatedly ignored reports of violence and women who were harmed by Matthew Owens' actions, and the police department's inaction in general sued the city of Nome. Both cases were resolved outside of court. All of this led investigators to believe that on the night of Sonia's disappearance, Owens followed a familiar pattern. Perhaps he offered the girl a ride home, which is why she got in the car. But it's also possible that he pointed a gun at her and forced her to get in. Sonia, unlike the previous victims, had not been drinking. Knowing how things turned out for her, one could conclude that she refused to submit to Owens and meet his demands. He was afraid the girl would report him, so he decided to get rid of her. Owens, who was familiar with crime investigations, forced Sonia to undress for fear that his DNA would be found on her clothes. This is only the official version. Owens never made a confession. During the investigation, detectives discovered that he was seen at a hunting camp a few days after Sonia died, burning some items. According to court documents, police searched the fire pit for evidence, including eyelets. Sonia's jeans and shoes matched the brands she was wearing the night she went missing. A key that resembled the key to Sonia's house was also discovered during the search. However, due to the severe deformation caused by the fire, experts were unable to definitively determine whether it was the same key. During the investigation, Owens told the known police chief that he didn't know Sonia, but at least 7 witnesses testified otherwise. The murder weapon was never located. Naturally, the police officer did not commit the crime with his service pistol. Furthermore, according to court documents, the threatening note to the police was printed on a printer that Owens had access to. On December 6, 2005, a jury unanimously convicted Matthew Owens of the murder of Sonia Ivanov and sentenced him to 99 years in prison. In addition, he was sentenced to 2 more years for tampering with physical evidence. After 34 years, he will be eligible for parole. The Sonia Ivanov Act, signed into law by the Alaska legislature in 2007, imposes a maximum sentence of 99 years in prison for police officers who commit first-degree murder while on duty. Owens attempted to appeal the sentence several times but was unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. It's a terrible and often destructive emotion that can make someone blind and make them do bad things. The terrible event that happened in Costa Rica a few years ago was caused by jealousy. In the history of forensics, this case is known as the case of Gerardo Cruz. But let's go through everything in order. The year he was born was February 1975 in Costa Rica. Not much is known about her family when she was young. The girl grew up in a place called Cuba with her mother, Sonia Fonseca. Samadi went to one of the nearby schools. Even when he was young, he showed that he was a difficult and troubled person. People in the area who knew her say she wouldn't put up with being turned down and that she often got what she wanted by force or lying. Samadi's beautiful looks and perfect body made it easy for men to fall in love with her, but she couldn't keep them. She was very pretty and knew how to make the most of her looks, but she put money and her own needs above all else out of greed and vanity. which turned off her suitors after a short time together. In her younger years, she was also very angry and jealous. Because she looks like a doll, Samadhi Fonseca worked for a few years as Barbie in one of the big bookstores owned by the Universal Company. It was during this time that the girl got a nickname that made her feel good and stuck with her forever. Samadhi had an affair with a successful reporter who worked on local TV not long after she graduated from high school. Her age difference with the man was 16 years. His name was Osvaldo Fernando Baleri. Samadhi was in her longest and most serious relationship, but Baleri never asked her to marry him. They had a son named Christopher in 1996 and a daughter named Christina the next year. He broke up with the young woman in 2012, though, because of constant scandals and jealousy. He died suddenly at the age of 53. Not long after Baleri died, Samadhi made the choice to do something on her own. She went to the house of her ex-lover and took it by changing the locks so that the family and heirs of the dead person could not get in. Samadhi also took some valuable things that belonged to the person who died. The Baleri family was very angry and went to court right away to punish Samadhi for stealing. The young woman was told to leave the house by the police, but she was not charged with a crime. Fonseca was in a lot of other relationships besides Miguel Angel Perez. She had her third child, a daughter named Maria, with him. Some reports say that this relationship was registered, but after a few years, they got a divorce. Some sources, though, say that Samadhi wasn't married. She also gave her lover's last name to her youngest daughter, without telling him or getting his permission. Although it's interesting that some of Barbie's lovers have mysteriously vanished or died in strange ways, no one paid much attention to this for a long time. As an example, one of Samadhi's lovers disappeared soon after he broke up with a woman who was rude and angry. The man has still not been found, and many people are sure that Fonseca has something to do with this case. However, strong proof of her guilt could not be found. Diaco, Samadhi's other ex-lover, died in a terrible accident after they broke up. He was killed, and it looked like someone tried to rob him but failed. It was never found out who killed those people. Again, a lot of people thought Samadhi had something to do with the crime, but no solid proof was found against her. But Gerardo Cruz was her most well-known victim. For Cruz, Costa Rica is home. He was born in San Jose in December 1992. He had never met his own father because the boy's real father had left the family before he was born. His mother, Ana Patricia, soon got married to Hermes Rodriguez. Rodriguez took the baby in and raised him as his own. After a few years, Gerardo got a sister named Milena. When the guy was young, he was calm and didn't worry about anything. His school was like any other. He liked motorcycles, and he met his true love, a girl named Carol, early in life. When Gerardo was 23, he moved in with his girlfriend and their 4-year-old daughter, Genesis Cruz. They lived with his aunt and uncle in the suburb of San Sebastian. To make sure his family had everything they needed, the young father got a job at a nearby bakery. He and his wife were very happy. Soon they found out for the second time that they were going to have a baby. Gerardo met Samadhi in the summer of 2015 when Samadhi was shopping at the